She'll tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory.
the 2014 World Championship.
We played TSM today. We've played against them in the last 2 playoffs, and we won. Hopefully that stays a tradition.
Our match against TSM means a lot. It means the first seed, getting highest seed as possible, is what you need to do to win.
We have won every game in playoffs so far, which is nice.
What a series TSM wins!
We need to show where we're at in NA. For us to be the best, we need to beat everyone.
I went to watch Worlds last time. I just sat there wanting to be on the stage, and I'll actually have the chance. I think everyone can expect some crazy games.
Welcome to our final day of the 2014 North American LCS. It's Championship Monday, and we have got an exciting day ahead of us as the top 2 teams battle it out in front of a packed PAX House in Seattle, Washington. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me once again to break down the league action is Aiden Zyrene Moon and Evil Genius's Pobelter. Pobelter, you've had an opportunity to see both Cloud9 and TSM in action this week, so I'm going to put you in the hot seat yet again. Who do you think is going to take the finals?
Well, on Friday I said that either TSM or Curse would probably be taking it, but after watching the matches that have happened already in the playoffs, I think that C9 is going to take it 3-1, or 3-0 actually. One of the two.
Which one? Hot seat.
3-1. Okay. Because C9's just looked like so dominant in all of their matches, but we saw that Curse gave LMQ a lot of trouble, which gave TSM a lot of trouble, so it might be that those 3 teams are a lot closer to each other, and C9 is just a step ahead.
Zyrene?
I'm going to go 3-0 Cloud9. 3-0 the dream on that one.
All right, so a lot of support here for Cloud9. Well, moments ago, we did get a glimpse of the teams putting on their game faces. We got High and the rest of the team gearing up. These guys, they've got to feel confident having everything under their belts in the previous seasons. And then, of course, Loco Doco giving a pep talk to his team. A lot of their success in the latter part of the season has been attributed to the fact that he was brought in as a coach.
Yeah, when we had him on the desk, he talked about a very personal style, so I'm not surprised to see him giving him a pep talk right before the game, boosting their morale.
Exactly. Well, you guys at home have been Johnny on the spot over on Twitter, calling out all the unforgettable LCS big plays, and there were plenty to choose from yesterday. So, for our first one, it comes from Game 2 between Curse and LMQ. At Darth OB tweets, "Oh my god, Game 2, first Baron, just watch how Voyboy stays alive, clutch positioning, and Thresh Lantern. Yasu, no you don't." Let's take a look at your number 3.
Vessel survives the death mark, and that is Baron picked up by I Will Dominate. The battle continues. Can this be the damage for Curse? Hook onto No Name. He's going to go down. Xiaowei Xiao dropped as well. 2 for 0, 3 for 0. Whoa! For Curse.
Yasu, oh no you don't? I got to have a talk with Freak about tweeting in on his Smurf.
Then from Game 5, Voyboy gets first blood. At PentaX Goon says, "The plays, the teleport for Quas saving Voyboy, and the kill on Xiaowei Zhao." Here's your number 2.
Wow, will Xiaowei Xiao get a knock-up and a combo out? The pink ward comes in. There's the combo. They go for Voyboy. Binding against No Name, that was especially going to be enough for this one.
Oh,
There's
first blood!
Voy gets first blood in Game 5.
The roaming Akali will be a danger for LMQ and a huge point of power for Curse.
So the key player in that play was Xpecial roaming just like straight down the lane, and he landed a perfect bind on No Name, who was playing Kha'Zix, right when he jumped in. And so they were just able to pick him off. He tried to go in for the end for like a flash assassinate in the end, but Quaz was just ready.
It was a great first blood. Unfortunately, they didn't take the game off of that. But finally, from Game 4, at League of Tanks writes, "The Shockwave engage from Xiaowei Zhao has to be an LCS big play. As a matter of fact, it's your number 1. Let's roll it."
There's a lot of poke here from LMQ as well.
Shockwave on 3. There's the engage. In comes No Name. Health bar so low. Quas dies. All will dominate. First one away.
Woo! Xiaowei Xiao back on Orion. A huge shockwave to end out the game.
Yeah, That's the Xiao Xiao is waiting to see that entire series. That's a flashback, pretty much repeat play of Challenger when they had a Jarvan combined with Orianna.
And it's always the best feeling, though, when you get that shockwave without assistance from someone else. That was just his own repositioning of the ball there. So be on the hunt for more of those epic, game-changing moments today and share them with us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. And with LMQ punching their ticket to Worlds, let's review who they joined. Cloud9 and TSM are the other NALCS representatives, whereas in European LCS, it's Alliance, Fnatic, and SK Gaming. From GPL, it's the Taipei Assassins and AHQ, and taking the international wildcard spots are Turkey's Dark Passage and Brazil's Kaboom Esports. From Korea, it's Samsung Blue, Samsung White, and Najin White Shield. Finally, from China, where there are still 2 seats for grabs, it's Edward Gaming. And be sure to mark your calendars for the World's Reveals show. We'll break down the 16 teams taking to the international stage to compete for the Summoners Cup, as well as unveil the 4 groups the teams will be divided into. Tune in Monday, September 8th at 1 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central European time for all the info you'll need to navigate the road to Worlds. Now we want to take a moment and acknowledge a few winners, if you will. We're happy to announce our NALCS regular season awards, starting with our leader for the most assists, Moore. Moore flew under the radar compared to some of the other players on LMQ, but he came up big in his first split in the NALCS, snagging 272 assists in the regular season. Now, week after week, he turned in solid performances, going toe-to-toe with some of the most feared bot lane duos in the league. And we have to point out, 12 of LMQ's 18 wins came on Moore's impressive Thresh and Braum games. Now next, the award for most kills goes to Moore's partner in the bot lane, Vasily. In a pool of strong 80 carries this season, Vasily stood above the rest, bagging 140 kills. And just for style points, he was one of only 3 players to get a pentakill in the regular season and went undefeated on Tristana with an impressive 6 games on the Meglin Gunner. But Vasily proved he's a team player and also got the most assists for an 80 carry with 144. And then finally, our next winner is running off with a double buffed honors. Taking the award for Rookie of the Split and MVP is LMQ's Xiao Zhao. On a team of power players, Xiao Zhao really set himself apart. He was a consistent playmaker and dominated opponents in the mid lane, getting the most kills for his position with 114. Throughout the split, Xiao Zhao managed to claim our weekly MVP honor 3 times and was our OP mid laner in 5 of 11 weeks. And that's a pretty insane statistic right there.
Oh yeah, a lot of these are stat-based, most kills, most assists, and Xiao Zhao, he actually got the mid lane MVP more than anybody else, and weekly MVP more than anybody else.
All right, well, let's send it over to Kobe, who's standing by with the regular season winners.
Thank you, Dash. Now, first of all, I want to congratulate all of you, and we have a couple questions for Xiao Zhao. Now, you guys came over, you worked your way through the Challenger Series, you played in the LCS, and now you're cramming the most valuable player of the regular season. How does it feel to receive such a high honor?
恭喜你们3位，有几个问题问小微笑。小微笑，你们从挑战者竞赛进入了 LCS， 第一季赛就得到了MVP， 你对这个感受怎么样？而且能得到这最高的荣誉，你是什么感受？
感到非常开心，然后也是自己这么多年就是在打 LCS， 就是一个实力的证明，就是比较开心，而且。我会尽自己努力，会打好每一场比赛。
I'm really happy to receive these awards. For me personally, it's a sign for me that my career is progressing, and in the North American LCS as well. I want to show people in the future that I'm going to improve even more.
All right. Well, thank you, Xiao Zhao. I want to follow that up and ask you, how has it been to play this split in the North American LCS and get to know the players of all the other teams?
你在这 NALCS 第一季赛感受怎么样？而且和了解其他的队的队员有什么看法？
就是我的感受是，这边队伍个人实力都非常强，因为我们不管是训练还是比赛中，他们对线、个人操作之类的就非常厉害。然后可能是因为一些团队或者协作性的上比较有一点不足吧，然后我们在这方面做得好，所以说。
I think all the players in NALCS are extremely talented. In our games with every single one of them, in our scrims, I realize that their individual talent is superb. I think what distinguishes us from the rest of the teams is that the team coordination may not be there yet. and that's what allowed us to come out and attend the Worlds.
All right. Well, you've developed a very big fan following. Is there anything that you would like to say to the crowd?
你得到了很多的粉丝，你有没有想跟所有的人说是什么？
就是我非常喜欢这边的粉丝，这边粉丝非常热情而且友好，每天就是经常走在路上能被粉丝认出来，然后要求合影，非常感到开心，非常爱我这些的粉丝，谢谢他们。
I want to thank all the fans. I think the fans in North America are extremely passionate. When we're just walking down the streets, we get recognized, and it just makes me extremely happy. I love all my fans, and thank you guys so much.
All right. Well, congratulations once again to all of you guys. And now we are going to send it back to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Kobe. Now we're going to head over to Twitter and let you do the talking. Today we're asking what has been your favorite moment from this week. So give it some thought, then send your answers to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS. We'll be giving shout-outs to a few of our favorites later on in the show. We're going to take a quick break, though, but do not click away. When we return, we'll be kicking off the 2014 North American Summer Championship Finals. Stay tuned.
welcome to the North American LCS, coming to you live here from PAX Prime in Seattle. Hello everyone, I am Rivington Bislin III, and joining me for the Championship Monday is Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, it's good to be here on a Monday as well. Everyone really seems packed. I think this place filled up earlier today than it has any other day.
Absolutely. Fist bumps all around. Everybody's ready to see some games. The crowd is fired up for our first game of the Summer Playoff Championship between the reigning champs Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. Whoever wins it will be the Summer Split champion and take the #1 seed heading into Worlds. It means a lot. Now, if this matchup looks familiar, you are not wrong. This is the third straight split that has come down to these two teams facing off in the playoff finals, with Cloud9 coming out ahead each time.
It's going to be real good. Cloud9 is looking incredibly strong again this split. They actually ended the regular season on an upswing. They won 10 of their last 11 games. And in their semifinal series against Curse, they convincingly steamrolled them, even though Curse had convincingly steamrolled CLG. So really, everyone's wondering how strong Cloud9 really is. To give you an idea of how strong they were in that series against Curse, it's the fastest series we've seen in both the NA and the EULCS. The average game length in that Curse series was just over 26 minutes, where the average everywhere else combined is 38 minutes. So it's been really good performance from Cloud9. Meteos and Sneaky did not die in any of those 3 games. And Meteos, as well as historically, just played completely crazy against TSM. A 94 KDA for Meteos in those games. 29 kills, 1 death in 6 total finals games against TSM. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Riv, if he gets 6 kills or assists without dying in the next game, it's going to be over 100.
That's kind of wild. It'll be in the books for sure. Cloud9 have gotten very comfortable as well with the title of champions, and they won't be ready to give it up anytime soon. But Saturday, TSM showed they're not a team that gets easily rattled with a loss and can go the distance in these long series. They fought their way through a tough 5-game semifinal with LMQ and only look to improve from game to game.
And it seemed like their practice regimen really benefited them. TSM's made a point to build their endurance during regular season scrims. They would scrim 4 or 5 sets, which is equivalent to 10 hours of scrims, and then on top of that, they would do solo queue time. So they are a team built to play long series. Aside from that, though, it's been a bit of a frustrating year for TSM. They keep getting told that they couldn't beat teams above them, they could only beat teams below them, and they're kind of out to prove everyone wrong here in the playoffs. Dyrus in particular, as the senior player on the team, really felt like the emotional leader of that TSM team. He just went off in that Game 5, and the rest of the team followed him.
Yeah, well, Jet, you don't mess with the Papa Bear unless you're ready to get the claws. That's just knowledge.
Dyrus was so intimidating in that last game. And also Bjergsen looked like the Bjergsen we saw dominating during the spring split. He definitely seems to be kind of back to that point with his shot calling now added to his repertoire.
Absolutely, and TSM's new lineup has found its groove. But the players know that Cloud9 are a game day team. And when the pressure is on, the boys in blue rise to the occasion.
Our match against TSM means a lot, honestly. Since all their roster swaps, they've had weird synergy with each other, but I think it's finally molding together and making something great.
C9 is a good team, and we know that. I think when they have pressure on their backs, they just play like way better, and they play like even better than they did in scrims. They're just a really crazy team when it comes to playing on LAN.
I think as a whole team, TSM are playing actually phenomenally. They've been destroying us in scrims. They're extremely scary.
I think against C9 either, it's just having a really clear win condition. You don't want like a composition that can do a lot of different things.
TSM has always been a scary opponent for us no matter what happens. They are going to this series being super confident. They don't want to lose. They don't want to get 0-3. They don't want history to repeat itself. So for them, it's very important.
Talking to these players a lot. TSM wants to see scrim results. Cloud9 does not want to see scrim results. It's very different off the stage.
It's really interesting how these teams either show up to the occasion or actually seem to not necessarily perform as well in scrim.
Well, let's see. Both of them could have 5 games to show up to the occasion here and battle out. Let's preview the teams and get a quick rundown of the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Cloud9. That means it's Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High and mid, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemon Nation and his notebook on support.
And the red side, it has the TSM players. Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Young Turtle getting a stretch on AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
So, Jet, one thing we can start off saying here is it is not the same team from the spring split that TSM is bringing to the table. They have bettered themselves, and they are looking stronger in all facets.
I mean, we look all the way back to that finals. They lost to Cloud9 3-0 in the spring split, and yeah, it was a much different team. They had the odd one. They had different support. Everything was different at this point. They came in this split It took them a while to kind of get together. People were questioning the acquisition of Amazing, saying losing Odwin and Xpecial may have been too much for them. But now here they are once again in the finals, poised to hopefully make a better showing and make those roster changes pay off.
And it's been difficult too, especially when you're going up and doing that against a team like Cloud9 or playing against a team of Cloud9 all split who doesn't get that many changes, who can usually correct mistakes right away and just make themselves the winner of any event. Right now, as we see them coming into the finals, it's like it's a breeze for them every time, never losing a playoff match.
It's really strange. I mean, even looking at their player cams in the semifinal before game 1. High was stretching out. Everyone else was laughing, talking to each other. Cursor on the other side was actually looking a little nervous. They were shaking a little bit, trying to keep their hands warm. And when you think about it, Cloud9 is actually one of the most experienced teams in competitive League of Legends with how long they've been together with the same 5 players. Summer split of 2013. The exact same 5 on their roster, and very few teams can actually claim a similar thing. Plus, they've played in a bunch of high-pressure situations, always being at the top of North America, so they do have experience on their side.
It seems like one of Cloud9's biggest crutches as well is kind of just the phase in and out of different metas, and right now they are on the ball with the current meta that's going to Worlds in this patch.
It was so crazy. Looking at their pick and ban in the semifinals against Curse, it almost looked like a Season 3 team composition for them. They had High in the mid lane with Zed. Balls was playing comfortable stuff. Sneaky and Lemon. They just had such comfort right now. And this current patch, which will be the patch all the way through Worlds, will be fantastic for them.
And so far, too, right at Amazing coming out of the hands of Cloud9. They say no you for the jungle on Nunu and Lee Sin. And Syndra, one for the mid lane. Balls on the top, another Alistar as well. We've been seeing him on the ban list consistently with a few plays here in the playoffs. Last ban for TSM, and we're going to see what Cloud9 will actually prioritize here. Zed gets left up. Can't see High not picking it.
I mean, if it doesn't get banned here by TSM, it's going to be a first pick for Cloud9, almost without fail. So teams keep giving High Zed. It just puts him in such a comfort zone, and it's strange to me. We'll see if he ends up going with the Zed here. But it's always a little strange to me when teams do not ban out High. Because I think back to when Reginald was that mid lane shot caller for TSM. Taking his champions away since he was such a predominant voice, to get him uncomfortable made the entire team uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
High getting Zed is a fantastic boon for Cloud9 here.
The only thing I can think of is Lustboy still wants to play Nami and he just does not want to get shielded out. Lemon also plays quite a strong Braum, but Lustboy has also been favoring Nami throughout the entire event.
Nami seems like a perfect choice for Team Solo mid here. It's one of the big reasons we've seen Braum picked so much, has been to block all those Nami tidal waves. I wonder if they're going to bother using an early pick. It's not like Lemon Nation has played a whole bunch of Nami. Maybe they think they can get another pick out here, especially with Zilean on the board, man.
Wow. Something they definitely made sure to ban against Curse. Also used on the side of Team Solo mid. That could be very, very chaotic with the Chrono Shift coming in.
Craziest thing about Zilean here is he is a flex pick as well.
So true.
Bjergsen or Lustboy would be able to take that. Will be a little bit difficult now for Cloud9 to deal with it. I've heard mixed reviews on how strong Zilean is. A lot of teams think it's completely unmanageable. It has to be banned or it has to be...
Hey man, he only has one damaging spell.
Hey, that's one thing that people use as a knock on him. The most underrated part of Zilean is that global experience passive.
Right.
You put him in the bottom lane, it actually means your mid lane and your top lane hit level 2 first.
Yeah, they do.
And that just completely gives you an early game edge.
A lot of times you see that kind of combined with a Ryze who will be up there all day and can do whatever you want towards the late game. And the Maokai actually picked up as well. Some high priority picks here, as well as possibly stealing away that Nami from Lustboy that he also loves. The Lulu goes over, most likely to Dyrus, but still could be Flex. We saw Dyrus go crazy on Mundo and Lulu the other day.
Yeah, Dyrus's Lulu is spectacular. And as far as lane matchups go, it is a favorable matchup for the Lulu over Maokai. But it's not like Maokai can't survive the matchup. If anything, I think right now it almost guarantees that Zilean will be seen as a support, just because late game damage-wise, if they had Zilean and Lulu as their 2 solo lanes, I think Maokai would soak almost enough damage to completely save the team. So it's most likely top lane Lulu support Zilean.
Wow. And a Tristana. Zed, Trist, getting pretty much everything they want, it looks like, coming in here.
as far as Cloud9 is concerned, if it's not broken, they don't need to fix it.
Nope.
They were hardly denied any of their main champion picks here against TSM. So this is TSM kind of doing their thing, letting Cloud9 do their thing. TSM has the chance of picking counter matchups in a sense. They now get to choose what mid laner they want to play against Zed. Not too many counter matchups actually exist for Zed talking to these mid laners. That's one of the big reasons he's risen to prominence. Most people will prefer Zed in almost every matchup. Bjergsen has been performing spectacularly of late.
Slow lock in here as the team considers what to round out the composition with. The first game obviously has a little bit of leeway. It's the momentum you want to gain, but it's not everything. If you lose it, we've seen this before. The laning phase was not the strongest, but he was coming out 5-1 and 6 towards the mid game.
Well, if they needed a little bit more damage, they just found it.
Yeah, they did. At least he's not working against the Yasuo wind wall this time. Chum the Waters has a better chance of hitting the initiations with the rest of the team to follow up as well. Pretty good fight comps here.
Yeah, Fizz with the Zilean ultimate becomes much more threatening as well because he can, right after reviving from a Chrono Shift, hop right back on his Playful Trickster and get the heck out of there. So I really do like that synergy between Fizz and Zilean. And not a huge amount of hard CC on Cloud9, which to me is one of the major weaknesses of a Zilean support, making it difficult or threatening to get Chrono Shift off on the right targets. We'll see how that plays out throughout the game. Both these teams with pretty strong team compositions. It's just going to be about execution.
Absolutely. Obviously, the biggest part for Cloud9, that first Dragon, if it's contested, is usually where they start to take the game and put a stranglehold on another team. Sometimes when it's that early, it becomes a mind game, and it just starts to go downhill from there. So we'll see if Cloud9 tries to take her over early at that Dragon. And as the series gets underway, we're going to total up the votes over on LOLesports.com. Right now, 57% of you are saying Team Solo Mid are going to take the Summer Split's top spot.
Yeah, but be prepared to go the distance here with us on Twitter. These could be very long series. Keep voting throughout the series by setting the hashtag C9win or the hashtag TSMwin.
So looking at these, a lot of people will say Cloud9 has a stronger lanes. We look at top, Balls has beaten in history Dyrus in those lane matchups. Coming over, High has actually had a better matchup versus Bjergsen when they're playing in game.
Yeah.
And in the bottom lane, Sneaky usually takes out Wild Turtle. So in the beginning here, it's definitely going to be, I think, on the jungle to get those lanes ahead.
I mean, Amazing.
A lot on
definitely
Amazing.
has to step up in this one. Kazak's not the most spectacular jungler early.
Right.
We'll see how Meteos can keep tabs with him.
It's any given day, Jat. Things can be said, but these players are about to prove it. Let's see what they have here as we enter the first of this best of 5 here for the NALCS Summer Playoff Finals. The crowd is ready, raring to go. The TSM champs obviously on the up and up, but Cloud9 fans are definitely there trying to drown it out as well. This is going to be some crazy stuff.
The battle of the team names by the crowd right now.
So it doesn't look like we're going to get any crazy starts, chat. Everybody going face-to-face here in the standard matchup with most likely a little bit of a late fade. Got a ward from Meteos.
Yeah, you mentioned the lanes, and one thing that could give Dyrus a big edge in the lane is just the fact that there's a Zilean support. Dyrus will hit level 2 first.
We have
Balls
to
will
keep,
pretty much
we
be
have
on
to
his
keep
back
attention on that experience.
from right away. Trying to get some deep wards. Lemon Nation standing his ground, though. I wonder if we're going to see any support roaming. Something that always happens during the North American playoffs is teams will scrim the opposite side of the bracket that they are in.
Right.
So everyone has a subset of scrim opponents. And because, especially this year, we had such a long time between end of regular season and start of playoffs, little micro metas almost popped up. So last split, an example would be Cloud9 played a whole bunch of Jax.
Right.
So Jax was really big on that side of the bracket. Yet the other pocket of scrims, which had Curse and TSM in it, played a bunch of Mundo top lane with Heal and Ignite. That was the Quas Dyrus thing, and they met in the finals, and it turned out that Jax was the superior one.
Right.
What Cloud9 has been doing on their side in their micro meta is solo laning their AD carry for large portions of the early game. They did it against Curse in every single matchup, and it's something TSM has not mimicked. You can see AD carry support in the bottom lane for TSM, yet it's going to be Maokai and a support in the bottom lane for Cloud9, with Trist in the top lane trying to get, more importantly, the level advantage on Trist.
We saw this with Dig a little bit as well. It's definitely spreading out among the teams, becoming something that they're trying to put into play. get the level advantage, especially if you're going for those late game plays. Not too much between these two in the mid lane. Obviously, when Bjergsen came over, he was playing like an all-star all the time. And that play has really started to come back here at the playoffs. And him and Hai were ones to go at it over and over, training each other, practicing, talking about the mid lane. So this matchup is one they know very well.
Hai is one of those guys that is underappreciated by so many people. Yeah, when Bjergsen came over here, he learned a lot about Hai's early aggression in the lane.
Yeah.
However, this is the Zilean thing that happens. Early level 2s trying to push him in. Ball's actually had a really good farming game on Maokai against Curse. He's gotten quite good at grabbing CS on Maokai against an AD carry.
All about the management, knowing when he can go in, those heals.
Yeah, heals from Nami.
And Elimination as well.
Heals from Maokai, and now Meteo's first gank of the game. Ooh, this is dangerous for Dyrus.
Great amount of slow there. Whimsy's used quite early. He could have the flash over the wall, but it's not really going to be necessary.
I almost feel like
actually
it's just going to be the long chase. He has no more escapes.
Here's Hai. Why did he not go over for the wall? This is interesting. Dyrus actually gets himself in a pickle. No rotation for the rest of the team. First blood, a matter of 3:33 into the game.
Oh, man. So much patience from Meteos was displayed during that gank, getting the auto attack in first to slow down Dyrus for an easier cocoon, which made him burn the flash early, which is why Dyrus wasn't able to flash over the Baron wall. However, it is an early game kill. He does have his teleport. He'll be going back to lane, but now with the flash down, watch for the camp. That's a big danger for Dyrus.
He's going to have to get himself a ward being down on that cache, but he'll be able to do it. He's already set it up. He's got it right down underneath that Baron area. So amazing. Down to the bottom side. He's trying to counter that he saw Meteos in the top, getting a little bit out of that. They might be able to put some pressure on the bottom, but no, TSM has not pushed up the lane.
They don't actually have diving tools in the Zilean Lucian lane. Oftentimes, if you want to pull off an early game turret dive, especially in a 3v2, you need something like a Leona who has a lot of early game tankiness in order to withstand those turret shots. So pretty safe lane, actually, for Balls and Elimination.
No real advantage in the mid lane, but that could really mean that, well, he has the kill from outside the mid lane, but that's just going to mean that he is even having a better time. No pressure to him, already got a kill. He's going to have that Blade of the Rune King quite fast in this game.
And we'll see if they can pull off a proper split push strategy with the Zed later on in team fights. Zilean ult could actually be very strong against him. You can definitely see the attack of Dyrus that Cloud9 is going to be
Pink's already
launching this game. Early Pink ward, they already know his flash is down. It should be easy farming for Sneaky, and it may keep Dyrus emotionally out of this game. I mean, we saw what happened in Game 5 with LMQ when Dyrus got going, killing Ackerman over and over again. Dyrus has never been able to do that against Balls, but that is also in large part because Meteos has such a connection with the top side of the map. I mean, it's actually against Sneaky this time, not even that matchup, but it's still the pressure that Cloud9 is able to put on Dyrus.
When you think amazing, you're not thinking of him ganking with Dyrus in the top lane. Whoa! Oh, the mid lane, however, they get a little bit of roam from Lustboy here as he sets up Pink Ward vision around Killbrush. That might actually just be cleared out by Lemon Nation right away as well. So they go tit for tat there. Hai's going to give him a bit of protection. Oh,
Cloud9 was
good guy, Lemon.
I'd say vastly superior vision control early on in the game. You may as well.
It says, oh yeah?
Lustboy's had very good vision control throughout these playoffs.
It's really something that was added to the team when he came about, especially just a set of different champions as well, and kind of wrangling in Wild Turtle a little bit better to make his play overall just that much more clean.
A calming sense of experience on support, I think, more than anything else.
Getting pretty aggressive here in the bottom. That bomb should cause Balls to have to go back here. Well, Lemon's got full. Yeah, they'll be able to heal up.
We'll see. It's a little bit tricky here. I mean, he's not necessarily in auto attack range of these creeps without taking more damage than he would gain from hitting it. Lemon ends up taking that cannon CS just because Balls can't get in range. They're waiting to be able to sustain it back up, but he doesn't want to back until his teleport's up again to avoid losing too much experience in lane.
Good ward from Bjergsen. He puts it right under Hai to make sure Hai doesn't get a roam down on this push lane of Lustboy and Wild Turtle. So they're safe to have fun and just set bombs off onto the turret.
Still managed to get 5 of 6 in that wave, so Ball's still farming okay. You compare him with Dyrus, since they are doing the swaps, the AD carry and top lane farm champion-wise is very equivalent. It's just the kill that is giving the majority of this gold advantage to Cloud9.
Right now it's a big point, chat. A lot of the 6s around the map, at least for top lane, and amazing over Meteos and balls with that Zilean, but nothing can really be used here. No pressure for Dragon. Still staying to farm. He just had Dyrus back, so his teleport's probably going to be walked back to lane as well.
This is where it gets interesting because Sneaky hit level 6, and it kind of neutralized the Zilean. Since now the 80 carries are level 6 at the same point, since Sneaky was getting solo lane experience on Trist down in that bottom lane, and they are done with the lane swapping because they know Dragon is going to be an objective, and they need to be able to have teleport presence to stop a force.
Sneaky and Lemon now trying to get harassment on the bottom lane. Amazing's going to be down here to help as well. Go ahead, evolves the spikes. He's going to stay relevant with slows all game long to help really enable the team to continue getting these kills. I'm sure Bjergsen's going to be assassinating quite hard out of the lane.
Always something to keep track of what Kha'Zix evolves first. I
Absolutely.
see half the people doing wings, half the people doing the W. This will be better poke presence from Amazing, but slightly lower gank presence. It'll be all about setup from others.
Does it come down to preference or kind of what your team has already brought to the table and then you need to provide?
You know, I'd like to think that it comes down to team comps, but I see the same junglers doing the same things consistently. So I feel like this is just something that Amazing is more comfortable with, getting the damage and the percentage slow from the W, and just kind of being a bit more of a farm-heavy style early on in the game. I think it just suits his play style more.
Well, there's that harass we would know Lulu would be able to put onto Maokai once they got in the lane together, so Dyrus doesn't hesitate. Puts balls down to half HP right there. His flash is down, so he also can't go aggressive onto Dyrus. So Dyrus uses that well, start to get an advantage in the lane. Going for double Dorans on himself there as well. He's not starting up any items. What a calm game after the first kill.
I'd say Bjergsen's actually doing a really good job of farming as well. Since Hai was able to get that first blood, Bjergsen is keeping his farm up pretty darn well, only down 6 CS to the Zed.
Farm against energy in general is never fun, because they're always going to be able to spit out spells. You're drinking consumables all day. And he gets a blue buff anyways, so he's going to be able to spit out damage on top of the death mark. Does he have enough to capitalize on it? It's going to pop with the Ignite on. No, it already popped.
Well,
I didn't hear it. I was too loud.
He also used that playful trickster right on the death mark. Just make it difficult for Hai to get the damage down, but they do force it back to base. Throw the pink ward down on the Dragon Pit to deny immediate vision. It does not reach the River Brush though, so they will be doing this within the vision of TSM. Teleport's coming in. It might be a battle.
This is going to be huge. Lustboy does have his ultimate up. Where's he going to be throwing it down to? Nice crowd control. He makes him use it on himself. That's going to be huge. Balls with going right into the fight and shutting down the initiation. Dragon's already been picked up in the fight, and it looks like Cloud9's going to go ahead and walk out of this one. And Elimination has to flash out.
Just the type of fight you wouldn't expect after watching the game the last few days that have been total bloodbaths. But, you know, TSM did have the man advantage. The Zilean ult will create slightly lower kill games, especially if they're focusing damage right there. Flash is burned on a couple of sides, but overall Cloud9 walks out with a slight edge. It'll just be a matter of how much TSM punishes. Since Cloud9 lost so much health from that fight and Bjergsen had just based, I think they get to counter with the turret. They're going to try.
Good focus here from the rest of the team. Dyrus to come up as well on the Whimsy. And they're getting a lot of aggression from Cloud9. Jab, that bubble goes out. They could lock down Amazing on this one. The death mark is not up. And he's only going to be walking out limping on this. Dyrus, the last hit of his auto attack, able to take it down, and they open up the middle part of the map, which helps quite a bit.
TSM opened up the middle part of the map, but maybe Cloud9 will pretty soon too. Look at all the guys that just had to back from TSM. They may end up losing some type of turret pressure with all of this happening.
Bjergsen staying. So he wants to just sit right in the face of Hai and not let him get too much. The rest of the team spreading out to the side, so Cloud9 don't answer back right away. I feel like what they have was sufficient enough for now. TSM's just going to get a little bit back on that mid turret. So back to lanes. We do have the Hex Drinker built up by Hai, really helping his survivability, and already half-healthing just in a few spells Bjergsen.
Yeah, Bjergsen can't use his Playful Trickster to farm really anymore because he needs to save it for a Hai all-in. It's going to make farming a little bit tricky for him here until he gets some help. He actually goes for a kill.
Ooh,
misses it.
It's the jump, and he shadows over it. Doesn't going to have the Playful for this one. Shouldn't kill him, though. And it does.
Yeah, keeps using that just right against
catching
the
me out. Got it on the initial attack, so it doesn't even stick all these times. And Oh, wow. Sneaky gets over the huge part of the
man.
wall. That's taken down, but he'll be fine. Elimination goes out to make sure there's no more pressure coming in. Very nicely done.
Level 7 is such a strong point in the lane for Zilean. His bomb's doing so much damage. The fact that he can double bomb at this point just creates very unfavorable trades. With the AP ratio, it's 280 damage per time bomb.
Yep.
No other support can match that damage at this point in the game.
Very back and forth, but both teams stopping each other from getting too much out of these engagements. We hear a lot of the scrims become quite bloody. Very many kills before the Nexus go down. But this one, very carefully played by both teams. Methodical and strategical. It looks like they should be able to get the turret on this one, but they leave it up for a little bit longer. They don't know where Meteos is just yet. What a game so far. Very close, even with that first dragon.
TSM definitely trying to break Cloud9's perfect playoff record. All time in the playoffs, Cloud9 is 13-0, which is pretty remarkable. 6 of those wins coming against TSM. They always meet them in the finals the last 2 times. 3-0'd both of them.
3-0 both, a level of comfort that they like bring to these games, as you were talking about, not seeming anxious, just kind of relaxed in champion select, and they bring that out into the entire game. As TSM make it antsy in their plays, Dyrus comes from top lane and they got first blood, so Cloud9, even 6th sense here, making sure he has the pink wards, tons of vision all over the map, and they can actually make something out of this now. You see the pinch up.
Emerald's wanting to save this turret for a little while longer, but that's another turret down to TSM. The early lanes definitely going to TSM, which is something that actually didn't happen during last split's playoffs.
No.
So much was made of TSM's lane superiority heading into the finals last split, and then Cloud9 did standard lanes every single game and beat TSM.
Yeah.
3 games running. May not be the case in this split. You can
Not
see
at all.
Fizz sticking up with Zed just right. Dyrus' Lulu is supposed to have a lane advantage, and it was kind of a 1v2 for a long portion of that time, but he has managed to get that turret, and 3 turrets across the board for TSM could lead to plenty of map pressure.
Erickson with quite a bit of control there towards mid. Not getting out of this one. That's going to be the lock. He's just making sure.
Yeah, finally they were able to burn Bjergsen's Playful Trickster so Hai could land an actual death mark onto him, and at that point, it was just death to Fizz. He's going to be building up that Zhonya's as quickly as possible, though, to make it even more difficult for Hai to assassinate him.
Super savior style. Kill the Zhonya's, Playful Trickster, out and back into the fight. Still had a weak laning phase like he did last time, but came out in the team fights. Right now, Cloud9 is pushing forward. We're going to see those team fights coming up quite soon as the map starts to go down. Teams are going to have to start putting up those wards, and that's where it gets dangerous. 1 turret for Cloud9 now, but like you said, TSM has already answered with 3, so there's some catching up to do.
The next dragon will be very critical, basically because of the vision control. So it's more dangerous for Cloud9 to approach that spot for vision just because they do not have turrets to fall back upon. The ward coverage has not fallen yet for Cloud9, but if TSM make their way in there with sweepers and pink wards shortly, they could make navigating that area very difficult for Cloud9.
Now Amazing's heading down towards the bottom lane. At least safety on the dragon as 15 seconds is there. Let's see what happens with this contention. Chum the Water's just about to come up, so obviously TSM's not really ready to fight. Hai is almost on the same timer for those ultimates. And you can see Amazing and the team really wanting to get a bushwhack out of this, but they don't realize they're all sitting on a ward.
A lot of this will have to do with Amazing's ability to land poke, or Lust Boys for that matter. And who can get a clean initiation? I mean, the gold is dead even right here. Infinity Edge being completed on a Sneaky can be nice. There's a lot of item completions on Cloud9's side, not as many on TSM's side, so maybe there's actually a difference in power in that way. But with the Zilean at this point in the game and the poke on a Sneaky, Cloud9 may have to just retreat.
Ooh, Wild Turtle opens up with the culling. They're all forced to back off from the tidal wave. And a little back and forth here. Dyrus almost gets taken down. He holds on to the ultimate, which could still be huge for somebody in this fight to go in, but right now he's got to be back.
They still have the Zilean ultimate. They still have the Lulu ultimate. It's just a matter of being able to use them at the opportune moments. Cloud9 may just try and push mid off of this one because they don't want to tango with all those ults. Dyrus actually going to heal, and he will have his teleport to come back in. That is huge. The Zed poke has been really beneficial. That's the flank. Here's the fight.
Backside, can he polymorph? What's he trying to do? He gives himself the wild growth as they go in. Amazing's very low, but he uses the ultimate, tries to get out, but Meteos finds him as he drops down the spout. Bjergsen's gonna have an ult near him, but it looks like he only hits 3 with that. Not too much damage going around.
Oh, man.
He's still doing damage, though. Finally, they get the focus on him. Wild Turtle now trying to go crazy. Lemonation hits the last bubble, and he flashes away, so they cannot get the retribution kill there. 4 for 2.
We said the fight was going to be about the use of TSM's life-saving ultimates, and honestly, Lustboy could not land a good chrono shift that fight. Dyrus went down first with the focus. Usually you want a Zilean ult, the first main target that has damage, that gets focused down. TSM was unable to do that. Cloud9 wins the fight and gets the Dragon.
It was a good initiation. Bjergsen's all hit.
It looked ideal, right? He has a death mark on him, but I mean, watch Lustboy. What actually happens to him here? Because he's not stunned. He just doesn't get the chrono shift down onto any of the people that die right off the bat.
The range, yeah.
It's a pretty good range. He ends up having to ult himself when Sneaky all-ins him, which just isn't ideal. There's no proper focus that got shut down by Cloud9. They had enough AoE damage, they had enough threat on multiple targets that Lustboy couldn't make up his mind. Great bubble by Lemon right at the end to secure that final kill, giving Cloud9 enough damage to take down the Dragon after the fight.
Cloud9 comes out in these extended fights more than not. The beginning initiations, TSM is not afraid to make happen, and it did cause Cloud9 to skitter around for a little. But once they have it, once Lemon's back to healing and bubbling, it's crazy. We used to get Lemon Nation playing the Nami when High was on the Kha'Zix, and they would go for the extended jump around fights, and it's still happening now with Nami Zed.
I mean, just High being on Zed gives him so much comfort.
Right.
This could be an attempted... Thought it was going to be an attempted assassination. He doesn't want to tango with balls at this point in the game. A Rod of Ages. Doesn't matter, he's just already.
Great job all around. 29 to 27 and 62 on the scoreboard. So Cloud9's not really worried about the structures. They're getting what they need back at these fights. Finding TSM out in uncomfortable fighting positions. High again picks up blue. Doesn't really need to go anywhere around the map. So he's going to keep getting that for himself.
I do have to update. We mentioned the 94 KDA from Meteos before the game. If he would have been able to keep his deaths down, he was on pace for 100, but he died this game. He only had 1 death in the entire series.
Meteos, please.
Yeah. Now we've got a 49 KDA for the series. Ball's still getting focused.
Ooh. A little miscommunication. Gets himself out fast, but they do get his flash. Whoa, whoa! Coming out of nowhere on this one. The Playful and the Trickster to get the kill in.
So this is TSM committing everything to the bottom lane. How far are they going to push and how much are they going to lose to this? If there was a base race situation, TSM would have actually won that one, so the mid lane push is recalling from Cloud9, and they're just trying to take that top lane turret with Trist.
Very nice job. Cloud9 will be back. Things on the mid lane for Dyrus to clear, and both teams try to stretch each other thin for a quick second, but realize they both have good ideas. Got to back up here.
Still a very nice collapse by TSM. They end up trading turrets in that sense, but TSM is the team that gets the kill.
They had a little more wave clear. I'm surprised if Cloud9 would have gone for a Baron on that attempt to just send that person back.
Yeah, they couldn't risk losing the inhibitor. And
easier said than done.
TSM would have known.
They could have pushed right through. Right now, they seem to be headstrong. Pedal to the metal. Zanya's is finished for Bjergsen, which is going to be huge. And with the Chrono Shift coming out, the Wild Growth, they have so much utility to bring to these fights.
As long as they can use it properly. That's the big thing. The execution complexity of this team is just so high. And you consider a bubble can lock up one of the key spells, and a 2-second stun from Elise can also do those things. So it's easier said than done to optimally use the Chrono Shift and the Wild Growth, because they kind of have conflicting goals. You Chrono Shift someone, you want them to die. You Wild Growth someone, you are keeping them alive for longer. So using them on the same target doesn't necessarily have the greatest synergy. It is a very tricky combo to wield properly.
Seeing both teams' composition here as we come to the late game. Definitely going to have to keep wards up more than not. Fog of War is going to play a huge role to be able to take down these turrets. 5v5s at the turret are only going to end up in fights I feel like nobody's going to get anywhere with, and will stalemate every time.
Could very well happen that way. Looks like Cloud9's trying to work on that split push, though. High with the Blade of the Rune King and a Brutalizer is the split push threat here. It's difficult to get teams out of this mode unless you're sending 2 people to stop the Zed, or if you're able to force very well with the other 4.
Yep.
At the moment, though, the initiation from TSM eyes upon Bjergsen, pretty much.
A little bit of that side play, but they don't have too much to engage on. Safe play coming in from high. He actually peels off of the bottom lane here. Looks like they might try to engage. They have Team Solo Mid spread pretty thin. They could be finding Lustboy in just a second. And he makes it away. Very nice utility use of the speed steroid.
This is a flank right here. You can see Cloud9's push at the mid lane. A lot of TSM is trying to come from behind them. Although High has burned a lot of Dyrus' stuff right off the bat.
It has been used. The Ignite takes him down, and the hat flutters to the ground.
TSM might still go in, though.
Trying to come in from the backside. A great calling. It's going to be stopped, though. No, he actually dodges out with the relentless pursuit to keep some shots coming in. A kill coming in from Sneaky. Uses the heal to keep the team healthy, but it takes... Actually, he goes down to the Ignite.
Triple kill!
Through that. This is when it comes up big. Bjergsen with the kills in the fights. The triple there, 4-2 and 2. But those Lemon Nation bubbles disengaging at the end. A little too late, but does save quite a bit there.
A lot of teams would not be willing to re-engage that fight after one person gets soloed off on the side, but TSM knew they had the proper flank positioning. The reason they were able to go in is all of the squishy targets on Cloud9 were readily available for Bjergsen to pounce on. Check this out. This is pretty much all him right here. He gets a lot of damage on a Sneaky, plus the dots. Those, I think, tick him out. Then he does land the Shark onto High, and the Playful Trickster on both of them, plus a properly used Chrono Shift. They didn't have the distractions of a Wild Growth Shield counteracting the idea of Wild Turtle taking enough damage to die, so they did everything properly that time as 4 to end up getting a triple kill and keep themselves in this game. Dragon spawning in 3 seconds.
Get an explosion of the Lich Bane in power as well. Really coming out big. The laning phase on the Fizz not helping him, but he did quite well against High, and now he's coming out huge right now. Dragon's live, like you said. And it's going to be ults up basically on both sides with quite a bit of summoners down from that last fight.
Yeah, and after that last fight, I don't know how willing Cloud9 would be to fly in here. They got to be careful. They do have a little bit of a flank going on. If they can land the right stun, they miss it. Will Balls initiate, he goes.
Only crowd control on the Lustboy. The Chrono Shift is
That's huge!
Not used. It's going to be amazing. He can't even jump away. Right after a fight, Cloud9 put their foot down and TSM cannot respond.
TSM needed 5 more seconds for that fight because the Chrono Shift was still on cooldown for TSM, so they focused him down. There was no protection, and they just blew him up. What a way for Cloud9 to pull the trigger at just the right moment.
Playing within the perfect window, Cloud9 gets himself a nice 5,000 gold lead here in Game 1 at 25 minutes in. High back to the split push, relieving a bit of pressure on the team. Let's see what he can keep himself doing. There's some good damage coming in from Dyrus.
I mean, Dyrus has been very gold starved lately. He has no armor, and High only builds more and more damage.
Take him down. Turn him into a cupcake, but it's still going to hurt.
Yeah.
Good steal over by Bjergsen. They're going to keep a timer on that, so we got a 30-minute blue buff coming back in for Cloud9. It's not like it really affects anybody on their team to keep grabbing it. It's just going to Bjergsen for experience right now. And there is the death mark. It goes right through the shield. Oh, no. The bait in. He's going to be coming back up, and it looks like he actually may try to deliver another set of that. Does not, though.
Well, that was just kind of saving a bad situation and not so much making a good situation of it. Normally, if you're going to send 2 people to deal with a split pusher, you actually kill him. But this time, they only managed to stay alive at the cost of the Chrono Shift. So now Cloud9 knows for a little while they will have that Chrono Shift down. It comes back very quickly, especially on a level 11 Zilean. Rewind, of course, on a 12.6 second cooldown. He's got 50 seconds left on Chrono Shift. That will decrease the more he uses Rewind. It comes back very quickly.
He's a wise man. He knows what to do. Lucidity boots on him as well. Not going to help that much more. Good dodge out. TSM trying to continue that vision. Very interesting to see Cloud9 kind of on the back foot here.
He's standing his ground against Wild Turtle, too. Once Trist can stand his ground against Lucian, you're in trouble. The whole TSM team is going to have to find more flank attacks. If they can't flank Sneaky, I don't see a way that TSM actually wins these fights. There's no tank on the TSM team. Instead, they're relying on the Wild Growth and the Chrono Shift. But as Sneaky gets stronger and stronger, he'll just be cutting through the squishies in so few hits that it won't necessarily matter if they can come back to life. They just have to get the damage down on Sneaky.
Won't matter indeed.
Oh, no.
There we go. No more back foot. They weren't down. They were just biding their time, waiting for everybody to get out of base. So Cloud9 back into engage mode. already with a Banshee's Veil onto Meteos, especially with that damaging cowl. So they're going to be going for hardcore kills in this one. Like we said, these could be some bloody matches. Already 17 kills, 27 minutes in. Cloud9's driving down the front. This could mean a Baron after if they get good things out of it.
TSM is definitely losing the vision war right here. I'm surprised they weren't forcing around the Baron for another catch, but they think they can just get a nice little 4v5 turret push in, or at the very least, force Darius' teleport so he's got to stop split pushing. But they are not able to force the inhibitor turret because of the respawn of Lustboy. But they can continue the vision war around Baron.
Really seems to be playing in C9's favor. Able to get him a kill on Lustboy and mid turret right there. So they're getting everything in increments here. Nothing real big like their games usually happen. Huge gold leads coming in for their matches yesterday. Right now, TSM's trying to stave them off. Baron could definitely be an option next. We'll have to see. With High now sticking with the team, it's kind of leaving Dyrus off the split push, but he's able to counteract the damage Bjergsen's bringing. So they're not just getting initiated on Sneaky and Wild Turtle just going back and forth in this mid lane.
Sneaky has
Everybody's
so much
watching.
confidence. So much confidence right now. The only brush that could end up being the Cloud9 has to be cleared off. They actually
Yo moves.
pop a Ghost Blade active on Zed. I think that was in error.
He just
he
likes
wasn't
the
going
sound.
anywhere.
It's all about the
Got a
audio.
short 45-second cooldown, so he should be all right to get that back.
TSM map completely dark right now. 0 wards are placed for them. It looks like they need to get a few more. We got Dyrus putting one down, but really they don't even have any in the spots. Going to be tough. They don't have time to go back, and Cloud9 is continuing the pressure. Now it's going to be balls to the bottom lane to start getting the waves pushed up on each side. Top lane's going to have to be cleared out quite soon as well. So it looks like they'll back. This is actually going to be a relief for Team Solo Mid, so we should see the wards come out and them start to reset. They're going to need it.
Yeah, everybody on Cloud9 had to go back and shop, trying to maximize their effectiveness. Sneaky will be able to purchase some pretty nice items. I wonder if he's going to go straight for a Bloodthirster because he needs some shielding effectiveness, or if he's going to save another 200 gold for a Last Whisper. I feel like he's going to go for the Bloodthirster. He knows he needs to be able to withstand Bjergsen's assassinations, and he needs that defensive ability. No, go straight for the Last Whisper. So big time damage from Sneaky, but more vulnerability.
Indeed. Also, a Quicksilver Sash thrown in for Wild Turtle, kind of plateauing the damage for a bit, but he did get a spike in money. It's not going to hurt too much. Hopefully the team can start picking up some more kills. All around 242 to 187. But Balls has been in those fights with the assist, so he's already got the items he needs. And Maokai at that point, he can be quite a hassle to deal with the ultimate ons. Balls to the top lane once again. They keep High in the mid lane for power coming from that Zed, and the split push begins once more from both teams.
Yeah, big thing for TSM is actually going to be ignoring Balls in team fights, trying to deal with him with Lulu shields, and then just finding creative ways to get to the backline of Cloud9. That's kind of the only way I see them dealing with this. But now Cloud9 actually looking for the initiation. TSM could definitely get cut off here.
All right. Good shot onto Amazing. He won't take any extra damage to be on that death mark. Everybody's kind of, trying to get an initiation, and Balls goes for the
Not
flash.
where
Wow.
TSM wants to be.
TSM is taking turret shots as they try to walk out of this one, and they're going to be pretty much walked along and now strung to Baron if Cloud9 wants to. It seems like they're trying for the bushwhack.
Dyrus down a flash, Lustboy down a flash, and no vision control at the Baron area. This
now they're going for it.
Is so dangerous for TSM. They have to rush in, but the fear of rushing in is that they're waiting for a trap, and Balls is trying to zone them out. They're going to realize now the Baron's being taken.
He can do everything. He throws down the Maokai ultimate. Maelstrom is down. They go right for Bjergsen. The Zanyas is on. Lustboy's Chrono Shift still trying to pay attention to that. Wild Growth now to Bjergsen. They're trying to calculate these. He got the Chrono Shift as well, so he will be back. Cloud9, however, is cleaning up the fight. Sneaky says, "King me," gets another jump. One more shot to Bjergsen. It's going to come from Meteos, and Lustboy is the only one to get out alive.
4 kills, and the Baron may just be the straw that broke the camel's back right there for
could
TSM.
say that again.
They used both of the big spells onto Bjergsen right there, but that left the rest of the team vulnerable. Right. And Cloud9 has enough damage and enough experience playing against us that they were able to just work around those ultimates. They had so much power. They get the Baron. Now they're pushing mid.
So far, so good as they push in 11,000 gold. An inhibitor down now on the side of Team Solo Mid. Cloud9 feeling pretty good and pretty far ahead this game. It should just be another few fights and on to game 2. TSM's going to think differently, though. see this one more time.
Yeah, so obviously the Baron was taken at the start, giving that bonus damage to Cloud9, and the TSM approach was just a little bit scattered because they were going in blind. Bjergsen did as much as he possibly could, but he had to burn his Zhonya's early, which gave him less flexibility within the fight. And then Sneaky had so much damage and was so willing to continue around. He was the one who took out Wild Turtle, which meant while Bjergsen was reviving, the other damage threats for TSM were dead. Dyrus, since he burned his ultimate early, just got blown up immediately, and TSM just could not enter in sync.
4 Dragons going over to Cloud9, 1 Baron as well. That's going to help the game completely, but as I was saying, TSM not out of this yet. We talked a little bit about it in the pregame show. A hard series is not something to keep them down. They are definitely able to come back, and they have the mentality to do so. Dyrus still having quite a good game in farm. He's getting items that he needs. And Rabadon's is going to help as well. So they have a good amount of AP, a good amount of AD as well coming from both sides. They just have to be able to get the fight they want at this point, and that's going to be very hard with Cloud9 having most of the vision everywhere. There's still hardly any wards for TSM on the map here.
It's true, and Cloud9 has stacked some very critical defensive itemization onto their team right now. Banshee's Veil being completed on a Sneaky gives him so much safety. GA onto High, Banshee's onto Meteos, even a Lockdown Solariana, Mikhail's on Elimination. It becomes near impossible for TSM to win a team fight here, especially with the Baron buff. Let's just see how quickly Cloud9 and how willing they are to dive this turret. If they can get the turret aggro onto balls, it could be a very aggressive dive from Cloud9.
I almost thought High was going to go fully in there with his Living Shadow and then hit the ultimate.
Yeah, he might just hop in with his ultimate and then hop back out to push TSM off the turret, because once Cloud9 can get 2 inhibitors down, it's generally easy pickings for number 3. Balls is not even getting hurt by Amazing's poke right now.
We got Wild Turtle already trying to take down the minions coming down through mid. You have Sneaky just hitting the auto attacks. Bjergsen is in. Jump the Waters only does so much damage, and it looks like they now engage. Cloud9's focusing on Bjergsen. He tries to get to the back line. He's popped up by the tidal wave. He will be back. Chrono Shift is on. Lust Boy under the back line, trying to peel a bit for Turtle as well. Nobody can get back to Bjergsen, though. Cloud9 is just sectioned off the entire fight.
And Cloud9 is doing the right thing here. It's almost like everyone is on their own individual page during team fights, which makes it impossible to track who they're focusing, and it's just playing mind games with TSM. This game's over.
34.5 on the clock, Jack. Cloud9 coming in strong, 64,000 to 48, 17 to 6 on the scoreboard. We're going to go to game 2 in this best of 5 series. Cloud9 takes game 1.
While TSM was able to kill Meteos for the second time and Sneaky for the first time this playoffs, it was just the once. And you need to do that a few more times if you want to take down Cloud9 in the playoffs. They are now 14-0 all-time in the North American LCS playoffs, and they looked good that fight. I think TSM's got to make some pretty big adjustments.
Big adjustments indeed. The picks and bans seemed like they were all right, but the same compositions can't come out. Both teams did get what they wanted, but the execution a little bit slower on the side of TSM. A very fast first blood coming out there onto Dyrus. 3:33 into the game. Definitely going to play on your mind. Kind of have to stay away from the top lane then, or repair it if you need to, but really TSM couldn't almost come back from that.
One of the big things is they just took Dyrus completely out of the game. They were sectioning him off in team fights. They were forcing him to blow his ult and teleports when he didn't want to. The game was really on Cloud9's schedule. Now it's on to Locodoco and Reginald to try and make these between-game adjustments, something they did very well against LMQ. Remember, these best-of-5s are a totally different beast.
It's crazy how much of a different beast it is, chat. You say that, and then you're like, oh, wait, but then you see how many games have gone 2 for one team and then back and forth to 5 series. TSM as well. You can see Reginald and Locodoco right there on your screen discussing, and even kind of discussing what they feel is the problem with the team, so they know thoroughly what's going on. Cloud9, it didn't seem like they're kind of still calm. You know, they're not reeling from the win. They said, business as usual, let's do it again. And that's the scary part. That's kind of a frightening mentality.
Cloud9 is just so damn confident here. I'm actually a little surprised that TSM is deciding to do this group like right on the stage. Seems like Loco and Reggie had things to say so urgently.
Let's get it done.
I mean, plus backstage, it's not like Cloud9's going to hear him up here anyway, so.
Yeah.
May as well get to it right away, so the loss doesn't weigh too heavily on TSM shoulders.
So the Zed again, Tristana again, a very high pick Maokai for balls who is sufficient at playing is something that really tips the tables, I believe, for Cloud9 again coming into this match. Sneaky's play coming in 6-1-3, a 6-2-7 Zed, and even Meteos in the jungle, as we said, has been having amazing games at 4-1-7.
It's almost like Cloud9 is back to their dominant selves, because if we think all the way back to when they were 24-4, 25-3,
right.
The standard saying was, hey, if only they could just ban Zed and Morgan, Elise and Zach and Braum and Maokai and Trist and Lucian. It's just, you can't ban everything, but you do have to pick the strategy for banning Cloud9.
Right.
That time TSM had more generic bans as far as just Alistar. I don't even remember exactly what they were, but it was not heavily focused on one person. I think you need a very specific strategy to try and stop Cloud9 because they're so good at so many strong champions.
Indeed they are. For more on Cloud9's win as well, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Cloud9 has got to be feeling good after that victory, keeping their 0-loss streak alive in the playoffs. Is it even possible for them to lose?
It's definitely possible for them to lose, but if they keep playing like that, then no, because it's a very dominant performance over TSM. Their pick ban phase seems really sound, and Jat was talking about it there. Their champion pools are really good. You kind of have to focus on a strategy that you don't want them to play and that you want to play, and definitely play to your win conditions, because this team that TSM drafted for themselves, I was not a big fan of.
So we have to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it until somebody does something about it. The Lucian prioritization over Tristana. I can't for the life of me figure out why that is.
Yeah, somebody tweeted me about that, and I was like, explain to me why they prioritize Lucian over Trist. I was like, I can't. Trist in playoffs is 11-2 right now, and those 2 losses are only against Kog'Maws. So right now, she just seems like the dominant carry in the early game. If you have a bad lane matchup, you lane swap it like Cloud9 did. So I feel like the comeback mechanics are just too high here, Pobelter. What do you think about that?
I have no clue. Like, I'm not an AD carry player, but it just seems like Lucian can't even bully Tristana in lane, and if he can't do that, then why even pick him? Because Tristana will outrange Lucian later in the game. He's going to get 2 autos off on Lucian before Lucian can even get close to her, and that's already like half HP gone from the Lucian. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's because he thought it would be easier to survive against Fizz than picking like Tristana or Kog'Maw, but I don't think that it's a very good pick.
Yeah, it seemed like TSM was kind of tunneling on this idea of a bursty comp with the Fizz, the Kha'Zix, and then even Lucian, who can pump out a fair amount of damage within a short period of time, and then comboing it with the Lulu and the Zilean for a little bit of reassurance if things went wrong, right? You can bring somebody back to life or make them semi-tanky. But when you're playing against a team like Cloud9, Pobelter, do you need to match the fact that they are a team-fighting team?
I think that they really just tunneled too hard on the picks that they wanted. Like, they saw the Zed and they wanted the Fizz to counter it, but then the other team still had like Tristana and Maokai, which both do really well against Fizz. You know, if Fizz eases in, he's going to get rooted and just die. And then the Maokai ultimate reduction is also really big. It seemed like their team just had way too little sustained damage, and the Maokai was just able to nullify everything, and they weren't able to be bursting down TSM.
Now, if we look at the teams in their playstyle, in the way that they approached the game, TSM did come out with some aggression. They weren't afraid to take fights. We're actually going to pull a replay up 23 minutes into the game where, keep in mind, Dyrus at this point is already dead. So they're choosing to take a 4v5. Zyrene, if you don't mind walking through this one.
Yeah, so what you're going to end up seeing here is the wraparound from Bjergsen. He's actually going to get himself a triple kill with really good placement here on his abilities, and the flash to close distance on Sneaky, the good target prioritization. We'll start rolling a clip out here. And Hai, he's already off on the side. He has no death mark available for this fight, but they wrap around the turret. And this is the Cloud9 strategy that we saw all last year, where they would dive turrets very effectively, but then Bjergsen comes from the side and he makes use of that. The Zhonya's here after he ends up picking them up. I don't know if that was completely necessary, because he could have continued the fight, and then he ends up getting bubbled afterwards. So overall, Bjergsen did a really good job of engaging the fight, because their team doesn't really have a way to engage aside from a flank. So that was an example of them playing to their win conditions with Assassins and Fizz.
And it seemed, too, that TSM, that was the type of fight where you don't have all 5 members facing off against each other until someone initiates. They were kind of looking for some of that chaos that they could capitalize on.
Yeah, and I think a big thing here, too, that we end up seeing later on is that there's no front line for TSM. They have 2 assassins, a Lucian, and then 2 guys who make other members of the team more durable. They have nobody to engage the fight except for a flank or a TP, and they don't have somebody who's just a big damage soaker. Like Cloud9 had both of those types of champions.
To me, the game was lost when Hai got the just the free first blood off Dyrus being chased down through the jungle, and then them getting the dragon for free.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump into our second replay. And Pobelter, I want you to take this one. This is 31 minutes in where Cloud9, again, displaying their teamfight prowess as well as their ability to control the global objectives.
Okay, so we can roll the clip. I do believe C9 finishes off the Baron before the fight even begins. Maokai is just pretty much zoning everyone off 1v5. Bjergsen actually plays this fight pretty well, but it's just not enough. Like, C9 is too tanky and they have the Baron buff. He lives for really long with the Lulu ultimate and the Michaelis Crucible. But yeah, he goes in, does all his damage, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, this is a prime example of what we've been talking about all analyst desk long right here. The Tristana outranging the Lucian, he couldn't return damage, and also the fact they didn't have a front line. It took forever for somebody to go help Bjergsen. He was in that fight by himself, basically 1v5ing for 5 seconds, 6 seconds, and there was nothing TSM could do about it.
Well, so you have to assume now that TSM will be on the blue side, that they either force the Trist ban from Cloud9 or they take it away early, right?
Yeah, I have no clue because the prioritization of AD carries seems really strange to me. The Tristana not being something, even when Curse was blue side banning, it was just something that was baffling to me. So I really think that the Tristana needs to be picked up if it's left open by the team that is blue side, or you go ahead and you take the Zed away.
Pobelter, after the game, Riv and Jat were commenting on it. Reggie and Loco Doco rushed right up to the stage, and they're having their meeting there on the stage. So that implies that they have a lot to talk about. But in a sense, that's a good thing, right? Like, as a player, when you come off the stage, if your manager, your coach, or your analyst don't really have any answers for you, you're in a bad spot. So is that going to be a little bit of a boost in confidence there for TSM that they can diagnose issues?
Yeah, I don't think that TSM's mentality is too broken. Like, I don't think they're a team that tilts particularly easily. I think that they'll change up their strategy going into the next games and put Bjergsen on a more consistent control-type damage dealer rather than an assassin. So I think TSM still has a shot in the series. Best of 5 is very long after all.
TSM is known for their mid-series adaptations. And of course, we'll see if Cloud9 can keep the momentum up when we come back with Game 2 of our Summer Playoff Finals versus Team Solo Mid. Don't go anywhere.
Talk a lot. That's all I really care about. Let's have some fun.
Finally, they get to focus on him. Wild Turtle now trying to go crazy. Lemonation hits the last bubble. A kill coming in from Sneaky. Uses the heal to keep the team healthy, but it takes... Actually, he goes down to the Ignite.
Triple kill!
Cloud9, however, is cleaning up the fight. Sneaky says, "King me," gets another jump. One more shot to Bjergsen. It's going to come from Meteos.
If we could actually end up winning this, that would be just really huge for everyone. It's a huge confidence boost going into Worlds that you feel like you're the best team in NA, or at least you managed to beat the other really good teams, and that'd just be really big for us. It's really what we've worked towards, and now we're already qualified for Worlds, so we're just looking to get that first place.
Welcome back to the Summer Playoff Championship. We're headed right back onto the Rift with Game 2 between TSM and Cloud9. And Cloud9, they were looking very calm and methodical as they took that first win in the series.
But Meteos died. I can't believe it. He had a 94 KDA. He was 6 away from 100 versus TSM in the playoffs.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah, he was at that 94 mark when he started. I don't even have a 94 KDA over 6 games versus intermediate bots. That's how dominant this guy has been versus TSM. It's ridiculous to watch him play.
So we will look for him to continue to dominate. But over on TSM's side, we saw in that post-game huddle that they didn't look too rattled after the loss. So Pobelter, which of those 5 members are we looking at to kind of turn things around here?
Hopefully Dyrus can kind of turn on the kill switch like he did during the match against LMQ. You know, he was doing okay in the beginning of the series, and then just something snapped inside of him. Got like 3 kills in the lane and snowballed it throughout the entire map.
Yeah, we definitely saw that if Dyrus gets a kill under his belt, his energy can really, you know, bleed into the other members on the team. So we're going to see if he can do just that as we throw it over to Riv and Jat to take us into the game. Cloud9 have secured their spot at this year's Worlds, so they took a moment to look back on their performance last year and how far they've come since then.
Going into last Worlds, we had a bye for the entire group stage. So basically we're trying to get as much practice as possible so that we'd be kind of on par with other teams who actually got to play the group stage.
Basically, everyone said we're the only hope for North America. When everyone's saying that, your friends, your family, everyone, this is so much pressure. Like, we already had pressure to perform for ourselves. We didn't want to make an embarrassment out of ourselves, but we wanted to prove that we were good.
We were really anticipating playing against a Korean team. And so when we got up against Fnatic, I think we might have underestimated them a little bit.
We lost the first game to Fnatic to Caston and Double TP. The second game we were able to pull out a win, and the third game we messed up early game and we kind of threw from there.
They sort of like exposed our weaknesses that we had on our team, and they outplayed us.
After losing against Fnatic, we were pretty sad because we didn't get to prove ourselves on the world stage.
We basically lost right away. We had 5 minutes of fame there and we just died out.
I don't know if the bye necessarily hurt us. I think that if we were good enough going into the entire tournament that we would have won regardless of where we're seated.
I think a lot of our own problems were our own problems. The bye didn't really matter. Even if we had a few days of like extra practice on the stage, it wouldn't have actually made us play better.
Fnatic definitely played very differently than we have had any experience with in NA.
The international playstyle at Worlds, I would say it surprised me a lot.
When we played Fnatic, that was our first time playing against an international team as a team together.
Since then, we've just had a lot more opportunities to play against international teams, either in scrims and tournaments.
Every time we played against other teams in Europe or anywhere else, we just kept getting better and better. When we went to All-Stars, we got to practice against SKT and other teams, and that helped us a lot.
So we just have more experience. There's a lot of different kinds of play styles. The teams who are going to be dominating actually at Worlds or at any tournament are the people who've been dominating in scrims, and that's something that we see since we actually play all these scrims.
I want us to be prepared. I want us to be on the same wavelength. Like, if we're thinking different things before going in, that's bad. I want everyone to be thinking the same thing, and I want us to be prepared more than anything.
The Worlds mentality is really going to kick in once we actually make it into Worlds. At that point, we have to start looking forward and seeing like what is our best strategy to come into Worlds prepared.
I don't think we're the best team in the world by any means, but I think we can compete against them, and we have a little bit more ways to go to actually be able to compete against the best consistently.
Our ideal North American playoff run would just be us playing our best for every round.
Winning is extremely important, but also feeling like we actually are on top of our game is what I think would give us the best momentum to go to Worlds.
And Sneaky commenting in that video that, you know, 2 extra days wouldn't really be or have changed the outcome of what happened, but Tuesday is actually when they have scheduled to be leaving for the World's Championship, like boot camp that they're going to be having also with Alliance. So there's a lot more time there for them to correct, make, and create strats.
Yeah, it's crazy that Cloud9 is actually leaving for Korea from Seattle tomorrow.
Yeah, not going back home. They're right on it.
They're going to be prepared.
They're going to be prepared. And right now, TSM trying to prepare themselves here for Game 2 of this best-of-5 series here for the NA Summer LCS Playoff Finals. It's crazy that these two teams, again, come to it, and Cloud9, again, has shown so much strength coming out of the Game 1.
I mean, let's just kind of reset here. We need to set the stage. It's a 14-0 all-time playoff record for Cloud9. TSM has never taken a game off of Cloud9 in the playoffs. They have hardly beaten them at all since entering the LCS. However, this split, more than any other split, TSM has found more success over Cloud9. They beat them twice during the regular season, so there's that, right?
Yep.
They know they can beat this team. They beat them all the time in scrims.
Right.
It's just a matter of beating them on the big stage for the first place in North America.
It's been in different areas, different times as well. TSM has changed the composition of their roster around this season, and it seemed to pay off so far now heading into this final matchup, or I should say final best-of-5 with Cloud9. 4 more games to go, possibly. Cloud9 looking to make it 2, as they would like to. The Nunu still gets banned out. Balls will not have Nidalee. Seeing some of the same, the chaos of Zillion's Chrono Shift will not be seen throughout this game.
See, it's really strange to me when teams have a priority on one champion like Zilean, and then still respect the other team to use it better than them, because I don't feel like Zilean was that effective for TSM in that last game, yet they still banned it out themselves. That's just a personal curiosity of mine, but you can definitely see TSM taking the generic ban strategy once again, hoping for different picks now that they are on the blue side.
And Cloud9 showing that they have no trouble banning Amazing with the same 2 champions to start off again, knowing that they'll hinder a bit of his jungle pressure and objective control, always banning that. Nunu, you will not get Zed this time, Bjergsen, and they will have the Alistar left open, hovered, and locked.
All right, so the first time we're going to get to see Alistar here in the North American playoffs, it feels like. He's been banned so much here at PAX. Whether it's a top lane Alistar or a support Alistar is yet to be seen. Lustboy has played a lot of support Alistar. That was even before he was buffed. So now that top lane headbutt Alistar is so big, we'll see if Cloud9 is willing to play it. Cloud9 may pick Mundo here at some point during pick and ban, because he's one of the guys who can withstand the Alistar in the top lane. Or they could just try and lane swap it and neutralize it. We'll see.
Slow lock-ins here coming from Cloud9. Like we said, we kind of saw both teams doing their own thing coming to champion select, and it seemed like that caught TSM off guard with the Fizz pick in the end. It was something they played, but all the way down the line, it was a bit faster than what did they want to round it out with Bjergsen. Here, Cloud9 from the get-go seems to be taking it into consideration, but so far, it's not fixed. Or if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, they're keeping the Nami away from Lustboy as well.
Right.
Lemon with his pick and ban priority, made with the help of their analyst Charlie, who was here in Seattle as well. They've really been on fire lately. Like Cloud9, they had such a shaky start to the regular season, but really, the fact that they won 10 of their last 11 games is so impressive.
They're a team that kind of is able to bring out the wins without showing anything different. Before, they'd always say, we just like to pick what's OP, but now they don't do that anymore. They pick what they're actually good at. The whole team has come together with such a composition in every time. Usually it's a fighting composition. We don't see too much poke coming from these guys. They like to control the game and then keep control of it.
See,
oh, man.
The fans are saying don't pick Lucian. Wild Turtle wants Lucian.
He likes it. Builds that damage early in the game. Very early, as you would, AD caster Lucian, but there's a lot of banking on this Trist here.
Yeah. So this is a personal opinion in mine. Yes, Tristana is 11-2 in the playoffs here in North America, but I think that is more of a correlation than an absolute cause. I look at the last game, and TSM did not lose because they had Lucian and not Trist. They actually won the lane with Lucian.
Right, exactly.
Pretty substantially. They took the turret and took almost no turret damage in return. The team fights didn't go well, and TSM was not able to snowball their advantage. But Wild Turtle is one of the better Lucians, and Sneaky may actually be the best Lucian in North America, talking to a lot of the players, so it is not a bad pick to take that away from him.
Absolutely. The positioning is above and beyond something you have to have with Lucian. If you want to harass in lane, the Yasuo comes out quite fast. The synergy as well across the board with everybody except Meteos. And the lock-in's almost even faster, or at least the hovers here from Team Solo Mid. The Kazakhs once again going into the hands of Amazing and Lustboy on the Thresh.
These are very powerful lanes for TSM, through and through.
Yep.
Alistar top lane.
It's what they needed.
Bjergsen Syndra is incredible And it will really be on High to withstand that in lane as Yasuo. It'll be a little tricky for TSM to have the proper exhaust coverage for Yasuo. I'm really wondering if Lustboy is going to switch that Ignite out for an exhaust, because Bjergsen will want the Ignite for the kill pressure. If not, the team fights could get a little bit slippery for TSM.
And I feel like if that's the result, Jat, it's not going to be good. With this good of picks coming in for TSM, if they flounder this game, it's not going to spell good things for the series.
No, definitely not. While it is possible to come back from 2-0s,
it is
unlikely, especially when TSM has been 3-0'd multiple times by Cloud9.
So we have it locked in. The Lulu gets grabbed up on the other side. High will have that assassination potential on his Yasuo and blocking Bjergsen's ult all day if he can get him in there. So very good back and forth we're going to get from the mid lane. Probably going to not get High on a very early first blood, so we're going to have a different matchup from the get-go, besides the champions.
And one thing that Cloud9 is going to have to do with this matchup is play a lot of disengage. It's very difficult to work around Alistar's Unbreakable Will, his ultimate. 70% damage reduction, plus a whole bunch of AD to add to it. So when he goes in, Cloud9 will have to peel back, and that's one of the big reasons, I think, they went with the Lulu. They need the Glitterlands to keep TSM at bay, and they need to be able to retreat when they get initiated on by Alistar. I want to see how those teamfights play out.
All right, we'll see how it happens. The teams are loading into the Rift for our second match between TSM and Cloud9. This is going to be huge. Use TSM #win or Cloud9 #win and keep all those predictions up to date and coming, as we will update them on the screen. That's what happens. We like to show you guys that you're bringing in an effort here and really having a point to the game. The players also want to feel you shake the stage. Get your voices up for Cloud9 or TSM. Get the cheers out. They're not going to be able to hear you, but they're definitely going to be able to feel in their seats.
Yeah, there's enough people here that the vibration, nothing stops that as far as the crowd goes. TSM does seem to have the slight fan favorite, but there are a lot of Cloud9 fans here. It's a very high final. And remember, the first place seed in North America, even though both these teams are going to Worlds, do not get in a group with any of the #1 seeds from other regions. So no #1 Korea, China, or EU team will be in the groups for the winner of this game.
All right, we're locked and loaded. TSM versus Cloud9. It's TSM's on the blue side this time. Game 2 of the best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. You better be sitting in your seats, because you're going to be jumping soon. You're going to need all that energy. TSM off of the blue side. Cloud9 now on the red. Early game kills went to High last time. Pobelter kind of felt that that was just a huge boon, and enough really to come out of the lane so early that they were able to control the game. That should be thwarted this time. We'll see pretty much regular starts in the inventories. No lane swaps. So they get that Cloud9 solo AD carry to start last time that they've been doing so often.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that this time against the Alistar, just because the harass will probably be too great for Sneaky. It is free harass, headbutt, and an auto attack from Alistar. They need to be able to preemptively shield that with Lulu. It'll be a lot on balls to have very quick reaction time on that shield. Otherwise, the ally will destroy him in lane. We'll have to watch for that, and potentially more standard lanes. But as well, Alistar is super strong at level 1.
Yeah.
So they may get some nice jungle positioning here.
All right, the back and forth for wards. I see junglers probably start on both sides. Oh, downside for Meteos. Be interesting. We see Amazing usually trying to go and help Bjergsen in these early part of the games when he gets Syndra, the crowd control damage, and everything that she can bring early game, as that lane bully is quite huge. One missed wall and High could be going down quite fast. Not too many escapes coming in from Yasuo, but same side. Syndra doesn't have those escapes either, and Meteos is a deadly Elise.
And remember, no exhaust on TSM.
That's true.
How many assassin versus assassin matchups did we see yesterday in the Curse vs LMQ game where exhaust was being taken by both mid laners and both supports? And it was just an exhaust party in team fights.
These are going to be some fast fights then.
Potentially.
All right, Amazing onto the blue, gets a little bit of help. We are going to get the swap up to the top lane, but it's actually maybe the solo AD carry.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're putting Sneaky against Alistar. Maybe they think he can get enough harass in when Alistar goes in that he can out-harass him. But I mean, with the Crystalline Flask on Ali, that's a little bit doubtful. I wonder what TSM's game is here, because they're actually not sending Ali up to that lane. He appears to be double jungling with Amazing and leaving Sneaky 1v0 in that top lane.
little
I
different.
feel like that gives Cloud9 a pretty substantial early game edge here.
Yeah, and Sneaky hasn't leveled a thing in that lane. I mean, he can. It wouldn't be explosive shot. He's going to freeze the heck out of it, but he's just having the time of his life.
Yeah, right now a bunch of experience is going to waste in the top lane. It's an entire lane that TSM doesn't have access to. Instead, they are sharing the jungle that Meteos is getting solo experience for.
Yep.
So a definite edge here for Cloud9. Unless TSM does something heroic with these Alistar and Kha'Zix plays, maybe an early 4-man dive is what they plan on. They are stacking up a pretty large minion wave here, but it's been warded out by Cloud9, so I imagine they'll be able to make a retreat.
Headbutt Pulverize is still what is used for Dyrus. They didn't get the heal, so they're coming in with full power on this one, Jat. Already Cloud9 is pulling off a fantastic early ward towards the river. This is going to give TSM a little bit of control here. This almost looks like what they would try to do to Complexity and just completely shove them out of the lane with having more members in the bottom.
They're going to try and steal this white. If they do this, it's just going to add insult to injury. They stole it. Wow. Cloud9 is demolishing TSM in this early game right now.
Got to be playing against them. This is only going to cause TSM to have to try and make more moves.
They have to fast push this turret. They have to kill the turret now, otherwise the gold will not even be close. And now they're teleporting to the other lane with the Alistar, but Sneaky has a 2-level edge already, and they're going for a dive immediately.
Oh man, that's going to be even nicer than killing a Mundo. Taking down an Alistar as well, preventing that level 6 from happening, so it's going to be even harder for everything to happen from Team Solo Mid with their front line.
The mind games right there is pretty immense. Now TSM trying to do the Dragon as a counter, but I wonder, they're down a man, no teleport. Can this be harassed off? It depends how well they juggle the Dragon aggro, and Lemonation is just level 1.
Right in the face, Bjergsen. First bit of flow, but they trade the same amount of damage. Dragon still going over towards Team Solo Mid with Lemonation just trying to be a nuisance on the outside. Great job on the dodging out of the Dragon aggro. Amazing taking a little bit now as they know they just need to stay in and get it. So great response from Team Solo Mid.
Yeah.
It was a chaotic early game, but they are able to control a bit of it.
Making the best out of a bad situation. You look at the gold and they do have the lead there because of the turret. And the Dragon stacking up to be greater than the First Blood. But the question will remain, how will Dyrus do? How much does this shut him down?
Right.
There's a level 2 Alistar who is normally picked to demolish the lane, get ahead, and then take over the mid-game team fights. It'll be a long time until he's level 6, and will he have any items to actually show presence with? That's where the problem will lie for TSM.
Be a while before he gets a lane to himself, especially with TSM taking it down soon. They can farm this bottom one as much as they want along with balls, and still the top lane I don't think is taking much. Down to half, so warmed up for when they need it, but Sneaky can just sit here. Great play so far from both sides. I like the reactive play from Team Solo Mid. It definitely shows that with the loss of the last game, they are still going strong with this best-of-5 series.
One thing that I've always admired about Cloud9 is their willingness to let top picks through and handle them. They may have done that with Alistar. They did it with the Zilean last game as well. Just champions that other teams think are insurmountable, and then Cloud9 shows the answer to it. Dyrus is definitely not having a good game here, and I want to see if Cloud9 is able to work around that ridiculous Alistar ultimate.
Oh, hello.
Lantern.
Lantern in.
Sneak
Gets
attack.
the play for the slow. Slows for the play. So good. Just so good to prep that up. Lemonation had no way to get out of that. So well timed. Such composure. Great job by Team Solo Mid.
Hey, if TSM's going to keep mobbing like this and Cloud9 is not going to have proper vision control up, it will give TSM an early game lead here. Getting that kill and maybe leading to a second turret is pretty important, but the gank had missed.
Unfortunate, the flash is already down. Bjergsen got himself caught up in that both summoners, but he answers back onto high with the retribution kill of his own. TSM still going hard on the top lane though.
Bjergsen hit level 6 in the nick of time to be able to get that ultimate out from Syndra, popping down high just enough. And they are now taking control of the map here because of the ward coverage and because of the turret damage that Lucian can provide early.
Here we go, Jet. 2 kills already on both sides at the beginning of this one. And like you said, 2 turrets down. Those turrets also mean map vision. So TSM's going to be able to put up and start getting those forward wards in without C9 knowing. Ball's backed up now, level 4 to level 5 in that lane. So Dyrus coming out of the jungle still kept himself doing pretty well here, even though he died.
Yeah, so the way this game is playing out right now, TSM definitely has an advantage in gold. But what that has cost them is a potentially very farmed Meteos. He now has his Sightstone and will try and control the vision. For TSM, they kind of just want to keep the pressure up. They have 2 turrets down already. If they can get through, they may be able to start starving Cloud9 off of experience. The gold lead lies to us right now because Cloud9 can still be in position to get other turrets, and in the jungle they hold a pretty decent experience edge as well as on this 80 carry slot. There's still much game to be played here.
TSM prioritizing the turrets quite a bit as they send everybody towards the top side.
Look at this, Meteos is going to hit level 7 on this red buff. Amazing is going to hit level 5 on his red buff. That's a big discrepancy if they meet. It basically means Meteos needs to start invading and bullying Amazing, which is difficult when TSM is pushing the lane so well.
And when you see that, when you are Meteos and you see Amazing at level 5, how fast do you act on it? What's your first point?
You have to act immediately. The focus here, though, is the mid lane, knowing there's a flash down.
And knowing that pressure from Amazing won't be as big. No ultimate there, and they are free to take down Bjergsen for a second time. The teleport has
man!
That teleport stopped. Actually, I think it was hit up by Balls because they are close to the bottom lane.
Yeah, either Dyrus canceled it because he was worried about the 2 mammoths in the mid lane, or he just got it canceled. We'll have to take a check on that if it was canceled. But either way, either way, they're trying to punish the immobility of Syndra by just punishing that mid lane again and again, and knowing that a counter gank from Amazing is not threatening yet.
Right. So, play to the top lane now. A lot of aggression coming out of these lanes now as they meet. They've done quite a bit of solo damage. See if Turtle and Lustboy can get themselves some kills here on Lemonation and Sneaky. Like we said, that lane came out on top last time. We'll see if it can again.
I got word it was a very easy teleport cancel for Balls. He just used his Whimsy to get in range. It was not anything special. Flash was completely up, and now they also hold the teleport edge. Oh, this could be a nice setup, though.
Oh, consecutively stacking those crowd controls. Very nicely played. High only doing what he can to stay alive and get that teleport in. Balls can knock at the wild growth in time. They may have gotten themselves into a sticky situation here. One more scout of the week, but it's not going to be up. There it is with the blue buff. A little too late, but TSM gaining some good ground. 1,000 gold lead. Nice hook. Grab from Lustboy. The rotation now from the support. Trying to put pressure down in the mid lane, and he starts to bring down Turtle with him. Dyrus is going headstrong from between the turrets. They are even walking through wards to get this one down. He's going to back off. Bjergsen in between the turrets now. 37 seconds on Dragon, and everything falling in for Team Solo Mid right now.
Yeah, TSM is trying to out-teamwork Cloud9 right now, actually. They are the ones grouping up more frequently, trying to force team fights and collaborating with solo lane ganks, something that Cloud9 has basically coined. High and Balls working together with ganks. That time it's Dyrus and Bjergsen chaining crowd control, finishing off High, and trying to finish this mid turret.
Not a turret down yet for Team Solo Mid, but they have dropped 3 of Cloud9's, and they're going to start getting forward wards.
Plus that Dragon number 2. How much is down for Cloud9? They are starved of vision. They have not been able to get this vision up. They're down 3 turrets, and if they lose this Dragon, it's even more.
Meteos is still very big. He can come up in these fights for the team. Tidal Wave just on the other side. It's actually not there yet. No 6 from Lemon Nation. TSM able to pick up another kill with ults not being there on the side of Cloud9.
It looks like Cloud9 had lost control. You could see it was like TSM was coming out of the abyss there with the Fog of War being targeted. Cloud9 had no idea where TSM was, so they could not make informed decisions, and TSM has actually just destroyed this early game despite it seeming like Cloud9 had the edge.
4-3 and a 4,000 gold lead. We say almost 4,000 at 12 minutes into the game. Definitely a different game too here. Whatever talk that Reginald and Loco had on that stage is coming into play.
Yeah, check this out. I mean, the early game move to have Dyrus just double jungling and then do a 4-man push on the bottom lane, it's on Sneaky and Meteos to try and make an edge out of that. Meteos is 3-0-0, but with the Sightstone, his combat effectiveness isn't great. And Sneaky on Tristana, even though he did have that BF sword, if he's being paced by Dragon kills, turret kills, and player kills from Wild Turtle, he's just not going to be stronger. And everywhere they go, TSM actually has an edge, and they continue to get out-rotated.
Oh my gosh, wow, they keep Sneaky in. He held it. He let himself get hooked so he could get the rocket jump out, which seems to be the right play so far. Elimination just on the backside, still not 6, so he can't be using these tidal waves. He's got to get that soon to help the team out.
Yeah, Cloud9 will need to find a catch in the jungle to stop TSM, but TSM is the team that's grouping up. It's remarkable that they're able to always be a bigger group while continually keeping the lanes pushed. Cloud9's wave clear is just not keeping up with this roam from TSM.
So many valuable wards being placed in Cloud9's jungle right now. TSM is having no trouble with these, and they seem much more comfortable this game. Pushing now the second tier turret in the top lane. This should easily go down. We have High in the bottom who's going to be focused on that. So Cloud9 succeeds this turret, but they will not to the inhibitor.
Yeah, 4 turrets to 1 now is a pretty remarkable map pressure advantage. High trying to get something done on the split push, but it just means the rest of Cloud9 needs to withstand this and play the disengage game for a while.
Disengage indeed. TSM has found a way into the face of Cloud9 every time they needed to. As 0-3-2 coming in for High this game. Meteos has picked up those 3 kills, but they're not really able to spread that power around just yet. TSM, however, doing quite a bit with kills across the board.
I'd say this game probably actually turned when High got killed by Dyrus and Bjergsen in the mid lane. Up until that point, it was kind of a trade of experience for turrets, but then there was almost a critical mass of map pressure that you can lose. When High died 2v1 for that, they lost that 3rd turret and in turn lost dragon pressure. Now it's just about how well TSM can constrict Cloud9 and cut off their farming paths.
Well, here's one. They're going to be able to deprive them of it. Maybe a red buff. Cloud9's definitely going to act fast on this one. Meteos still in the mid lane to make sure Bjergsen has something to think about. Gives the rest of Cloud9 a little bit of pressure relief here in the jungle.
Could
TSM
be the big fight.
doesn't want to give up, though.
Dyrus has his teleport up, but he's not there immediately, and he's not willing to burn it as of yet. Ooh. Timely wind wall there by High. Would have been the death of him.
Let's say, when's he going to use it for the Syndra ult? But that definitely saved his life to keep it up for the death sentence. They're trying to harass everything. They're not letting Cloud9 get any bit of their jungle without harass.
TSM much more prepared early game here. They do have the better early game champions, Lucian greater than Trist for quite some time. You can see he's really outclassing him right now. No IE yet on Sneaky. Mid lane as well, Bjergsen always tries to dominate with Syndra, plus the fog of war control of Syndra is just spectacular.
That's a lot of the things that TSM loves to do, is create those late game picks just from a slight fog of war. Blue pickup, nice and easy for Bjergsen. He's sitting on penetration boots and an Athene's. Not huge yet, but for this point of the game, it's a nice spike. Very nice.
And Bjergsen actually sitting on 3 green wards right now to go with this sweeper. So you can tell it's all about map control right here for TSM. Cloud9 is going to try and disengage and farm out until they can hit some item breakpoints, because TSM is kind of already there for a lot of them. The Athene's on Bjergsen. Yeah. The Ghost Blade was completed on Wild Turtle. They want to get fights now.
Looks like they're all coming out of base, and that is going to be the plan to formulate. Dragon's up in 1 minute and 30. Obviously, bottom lane's going to be cleared out here. Hopefully, Dyrus pushes it down and they get some wards in. That's all their, or rather, balls, I should say. Pushes it down, they can get some wards in. Cloud9, they have warded up their side of the jungle like heck, but it's the side of the TSM they need to be on. Right now, I think they're expecting TSM to make a mistake inside the jungle of their own.
TSM trying their hardest to give Cloud9 their first ever playoff loss.
It would be ridiculous.
It's been this mountain that TSM has been unable to climb for so long. Honestly, one of the things that prompted so many of the TSM changes was their inability to challenge Cloud9. If they can't be the best team in North America, then how could they hope to be the best team at Worlds? And TSM, this would be the first step if they can take a game off of Cloud9 in the playoffs.
Huge bit of momentum it would. That first step needs to happen now, because Cloud9 is trying to turn it right back on the head of Team Solo Mid. They will with a nice mid kill. That leaves 30 seconds on Dragon. They're putting the chess pieces ahead way before they need to be, and they're set up for now a turret and possibly this Dragon.
And that was with Bjergsen losing Flash, so he's even more vulnerable in the next fight. The Tristana Yasuo combo is a very real team fight threat that TSM needs to account for. With the turret being taken down there, if Cloud9 can control that next Dragon, they are right back in the game.
They absolutely are. Didn't even need wards to make that happen, but they have kept themselves quite safe on their own side of the map, stalling out the pressure that Team Solo Mid has created. It's like it's now their time to try and fight back.
This is such a tense moment for Cloud9. They do not have the confidence to just go right into the Dragon Pit. The fear of a teleport from Alistar is absolutely huge. They have to be so careful with this. They're trying to rush it down, but there's the Alistar.
Full TP's coming in. Dyer's going to be on the top side. He gets the wave, and he gets actually right over it. Throwing on the Iron Will. Looks like he could stay in the middle of the fight. Turtle, no protection for him on the back line, and he's got two big DPS crunchers coming on him. It's going to be 28 seconds for him in the Death Chamber. Amazing. Now the focus. Dyer's still trying to do what he can, but nobody else was really able there to help him with the field he was creating for the team.
Cloud9 played that fight so damn well right there. They completely were able to bypass the Alistar and make him not matter in that team fight. Getting the Dragon is absolutely critical for Cloud9.
Wild Turtle, unfortunately, coming out of Cloud9's jungle at the beginning of all that, just wasn't the positioning they needed.
I mean, watch this. Alistar comes in, and we're talking about disengage right here. You think Darius has done it by peeling off right there, but he's not doing anything with that Rod of Ages. What happened was Cloud9 went for the people they can actually kill, and they're able to get past the cows. So Darius has no presence here. Once he uses his headbutt and pulverize, he doesn't do anything, especially without a Trinity Force for auto attack damage. They focused down the targets they needed to.
Man.
By the time the ultimate was down for Darius, he was just a squishy dude. They finished him off as well, and now they're in the lead. Unbelievable patience from Cloud9.
So much speed to take down Wild Turtle, and then just pretty much nix the damage coming out of TSM for the rest of the fight. Bjergsen needing to get in there with the team next time, but they need the positioning overall, and that was won by Cloud9 very handily. 29,000 now as they take the lead to 28. Game one in their favor, and it looks like they're trying to do that again. TSM very close to pulling this one back in their favor, just with another move. Those are going to go back and forth, I feel, for the next 10-20 minutes.
How can TSM beat Cloud9? Because it is so difficult for them to do. They're trying as best they can. They had that early game lead. They took down so many early game turrets, but have the team fights swung against them here. You could see Darius was unable to be effective there with that initiation. They have to initiate more cleanly. Darius needs to be in there while the TSM members are dealing damage. They cannot have him be run past, and now the tidal wave,
and they don't want to stop,
is a zone so they can get turret damage down, but Alistar is flanking. This might be the fight.
There goes Darius in. He gets a 4-man pulverize. The calling hits the entire wall, and Wild Turtle's forced to stop it himself.
Yes, whoa!
Oh my God, High goes in to get the 4-man last breath himself. They're able to completely turn this on Team Solo Mid's head, and TSM was coming in for the engage for themselves.
And that's the 2-for-0 right there. Alistar got the pulverize, but where was the follow? Here's some follow.
Another one. Waits for the cooldowns, gets it again. He knows he's going down on the way out, but he's hoping his team can pick up some kills. Balls is going to put the shield on, and he keeps himself alive. Bjergsen cannot scatter anyone else, and the follow will stop. Only High goes down.
These fights are so damn close right now. TSM barely losing out on that one, but it was because Cloud9 just fights cleaner. They got that monstrous 4-man last breath, and there was no exhaust to stop High. I mean, watch this. Darius, great flank position. He breaks the CC, 4-man pulverize, but a bubble zoned out Lustboy. Bjergsen couldn't chain with the stun, and Cloud9 lived through it. The flame missed right there from the Thresh, and then everyone from Cloud9 was able to just pile on. If not for that turret, Cloud9 may have just decided to continue to wreck TSM. Bjergsen, though, with some really nice skill shots near the end here. Darius still with enough health to do a re-engage after a stun, and he's able to get a little bit of follow, but it was just a 1-for-1 trade after that. And a great escape from Cloud9. So damn low.
It's crazy. It seemed TSM had pretty much their spike in items for the time. The Athenes, the penetration, the Rod of Ages being built up by Darius, and Cloud9 won that dragon fight. It's like teams have to be risk averse. Give the dragons up, continue your pressure around the map, because Cloud9 in that 5v5 brawl will just put you on the ground. Then over and over again, where they win the fights. We'll see if it happens again. They took it all the way to mid that time and now have a 2,000 gold lead, and they've started to really even up the turrets. At one point, TSM had a shutout on those turrets, but quickly brought back by Cloud9.
The control has definitely shifted here. The emphasis is on TSM to find initiations and then Cloud9 to counter those initiations. Nami is so critical in this because if Alistar goes in, the follow has to come immediately, and if there's a tidal wave there with nothing on TSM to block it, like a Braum or Yasuo, they basically just have to eat the wave, and that is a really difficult thing to team fight through with all the slow and the minor knockup it provides.
Elimination has had no problem denying that Nami from Lustboy. Doing it now for a second game in a row. See where they keep going here. TSM's now trying to put their foot down, get some more wards down. They definitely need to get that vision before they can start getting themselves in some scary situations. Dyrus on the front line hasn't really had anybody to come up behind him too much. TSM hasn't felt too good about the reinitiate.
So much this is on High's wind wall to be thrown up after Dyrus initiates.
Right.
And prevent follow-up from hitting the team.
Great damage onto the turret. Focus from Team Solo Mid is where it needs to be. Turtle trying to keep the wave in so they can just do it quick and get out of this one. Meteos on the side creating options for Cloud9, but he's forced back to the turret now, and it's going to be just all out 5v5 here at the middle turret before this inhibitor could be possibly going down despite this fight, or decided on this fight, I should say.
Using the wind walls to just stop the siege is pretty effective thus far. As long as they're able to recover while the wind wall's down. Looks pretty good for them so far. They may actually look for a bit of a counter initiation, but that opens them up to a flank. Good pink ward coverage by TSM. Thought maybe Dyrus would go there, but the TSM follow-up would not be quick. And Amazing takes a bunch of damage.
A very nice scatter. Dyrus puts
thing is, it's through a wind wall.
The team has to be able to get through with Dyrus. Amazing goes in, he gets exhausted immediately. That's going to be balls on the follow for him. Dyrus still trying to do what he can. This is Wild Turtle now puts himself on the front line. Quickly throws down the summoner heal for himself. A very flat, fast flash. Pulverize coming in. Or headbutt Pulverize. He didn't flash, he just moved across the screen.
TSM finds the catch there, and they eliminated High from that fight, and now it's just Cloud9 being scattered. Wild Turtle on the hunt.
Oh, what a nice buster shot to get back, but he pulls him back in. The Dark Passage could be enough. Lust Boy is going to have the vision. He should be able to hit this. A nice dodge by Lemonation. We do have Bjergsen as well in the mid lane with Sneaky right now, kind of going back and forth. The turret did not fall there. They're going to keep going on this.
The war of the mobility boot supports. Too fast for each other's good. Can't get some skill shots down. TSM trying to get this dragon. It looks like they have just kept this game close.
Smart play by Team Solo Mid to come in. Understand that Cloud9 a little bit stronger right now in the game, but they can still win the fights.
There's so much initiation potential, and the chain stun potential from TSM is huge. So this time, they get that first stun onto High. Dyrus chains it, and then in order for High to initiate, which he tried to do, he had to walk through the damage, and he tried to walk through a monster Bjergsen right there. Just a not a clean fight from High. Though if they can burn Dyrus' ultimate here, it would be huge.
That is absolutely
but they used last breath on it. That's too much.
High getting very, very antsy in this situation. Very reminiscent of the Fizz play he used to bring out, and it could be getting in their head that they were ahead in this game, and it does not look that way anymore. Team Solo Mid starting to take an advantage. The culling, pressuring Lemonation and Sneaky off, but not doing too much damage. This turret's warmed up to go down, and Team Solo Mid has got the crowd on their feet.
High making some uncharacteristic mistakes there. You could see the goal was to catch Alistar out of position. Maybe they thought his ultimate was still on cooldown because they burned their team fight on him, and it allowed a fantastic follow from the rest of TSM. Dyrus is untouched. They get 2 kills, and now they can push more turrets.
All the way across the map, coast to coast for the turrets. Now looking at the front line, just around the horde of the 3 inhibitors on the side of Cloud9. 2,000 gold and a little bag of chips in favor of Team Solo Mid. 9 to 10 in kills. These games, they're definitely getting a good amount of kills in. I'm liking it. Trying to brute force through. No poke games here, no tricky stuff, just all-out battles.
Very aggressive League of Legends coming on here. Teams trying to catch at each other, but yeah, Bubble into last breath doesn't even phase Dyrus, and the rest of TSM was there to follow. This was a fight without Wild Turtle, but if all of the damage and cooldowns get built on at Dyrus, then there is nothing to stop the TSM follow. Meteos, as farmed as he has been on Elise, he was 5-0 at one point, is still just an Elise, very reliant on the base damages. And if he's caught out of position, he's going to die just like anyone else.
So we'll see how TSM stays on top of their advantage here. Wild Turtle doing very good on Lucian this game. 3-2-1, 205 to the 106 of Sneaky. Once again, when they met up in lane, TSM came out on top again. Very good power spikes for both of those AD carries, however, and it's only going to get stronger for Sneaky towards the late game. You can see TSM trying to keep the pressure on and not let that happen. Almost taking Sneaky down, and Dyrus tries to get in. He does break it, gets the Pulverize down. He wanted that headbutt first to create the crowd control and stick Meteos in the same spot. Beautiful pickup here that they're going to get, and it is perseverance that pays off for Team Solo Mid.
Interesting that Balls was not willing to use his wild growth on Meteos. It's almost like they're saving it for a later fight. Almost a great escape by Cloud9. Nice catch by TSM, but this game is not yet over. The Baron dance will continue.
Bjergsen showing in mid, trying to get that Fog of the War scatter of the week, or at least pull somebody, but Cloud9 does not have the vision they want there, so they're playing very wary as they enter the top side of Baron.
Yeah, it's all about sweeper cooldowns. No Scrying Orb, surprisingly, on Cloud9. You often see a Scrying Orb from the red side of the map here, meaning they have to kind of walk into dangerous territory and get picked off.
No ultimate. Didn't even have
Too
time.
fast.
Yep.
The stun into the Kha'Zix isolation was just too much to handle. TSM can continue to do that. They'll wait a few seconds. When they realize no one's coming, they can just hit the Baron.
He's doing a fake.
Cloud9 would not see those. This is purely only seeing it on Spectator. Cloud9 just sees a bunch of black.
Yeah, that's the fake. Oh, they go for Meteos as well. They're going to be getting turrets on the other side, though, so this means...
Cloud9 pushing down mid lane fairly quickly. Meteos will come again to try and delay this farther. This could be a lost inhibitor for TSM, actually. Meteos might even try and steal. The Banshees can kind of block a stun until it's broken. All right, they're pushing him off. But that's an inhibitor down for sure.
Very interesting. TSM takes quite a bit of time and relinquishes their base. The inhibitor goes down here, and C9 is going to walk out with quite a big lead towards the mid lane and possibly the bottom lane.
Oh,
no. Very careful here. I don't see many home guards.
Cloud9 has to run.
2 home guards here coming out, so everybody else is going to be trying to pick up the slack on the back line. High will be going down without an escape, but that's what Lemon Nation's ultimate was for. They made some great ground, and there's minions on the Nexus turret.
Cloud9 tried for a home run there. They had balls teleport in to try and interrupt recalls, and he was unable to. So now Cloud9 overstayed. They were expecting the recalls to be broken, and they were going for 2 inhibitors, but they did not get it.
All the way ring around the Rosie here by Team SoloMid and Cloud9. They meet back up in Dragon, and it looks like Turtle very close to going down. The bird stays up, but he's able to get the attacks that keep him alive. Thresh as well, get a little bit of safety.
Hey, Baron buff on 5 members of TSM, but they have to act on this very quickly. Cloud9 did burn that inhibitor down, so if TSM is not pushing the mid lane, then they will lose management of that and have to have a full-time defender, which would allow Cloud9 to just continue to farm up that Trist Yasuo teamfight comp.
Man, quite a bit of multitasking for them to do now. 45 seconds on the Dragon, so they might be able to send, or at least keep Wild Turtle there. They have 0 vision. He's going to go back. He's definitely got some items to put in his pocket. What a fantastic game so far. Only 30 minutes into this one. We're definitely not just going to get a one-sided here, but Team SoloMid has to be very careful. One fight wrong, and Cloud9 could be right on the Nexus.
We've seen by this game that both teams are willing to just turn a fight on a moment's notice if they get the right initiation, and that's what a lot of these fights are coming down to, is just who starts it well, or who follows well, or who executes within the team fight. It's a very fluid game that we have here. And it's not like TSM is making the wrong decisions or Cloud9 is making the wrong decisions that frequently. Baiting at the Baron is something that TSM did. They just guessed that Cloud9 was going to be more aggressive about checking, and then it was too late for TSM to respond by the time Cloud9 was pushing mid. Again here, TSM is trying to push mid, but Cloud9 has mind-gamed themselves down to the bottom lane. There may not be an escape from this team fight, and there will be 5 members of TSM trying to chase them down. Cloud9 is going to try and run ring around the Rosie here. They might get an inhibitor. They do not want to fight TSM, but they're getting the buildings. They don't know where they are. They're going to run right into them, though.
Lustboy not afraid to start this initiation. Amazing, still with the ulti Baron.
This is trouble for Cloud9.
Dyrus with a great initiation from the backside. Bjergsen focusing, seeing what he can get, waiting to take down High, but High still waiting for that GA to get popped. There it is. Bjergsen actually still holding his ultimate. Perfect play here coming in from Cloud9 and Team SoloMid. High gets himself out, but it's going to be now the trade over. One more kill coming in for Team SoloMid. It was a 1-for-1.
Being trapped in a 5v5 against a team with Baron and a gold lead is a nightmare. The fact that Cloud9 only suffered 2 casualties and got 1 kill on the back end is miraculous. Now TSM has to defend these super minions. They have a second inhibitor exposed, and Cloud9 should feel lucky to get out of there with their lives.
Creating pressure, burglarizing the jungle a little bit on the way out. Sneaky's going to get himself a blue buff, and they're happy about that. No timer to be had as they leave up the little minions of the boss spawn. So they're really just trying to deplete what everybody has on the side of TSM. A little bit of a breather now, chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead and figure out what the hell's going on.
The teams have to kind of catch their breath, and at this point, plan their next phase of attack. TSM wants to keep this game controlled. They just want to group up. They want to find an initiation with Alistar, combo with Syndra, and use their superior strength. But Cloud9 is like a bunch of jackrabbits running around. They just can't be contained. This is the right call for TSM, though. They have the 5 people, they still have Baron buff on 4, and Cloud9 does not necessarily have the power to fight them straight on. It's going to be a wave clear battle, and if Cloud9 tries to split push during this, they would most likely expose themselves to a dead inhibitor.
Meteos on the outside here, chat. Them Jackrabbits putting all their eggs in one basket. This could be a pretty big initiation for Cloud9 on the side. They have no vision around them. They've tunneled into the mid lane here. Meteos coming from the side, misses the cocoon off of a flash.
Really aggressive.
Dyrus with a great ultimate is absorbing so much. The Culling's actually splitting through the uprights right now, not delivering that much damage, and both teams have hardly taken anything out of that, really. Dyrus doing a good job being a frontline tank, and Meteos was pretty much that for Cloud9.
Cloud9 almost scared TSM off there just by being so damn confident. The Baron buff is now gone from TSM, but they flashed in to try and catch Bjergsen. Now they know that Bjergsen's flash is down. So if they could somehow get a catch, they could take him out of a fight, but it's going to be difficult. Hai took so much poke there. He kind of has to heal right away, which would make the turret die most likely.
TSM being able to get this definitely shows the strength of their 5 right now. This Baron is already worn off, and they are completely taking this with just minion waves. Wild Turtle doing a great job of getting himself in range to just get the few shots off. Very dangerous for him at this point, especially now that Dyrus' ult is down.
Exactly. It's all about fighting within the windows of that Alistar ultimate. No true tank at the moment because his build is very squishy outside of the 70% damage reduction.
Whoa.
Given enough time for Cloud9 to recall. The turret's still taking a few shots, though.
And one more. That's so scary that he has to stay that close. It is going to be the initiation that Cloud9 might have wanted, but not anymore. What a turnaround. Bjergsen was sure to just pinpoint out Hai in that fight. Double buff Tristana on the outside, but he can't start to connect any shots. Buster shot is already down. Jat, they are going for the long haul on this one. And the extended fight going in favor right now as the ult up again for Team Solo Mid. They break open the base, and it looks like they want everything. It's going to be 45 to 30-second timers on the clock, and TSM's looking for the next hit.
Riv, this is probably the game. A couple spells landed in the right spot, taking Hai out of the fights, meaning the threat from Cloud9 was gone, and TSM have just handed Cloud9 their first ever playoff loss.
That is going to happen in our second game of the Best of 5 series here in the 2014 NA LCS Summer Playoff Finals. We're going to Game 3.
TSM strikes back, and we have ourselves a series here.
What fantastic play. A switch has been turned on with the help of Reginald and Loco Doco for Team Solo Mid. A complete 180 from the first game that just happened.
Yeah, it was bound to happen eventually. You cannot remain undefeated for that long. Hai definitely struggled that game. 1-9-7.
Completely different.
By the end of it. He just could not find his way into team fights. Bjergsen had so much control with Cinder right there. He would always catch him with the stun as Hai was trying to make his approach. Save for that one team fight that happened in the mid lane that Cloud9 was victorious in. Everything else went to Bjergsen there.
I think a few things on calculation, communication, the last breath on the ulted Alistar we saw just under the Baron pit. A few of those things were, seems like Cloud9 could have been a little headstrong in their engagements. And TSM, I have never seen them take control of errors so much and do something with them.
Right, they definitely had so much initiation. I mean, that is one of the main reasons that Alistar is banned so frequently here. Dyrus was able to combo so well. Pulverize plus the Syndra stun plus the Thresh follow-up was a little bit much for Cloud9's team, which was mainly squishy and disengage focused. They couldn't quite disengage the way they wanted to that game.
And TSM's mentality throughout this game is like a rock. Dyrus went down at level 2-3 in the jungle on an Alistar. That was the delayed Alistar engagement, their front line that became huge. And he actually hit level 5, level 6 before Balls did in his lane as they started to match up. So Dyrus made sure, and has been, that he is really providing for the team, whether it just be that utility or going ham like he did on Saturday.
And that was an incredibly back and forth game. Both of those team comps had the potential to win that game in multiple places. It's just these teams are playing each other at such a high level. They played so many scrims against each other.
Say that
They're
again.
so familiar. It's like they're frenemies in a sense, friend enemies for these guys. But they have a series that now is down to the next 3 games.
That's right. So right now we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to walk us through that huge win by Team Solo Mid.
Thanks, Riv. And a huge win is exactly right. Gets TSM back into this series. Now they're just looking at a best of 3. And that's got to be pretty... I actually saw Skara tweet out that Game 2 is the most important, in his opinion, the most important game of a best of 5. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think it would be Game 3 that's the most important, in my opinion, because a team could 3-0 and be over, or they could go 2-1 and swing the momentum. Or Well, no, I guess those would be the only options. Yeah.
But I feel like, I mean, I
had to think about it for a second. I was like, they could go 1-1, and then that third game actually does matter a lot.
But there's got to be an element of, for TSM, losing that first game, but then coming back and having the confidence of not only just winning a game, but knowing that you can do it on the backside of a lost game is an even greater step in the confidence. Pobelter?
Yeah, I feel like the first game, both teams kind of get a feel for each other, kind of get a hang of what's going on. And then the second game, both teams are warmed up. They know what to expect and what to prepare. And so, yeah, I'd say that the second game is the most telling.
I like it. Something I want to point out is the fact that I gave a lot of flack for the Lucian into Triss pick, and then they go and win with it this game.
They did something very crucial, is they got a dragon, they swapped Lucian up top, even though he's down in levels. You can't give that Tristana free farm. You have to put somebody in that lane that at least contests her for it, and he did exactly that. He pushed her out of lane immediately as Wild Turtle got up there to match. I thought that was the perfect move.
And then Pobelter, Cloud9 left up Syndra for Bjergsen, which is widely known as one of his better champions. They chose to ban out the Zed in favor of that. What are your thoughts there?
The pick ban was really weird. They left Syndra up for Bjergsen. That's fine if you have an answer to it, and their answer was supposed to be Yasuo, but picking Yasuo into Alistar and Syndra is just pretty much suicide. Like, you have to play absolutely perfectly to even, do okay.
Yeah, I think the big thing was the Alistar that game in picks and bans for me, because immediately picked up their first pick for TSM. Dyrus now has a frontliner, which he didn't have last game, and it is one of the best picks against a Tristana and a Yasuo. Just so much displacement, and Tristana, you can dive her in their bad mid game if you all group up level 7, level 8, level 9, and she can't do anything about it. Even late game, his damage reduction is just massive against her.
Yeah, Dyrus is one of the players we pointed out to watch for this game. He definitely stepped it up on that Alistar, made some plays, roamed mid, got Bjergsen a kill, which was played a large role in that win. I do want to jump into a replay. This is actually for Cloud9, just because it was a pretty epic play. We're going about 20 minutes into the game at TSM's inner turret. Pobelter, walk me through this.
Okay, so we can roll the clip. So we see Nami zone out all of TSM with the tidal wave, and Alistar is coming in from the flank right now, but TSM has tried to evade the tidal wave, so they're really far away. The Cocoon is really crucial there. It delays the Alistar engage, but he gets a beautiful 4-man pull. The Wind Wall is really good. It blocks pretty much everything, but TSM just tunnels too hard. They get hit by a 4-man Skilled Tempest into the last breath, and then yeah, that's basically how you have to play on Yasuo against Alistar Syndra, but it's so difficult to do that consistently.
Yeah, we talk about Cloud9 being a great team fight-oriented team, and just saying that doesn't really go into depth about why they are. Their positioning is so good, and the fact they all move together as a group, and their comms are very clear, there's only one person really talking most of the time, is fantastic. And that's why they're so good at this, because everybody went the same direction, everybody went the same way, and they all turned at the same time.
I have to say, I love their decision-making. When it came to that Baron play, TSM decided to start the Baron. Cloud9 was like, fine, we'll just take an inhib and a bunch of turrets.
It was a good move. It was a really good move to try and answer and trade those objectives, because they got two people picked off, because actually one person picked off, but then Meteos was kind of stalled by the Baron. So they had a 3-man push, which was divided 2-1 over in the bot lane. I thought that was the best move they could have possibly made in that situation.
Teams seem to have different prioritizations for global objectives. For example, Cloud9 choosing to go for that inhibitor over the Baron. Pobelter, just a kind of a personal question. For you, which is more important? Would you trade a mid-inhib for that Baron?
It depends. Like C9's team comp, their push wasn't that great because they had Yasuo. Can't really zone people away from turrets like someone like Syndra or Anya can. So towers and inhibitors are more important than Barons, I feel. But I don't think they were able to contest that Baron at all. They just had so little vision, so they decided to go for the safer trade.
Take what you can get. I like it. I do now want to jump into the final team fight of the game, which turned everything for TSM, gave them that win. Zyrene, I'm going to let you take this one away.
All right, so they're sieging up in the mid lane here, and Sneaky, I don't think he's died this game just yet, but they end up picking him off at the end. So start rolling the clip out here. Yeah, they just siege up back and forth. The Cocoons come through, and they don't hit in high. He's overextending. He's just trying to get that Steel Tempest. He's reaching out, and Bjergsen picks him off, and Sneaky off on the side. There's nothing here to blow him up, but then he jumps over the wall, and they have to get this Wild Growth onto Meteos to keep him alive. So he tries to get out. They blow him up with some crits, and then they dive Sneaky, giving him his first death of the game. And then from there, it's pretty much over. They don't have anything to deal with this. They just keep going through, and they just end up ending the game off of that, and a lot of that was Hai couldn't get his Steel Tempest to get his last breath.
Yeah, they didn't seem to quite have an answer for the sieges of TSM there.
I just want to mention that was actually like Sneaky's first ever death against TSM in a playoff match, right?
I think he died last game one time.
Did he die last?
Not 100% sure.
I'm not entirely certain.
See, I tweeted about it, but then somebody tweeted back at me and was like, "Nope," and I'm like, "Okay, I'll double check it," but I didn't have time, so.
Getting called out. All right, final question here. We're moving into Game 3, swapping back to the sides we had in Game 1. So we're probably going to see, would we see similar bans from Cloud9? Because they did ban out the Syndra in the first game, and that seemed to be one of the biggest problem causers for them in this game.
I think that their bans, there's so many things right now that you have to pay due diligence to. The Alistar, the Maokai, the Nidalee. They've been banning out Lee Sin on the side of Cloud9. I don't know if you really always have to ban that against Amazing.
All right. Well, we'll see what they decide to go for. We've got more Championship Monday action coming your way. When we return, we'll head into Game 3 between Cloud9 and TSM. Stay with us.
All right, let's do this.
Just remember what we practiced.
Let's give C9 their first playoff loss.
There goes Dyrus in. He gets a 4-man pulverize. The calling hits the entire wall, and Wild Turtle's forced to stop it himself.
Yes!
Oh my God! Hai goes in to get the 4-man last breath himself. Dyrus puts himself
it's through a wind wall.
The team has to be able to get through with Dyrus. Amazing goes in. He gets exhausted immediately. That's going to be balls on the follow for him. Dyrus with a great initiation from the backside. Bjergsen focusing, seeing what he can get, waiting to take down Hai, but Hai still waiting for that GA.
Stun 3, stun 3, stun 3.
seconds on ult. I can go in.
Stun on Sneaky. Alright, never mind, I missed.
Stay good. Nice.
Get them. Stun 3, stun 3.
We can end here. Nice job, guys.
we're leaving tomorrow to go to Korea and start boot camping there. We already have a lot planned out, scrim partners, what we're going to do, everything. We are going to Korea with a plan, and we're going to boot camp hard and hopefully come to Worlds extremely prepared.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2014 Summer Playoff Championship. Before we head back onto the Rift, we want to see what you've been tweeting in response to our question of the day. Now, to remind you, earlier in the show, we asked, what has been your favorite moment from this week? And there were a ton of awesome responses, and it was really, really tough to narrow it down, but we did it. And our first response comes from @JonahX. All right. My favorite moment from the week was watching LMQ go big in every team fight, not scared to dive anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, that's kind of characteristic of their playstyle, you know. They're always looking for fights, 3v3s, like around Dragon and around buffs. So yeah, they always have very high kill games.
And they did it all after starting a series 0-2, which, you know, that takes a lot of confidence. Our second one comes from @PeruC. Monterrey Fest featuring Freak, best moment of the week.
Man, Freak has great moments all the time. Monterrey!
There it is.
Really into that one.
You're much better at rolling your R's than I am. Our third one comes from @Ethan Bachman. The maturity of Team Curse's players after yesterday. Still meeting fans takes a lot of heart after all that.
Yeah, as a player that's accustomed to losing a lot, going outside to talk to the fans can be really kind of comforting, I guess, because they'll still support you whether you win or you lose. And I know a lot of pro players share that opinion.
It's got to be nice to have that affirmation of support from all of your fans. And then our final tweet, @XZionic. Favorite moment? Rito, please. This whole week has been phenomenal. It would do an injustice to the week if only one moment was picked.
Wow, that was 140 characters?
It's impressive.
My favorite moment of the week was having that tweet read to me. That was very lovely. Thank you.
Well, if you're not already, be sure to follow us @LollySports, and to join the conversation, use the hashtag LCS. Now, the 3,000 fans in attendance at PAX Prime aren't the only ones glued to the action right now. We'll be checking in with this viewing party at Seattle's Pine Box throughout the afternoon. A few fans washing down the heat from the Rift with a cold one. Looks like a pretty good time.
Oh, yeah. I wish I was there right then. There's an empty seat to the left of that guy.
That's for you. I believe that seat's reserved for you, Zyrene.
That's where I'm going right after this.
I like it. Well, now returning back to the business at hand, Game 3 of our summer playoff finals. TSM coming out like a team transformed in Game 2 to even up the series at 1-1.
Yeah, and I really think that TSM, that was a huge surge of confidence for them because they just took their first game off Cloud9 in playoffs ever. That's got to be just a huge boon. They got to be feeling really high right now.
Yeah, and then over on the side of Cloud9, what do they do to retake control of this series? I feel like, in particular, Hai made some uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yeah, he did end up giving like so many deaths that game, but really it's just because of the champion pick into what the enemies had. You know, like Yasuo versus Alistar and Syndra, like I said earlier, is pretty much suicide. So I think if they just get rid of those two champions, which should be banned every game between those two teams, then he'll have a much better showing than he did this game.
All right, speaking of bans, I do think that the Lee Sin ban, tailed that off at the end, needs to be just thrown away. Because amazing, he performs a little bit better on Elise, but I think that the Syndra ban needs to come through in place of the Lee Sin.
So it all starts in Champion Select. We're going to toss it right over to the guys at the caster desk to get us into it.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are ready, the fans are ready, and I'm sure the players are ready as well. We're about to jump into Champion Select in just a little bit for Game 3, and that means that Team Solo Mid came back in Game 2. If you didn't see it, it was quite extravagant. Cloud9 actually almost took it themselves. For just a quick summary, and then TSM wins the game. So now on to Game 3. Analyst Desk is saying the Syndra needs to be banned out. That's actually what was said a lot in a lot of Team Solo Mid's games, especially when they played Dig.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they banned it in the first game. So
yep, they did.
And then now have blue side, so they have a bit more flexibility as far as pick and ban is concerned for Cloud9. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we ended up seeing that. We saw that the Lucian versus Triss thing right there, the early lane and turret push of the Lucian was really strong there for TSM early on. And even though the Alistar didn't get much done early game, it was still quite a presence in team fights.
My favorite thing about that game is it was not a regular start. Both teams had to adapt, both teams had to react, and they did it in astounding ways. And we haven't really seen TSM try to take control of a game that early when something bad happened to them. And then they kind of just shut down the turrets for Cloud9.
Yeah, when I was watching it, it seemed like TSM had kind of lost their mind. They were defaulting back to this 2 people in the jungle, 4-man turret dive. But if I think about it a little bit more after the game, that style was when Cloud9 was at their worst by far. when everyone was doing the 2v0s and Meteos had to share jungle, Cloud9 was not winning any games. That's when they were losing all the games to Complexity. That's when they were sitting around 3rd or 4th in the standings. Right. And TSM kind of tried to create that game because they play them so many times in standard lanes, and Cloud9 will win again and again. So what do? You change the way the game is played, and that was one of the big reasons TSM could win.
And you can see in Cloud9's play, they don't send anybody with Meteos. They still try to adapt to that, and they send the support down to the top laner, who is then in the bottom lane. So getting that mix-up has actually seemed to be quite good for Team Solo Mid. We'll see if they can do it again. As we said, Cloud9 back on blue for picks and bans, where they can strike to the heart of Team Solo Mid with the first pick here.
Nunu ban and Nidalee ban. No one wants balls on that Nidalee. Lee Sin banned for Amazing. I wonder if that last ban will be the Syndra or not. If you're Team Solo Mid here, I feel like they try and leave a lot of stuff up and take things on the backside. This series is going to be full of mind games. I actually really love the way these North American playoffs have been playing out, because it seems like instead of cycling through 6 to 8 different bans, we're cycling through like 12 to 15 different bans. And the pick and ban just seems unique in every matchup and every game.
Once it goes through, we talked about Cloud9 not minding to play against those high-tier plays, or high-tier champions.
Zed.
For their chosen. Of course. It looks like Zed does get picked up, so Cloud9 gets what they want, and they get the Syndra ban. So High's going to have fun in the mid lane. We'll see if they actually revolve a team around something that he can continuously take blue and keep himself leveled. Lustboy gets his Nami this time, and Lulu does get locked in for Dyrus.
Having the Nami will be a nice feeling of security there for Lustboy, but I really wish TSM would have banned Zed. They're obviously more afraid of either the top lane presence of Alistar and Nidalee or the support presence of Bazillion, because all those things have their greatest strengths, but I just see the difference between High in Game 1 and High in Game 2. When he's on Zed and comfortable, or when he's getting pressured hard by Syndra and on Yasuo, and the entire team performance of Cloud9 differs from that.
Yeah.
High is very good at Zed, and Cloud9 rarely loses when he has that champion.
Hopefully, they can keep him off a 3-minute first blood on Dyrus.
Yeah, that's step 1, I guess.
But yeah, he is going to wreak havoc in the mid lane. Bjergsen knows he's going to have a tough time already, and it's going to be the Braum lock-in as well. That will be a tidal wave crashing into a shield. Wild Turtle, for the first time in the playoffs here against Cloud9, to take Trist away from Sneaky. Will he decide to lock that in? He loves to build just the damage up on Lucian, but he does take it away.
Yeah, I wonder if Sneaky's going to answer with Kog'Maw or with Lucian, because Cloud9 is one of the teams that is actually very good at Kog, and Sneaky, there was at one point in the Curse series where he just straight up 1v2'd and killed the support on Kog, like in the middle of the lane.
Yep.
So it's quite threatening. With Braum, though, not as aggressive of a combination. Might want the Lucian for the LeBron lane.
Right.
We'll see.
Those passive shots off on concussive blows after Winter's Bite is always something to be reckoned with in the bottom lane. It's kind of like knowing you're going to get hit by power chords. It's eventually going to happen. Nice, locking into Maokai. They still get something they want in a top-tier choice for balls, and that Kog'Maw is, in fact, locked in.
It's a very powerful-looking composition there for Cloud9. A very strong front line with which to protect Sneaky with.
Yeah.
And now TSM is in that situation again where they are wondering to go with the Fizz or with Xerath, I would have to say, are the two things they'd be picking between. Ori is also pretty good against Zed, but based on their track record of pick and ban, this event during these NA playoffs, I think it's between the Xerath and the Fizz.
Definitely a lot of discussion going down about it.
Ori, though, yeah.
Ori will be locked in. Bjergsen was able to wreak some havoc with that in previous games. He usually wins the lane with that choice. Bjergsen very strong with the utility of Orianna. We'll see what happens. I like the protect composition. A lot of shields, a lot of everything to go around into Bjergsen. Yeah, he has Kha'Zix into Amazing when he jumps in. But that's got to be that big initiation. Everything else is pretty much disengaged for them. It's crazy.
And it's also incredibly close to the protect the Tristana composition they ran in round 1 of the playoffs against Dignitas. The only difference is that they had a Nunu jungle then instead of a Kha'Zix. But the Ori shield, the Lulu shield, and help picks damage, as well as the Nami E, will all be adding to the Trist damage. So it's very important that Hai can get on the right targets to assassinate, but the assassination is hard when they have that many shields. Much more dynamic and more synergy with the shielding in this TSM composition than when they had the zillion Lulu, because everything can just pile on to try and make stuff unkillable.
Very excited to see what happens as we go into Game 3. While the teams are loading, head over to Twitter and keep your voting coming. Tweet hashtag C9win or TSMwin to @LOL Esports. We'll be checking back shortly to see where the votes stand. Right now, we stand going into a Game 3, and this momentum could really start to tilt the tables in someone's favor. It's obviously going to be a win, but that momentum, we've seen it already carry to just the 2 games that are now consecutively needed to get that win.
Yeah, and you never know when the series is going to swing back. We've seen all kinds of the best-of-5s here. Cloud9 has not been tested like this in the North American playoffs. However, they had their most testing split they've ever had, so they do know how to bounce back from losses, ending the regular season on such a hot streak. But TSM really had that emotional Game 5 win, kind of proving to themselves that they can fight their way through a best-of-5.
Hey, man, everything's a scrim.
Yeah,
Everything's a scrim.
They crushed Cloud9 in scrims, but Cloud9 here is a completely different animal. They've proven that time and again.
Absolutely. We're about to head on to the Rift. Let's get it on the screen. This time it's going to be Cloud9 on the blue side, TSM coming from the red. Let's see if that changes anything up. We saw TSM's win coming off of blue last time. That first pick priority has been a big boon for these teams. And this time it was Zed once again for Hai. Focus on him for the mid lane. We'll be watching Bjergsen as well. That's quite a lane to really have an effect on these games. Longsword start for him.
Interesting. Probably just extra health potions wanted for all of the harass Bjergsen put on him. As well, TSM with much more defensive summoner spell choices than they had in the first game against Zed. They actually do bring Exhaust this time. Lust Boy locking that one in, or as compared to last game as well. Bjergsen as well with Barrier to try and stop assassinations. I wonder if that actually signals that Bjergsen will not be going for Zhonya's early. It gives him a little bit more individual defense. Normally that's why you build the Zhonya's. He can do any which way he wants, though. He's already had success with a tier start Ori during this pack, so he has plenty of options.
Just a little bit of back and forth as usual. Nobody wanted to give up too much in this early game. TSM is going to actually get quite a nice red ward in there, so knowing the exact time of movement here, the Meteos, or rather the start that he's going to have.
Definitely a slight change up in early game strats. However, the deep wards that were placed were spotted. Cloud9's ward on the red buff is inferred for TSM because they saw them running out. And then when they saw them running out, Cloud9 could infer that a ward got placed on their own red because that's TSM would have had nothing to worry about running into Cloud9's jungle at that time.
Vision is power, man. It's going to keep you safe. So far, it's already got Cloud9 that first kill on Dyrus in the first game. See if we keep away from that. A lot of help here coming in from Meteos on this first buff.
Well, Cloud9 trying to keep it simple right here. They have the Kog'Maw on the top lane, but I wonder how much sharing they're going to do. I think they were just trying to guarantee the right lanes. It's not like they're double jungling or anything. Maokai and Braum slowly running down to that bottom lane to try and get some farm. So again, it's going to be the struggle for Maokai and Braum to try and farm against an 80 carry and support.
It looks like it'd be fun, really.
Yeah, and also in the top lane here, with a Kog'Maw in a solo long lane, the vulnerability to ganks is much greater than when he was solo laning Trist. We'll have to see if TSM tries to exploit that.
Meteos may have to spend some babysitting time towards the top side of the jungle. Right now, both junglers on their reds may get a beating of some sort after they hit one more camp, Wolf Wraith. Too bad on the ring around for both of these guys. Meteos actually passing right over that so he can be towards the top side of the map if anything does go down for Sneaky. So very good play by him. Also wants to get some early vision out.
Well, Dyrus should be on the defensive here.
Yeah.
Knowing what happened in the first game. Meteos, though, taking a very inefficient route to the top lane. So right now, Dyrus doesn't expect an early gank because he knows Meteos started blue since they had a ward on the red. And now that he's approaching here, he's went directly towards him. So it's almost overly defensive play from Dyrus if he doesn't put himself in gank position. The wave is just not in a very good spot, and Meteos sees no approach. Dyrus is playing more defensively because he knows Cloud9's tendencies.
Very nicely done there. The homework pays off. Meteos forced back to his jungle. Only 4 minutes in here, so Dyrus staves off that first blood. Nobody has gone down. Both teams playing really for the win situation. Usually when you come into the best of 5, they play to the I don't want to lose, so it's very passive, but neither of these teams have really given up an inch. They always want, here under the turret, Wild Turtle and Lustboy already start forcing balls down. He gets a bit of what he wants, going to go back for some potions and head back to lane.
So, pretty standard early game, actually.
Yep.
As standard lanes as we're probably going to end up getting in this best of 5, just because Cloud9 had that micro meta, that I like to call it, in scrims, where they would put the solo AD carry early game so he could gain a level advantage and then try and hyper carry the game. This is all about not only securing farm for the AD carry, but securing level so that when he matches up against the other AD carry, he can outmatch him.
That's gonna
but
happen
this is the vulnerability to ganks right here. Ooh, if Amazing would have gone straight through there, right over top of the ward, Sneaky would have either burned his flash, but because he kind of second-guessed his gank, it ends up just tipping him off.
Well, he does get some wards down. He's holding his pink. Doesn't decide to put that down just yet. Maybe he wants to get down below where High is, so they make sure there's no roam down from him as well. Definitely a kill lane if they were to get a gank in the bottom between those two. A lot of crowd control to be had there. The Lustboys keeping Wild Turtle nice and healthy, so that does not happen. They're slowly making sure a huge amount of minions are crashing into the turret. Gives more time for a little bit of that harass. Wild Turtle loves to do that in between his shots.
Yeah, and it's really hard to push a Maokai out of the lane here, especially when you're an AD carry and a support. The amount of passive auto attacks you can get is huge. What Turtle is doing very well in this Trist matchup this time, though, is making sure to tag balls with the healing reduction every time he's under the turret, which in turn is helping harass him out. I mean, he's already teleported back into the lane, and he's been taken below half, so that is actually a vulnerability to a turret dive if they get him a little bit lower.
And Wild Turtle's play within that is such a mind game, because that's ticking damage, so the turret's always going to want to hit you. He's doing a great job at microing in and out of where that's aggroing him to. Beautiful play so far. Like we said, it's actually pretty standard for what TSM and Cloud9 are bringing out in this best of 5 series, but amazing. He's itching.
This is so similar to Game 1. The jungle pathing has been nearly identical. The lane matchups have been so close. The only thing that differed is Dyrus was more passive and did not give up the first blood.
Slower game from High. He is a driving force, being pretty much the only voice you will hear on Cloud9's comms, so to give him a slower start will for surely help in the rest of the game. Good push towards the bottom lane still. Looks like jungle pressure from Meteos towards the Wraith camp. We've seen him come over that wall quite a bit, but Bjergsen's going to be backing here and keep himself safe.
Yeah, this game is very close to be at. I'm looking towards kind of the team fights. I think it's again going to be very much about High trying to split push this game. He's been able to shut down Dyrus in the past in the split push, and that's what they're going for again, which is why in the early game here, Cloud9 wants to shut Dyrus down. And look at the solo lane presence of Sneaky. That's not the cleanest of ganks right there.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, look at all the turret shots. They're going to try and keep him at bay, and they will be able to for High to get up here.
Little tough.
He's pretty much dead.
They're going to give High this kill. That's the death mark. First blood goes down. Very nicely done.
That's what it cost, though. That's
what it cost, indeed. Dragon's going to go down to Team Solo mid. So High does go ahead and get that first blood again, but there is an instant trade back, as there was not last time. TSM's going to pick up this Dragon and have the complete timer. And no wards here from Cloud9.
They'll kill the turret. They give up the Dragon. They get the first blood. It is very much a trade here, but it's a trade for the power of Dyrus. In games when Dyrus hasn't succeeded against Cloud9, Cloud9 generally wins. In games where High succeeds for Cloud9, they generally win. So if we're thinking about the global gold versus the individual strength, having strength on High is better than having a little bit of strength on the other 4 members of TSM that aren't Dyrus.
He's got the Cutlass already. Looks to be building quite fast. Could have that 20-minute Blade of the Rune King, or even sub, rather. The jump out from Wild Turtle signifies a back from the lane of Team Solo mid. They're happy with the amount of gold they have. It's going to be that Phage coming out from Sneaky. The lane protection and safety here. They're going to go ahead and get him actually back down to the bottom lane since that top turret's taken out. So go ahead and Spread out the pressure. Spike upgrade coming in from Amazing.
Yeah, once again, trying to get that added spray to avoid spikes. Feels a little bit sad that his red was stolen away. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a counter steal, so that's just a nice little experience Edge Amazing will be able to gain onto Meteos.
The wards are definitely helping. Kobe talked about that a little bit the other day. You have the wards to see them coming in, your sweepers are going to be more effective, and Meteos has hit quite a few with that. So at least hopefully he can clear his jungle up now for later, and very, very sneaky. Trying to come in, Elimination, locking down on Wild Turtle, but he gets out safe. So everybody's definitely playing with their hard hat on this game. A little bit less engagement, as we've seen already.
And we were talking about the potential item build of Bjergsen earlier in the game. He's giving High the utmost respect right now to rush the Seekers while still going Doran's, putting himself in a little bit of a mana hole, but he's still been able to farm quite well despite not having an early mana item outside the Doran's ring. Now he's going Chalice, so he might end up going Athene Zhonya's as his first 2 items. A defensive Ori build more so than one to blow people up.
Right, talking about seeing that tier earlier, but a little more maybe pressure that he's feeling. Great damage from Dyrus. 8-6 in that top lane.
Yeah, that's the cost of what Cloud9 has done. They are sacrificing the early game of balls for the early game of Sneaky. And now Dyrus is going to try and take a little bit of advantage here. If he can use this level advantage, it'll be absolutely critical for TSM's success.
Ooh, this could be big. Amazing was kind of seeing a counter gank in the top lane, but they're all towards the bottom. Cloud9's going to be taking control of the turret. Wild Turtle must wipe back off. They see something's not right on the map.
Yeah, they're not really fighting each other. They're just splitting where they're keeping their people. Cloud9, when they had everyone top, TSM was bottom, and they just swapped it around right now. This time TSM, though, grouping mid, which is the smarter adaptation. This mid turret is the most valuable.
Looks like it's going to go down quite fast. TSM did this last time, being able to open up the middle of the map, get the wards out, and start controlling the rest of it. Really helped them. Nice bubble to go out, protect against this bit of a push they have in the mid lane, but bottom turret's prepped and warmed up by Cloud9. Dyrus should have the top one as well to trade back on that.
We'll see if this strategy pays off. Trying to get Kog'Maw so much solo time. He does have very powerful skills, so getting a few extra levels on the AD carry can be important. But they're giving up a lot of map control for this. Losing the middle turret, losing the dragon will make it difficult to create plays for Cloud9.
Looks like he can stay safe. A little bit of a poke from Sneaky to get the vision out. No scrying orb for him just yet. You see that on quite a few Kog'Maws. Wild Turtle loves to be grabbing that in his build when he can. Blue buffs in the mid lane. Looks like he's going to keep both these guys safe and at bay from each other. 97 or 99 to 107 in that lane, not too bad. And Dyrus actually did not decide to get this turret down. He goes ahead and hangs out. Still has a lane to be pushing. 99 to 58. Pretty crazy in that lane.
The biggest edge in the game for sure. Rod of Ages will be what Balls needs to become relevant. However long Balls can stall out that lane, the better it is for Cloud9. Dyrus needs to punish this.
Yeah, he's doing his damnedest. Glitter Lance every time he's got it up to make sure it's in the wave, and he's pixing his own minions to even add extra harass and stop Balls from back, as we saw previously. Dyrus still giving him rune, though. Room every time he has the chance, going back to buy instantly, push the lane, and come back. See as he stays this time, but we've actually seen him kind of do that strategy before. Push it, back, buy. Push it, back, and buy.
Big game of cat and mouse here.
Yeah, you could say that.
Just trying to run away. Deep ward coverage from Cloud9 and TSM has been up, but I feel like it's going to drop shortly. That's why Dyrus is so confident pushing that wave, is because they have the 2 wards in the blue buff of Cloud9. So nice job there to finish off the turret.
Let's see. Most of the sweepers are down, so it's actually Cloud9 just not finding these. Those wards are really well placed by Team Solo Mid. Not being able to act on them too soon, but they will in 30 seconds. Don't have too much on Dragon right now. The pink wards are definitely on the backside for Cloud9. But they don't have too much vision of the Dragon other than a regular vision. Sitting in the pit. Push to the mid lane, hoping to prep TSM for this Dragon. See him peel off and head back.
As far as itemization breakpoints, the Blade of the Ruined King is pretty massive for High, but as is the Athenes for Dyrus. The fact that Bjergsen went for multiple components means he's a little weaker than High right now. But the combined shielding should still be enough to make it so High's ultimate can't be that large. I would love to get level 11 before this fight for a more powerful ultimate. Yeah, it is TSM who's kind of controlling this spot, though.
Should actually bring him quite close to getting that level that he requires. Meteor is trying to get his red buff here, buying more time. Down towards Sneaky. What a rotation. We're going to have the teleport coming in from Balls, actually right on top for the crowd control. Lemon Nation there saying, stand behind me. And he actually gets the shield broken out by the Buster shot coming in from Wild Turtle. They're going to back off towards the Dragon now. Jat, looks like we're going to get our first good fight out of this game. Possibly. Everybody's a little wary about it, though. They know what the momentum can do.
Well, at the moment, the teleport advantage would lay with Dyrus, but he's not in a split push position, so it doesn't really matter. We could see a fight very shortly, especially now the ball's getting a little bit low.
This is where Cloud9 loves to fight every time. Lemonation throws it down, but the team may not be on the same page. High was way far away. A shockwave coming in from Bjergsen. Good heal onto Sneaky, and they're going to keep themselves safe here. High still waiting to use that Death Mark. Wild Turtle can easily jump away so he can keep himself in a dangerous spot on the front. But what a back and forth. Neither team really wanting to commit hard to that fight.
Yeah, like such a difficult corridor to navigate right there. Both teams taken very low from the fight and too scared to continue on to the Dragon. So nice zoning there by both teams from Bjergsen's Shockwave to the Tidal Wave that was sent out by Lustboy.
So they both live to fight another day, and usually with these teams that means right away.
The question will be who used more ultimates and who is weaker heading into the next fight. Dyrus, Bjergsen, and Lustboy. All down ultimates. The only disengage TSM would have left would be Wild Turtle's knockaway on Trist, whereas Cloud9 is sitting on everything save for Lemon Nation. So they do hold the edge here, and this is that teleport edge from Dyrus. He would teleport in if they wanted to fight, but just the ultimate discrepancy and the loss of vision is going to grant Cloud9 this drag.
Nicely done by Cloud9, playing a bit of game of cat and mouse. Kind of mentioned that if TSM needed to stay risk averse, it'd be at Dragons. So they give up that one. There's a 1 of 2 in the game, so not too shabby. Global Gold coming in all the way around. Towards this late game, going to be definitely helpful. Sneaky can be grabbing this blue that High won't need, so that'll be a huge boon for them if they can keep giving Kog'Maw that blue buff. Right now he's in the bottom lane, so we won't see it just yet, but something Cloud9 definitely has to look forward to. High, clearing out some wards, he will be able to stay safe, but got Amazing and Lustboy, little Roman numbers right now, trying to ward up, keep the map clear.
Still an incredibly close game. These teams definitely poised to give us a great series. Ooh, Meteos ends up getting that blue buff. It's not a huge deal because Zed only minorly benefits from it, but they were definitely trying to pass that off on a High. And Meteos ended up taking it.
So only 17 minutes in. No real lead coming in for either team. And definitely a slower turret game as well. Cloud9 and TSM kind of putting the brakes on themselves. Wild Turtle farming, and why not? We have Trist, we have the Kog'Maw. They are going to be farming up for that late game. Very
scary.
Getting the pressure in here. Very interesting. Turtle is kind of playing fearless this game with Lustboy on his side, and they're going to go ahead and do a little clearing of their own. Kha'Zix on the backside. Bjergsen starting to rotate up as well, and look at all these wards Team Solo Mid has around Baron, probably trying to force a fight and take a turret. Right now it's going to be Bjergsen in mid lane though.
Oh, well, he's got a barrier and a lot of defensive capabilities. He's going to have to use all of them right there, and he gets Dyrus.
Wild Growth pulls all the way back to the Death Mark Shadow, gets himself to safety. The bubble locks up both Lemon Nation and High, but gets to clear the distance and get back home.
It was effectively a 3v5 once TSM collapsed, so Cloud9 pulling that away. TSM had to burn a lot just to stop High from executing Bjergsen. Now the question will be how well Cloud9 can collapse down here to defend this middle interior turret.
Putting out the Living Shadow to try and clear waves. Sneaky with the Triforce finish, trying to get that power spike into effect, and he does! He starts knocking down health bars. The Glacial Fissure just misses, and that's the disengage. No tidal wave needed. They still have that.
I'd say poor ultimate right there from Lemon Nation, just burning one flash, but you can see the power of Sneaky coming in with Trinity Force on Kog'Maw. well ahead power-wise to Wild Turtle.
That's one thing Cloud9 does not hesitate when they get those spikes. They will throw it right at you, even trying to harass them down. Cloud9's looking to get a turret here and set pieces in position to get even more. Give Cloud9 an inch and they will take a mile.
And is trying to disrupt these recalls for as long as possible, but just outside of the range there is Bjergsen. Still, it's going to be very difficult if TSM wants to save their middle turret.
And great job by High as well, stopping Dyrus from getting the bottom turret, pushes him back as they even start to initiate a split push as they start taking down the mid turret. Dyrus is forced back all the way, probably farms some camps up as he waits for High to push that lane in. Only going to get a small push and then rejoin with the team. We saw him doing this last time. The power that the rest of TSM brings to the fight sometimes needs High as well to counteract that.
You're absolutely right. With 66% of that fan vote going over to TSM, I'd still put this game a lot closer to 50-50 based on the way these teams are playing. It'll be a lot about Wild Turtle's farm level. If you can get a few kills in these team fights, it'll be absolutely critical because of all the protection TSM can offer him. But at the moment, Sneaky is just so above and beyond that power level. If Cloud9 can gain a 5,000 to 10,000 gold lead in the next 15 minutes, could very well just be the game.
Pings down to the bottom lane. Dyrus looks pretty calm on the comms at this point. Surprised it's been so slow to come into this game. Both teams are absolutely playing risk averse. So far back. They have the vision too to kind of be doing things that get themselves in a troublesome spot. Go put some more wards down, but nobody's forcing anything. They're expecting somebody else to do something.
Yeah, both teams have some really solid late game elements to their team.
Yeah.
And it's also generally been Cloud9 with their positioning and their willingness to give up certain things that have been keeping this a low kill game. I think TSM is very willing to fight. It's just Cloud9's not presenting them with fightable opportunities. It's a pretty strong Wild Turtle there. No armor yet built up by Balls. He's got a long way home, actually.
Oh, wait a minute. Just helped him. A little give and go there with himself. Gets out Balls to the outside of that fight. No teleport, possibly. No, there is a teleport up, so maybe that's why he was trying to get himself away. He'll be to the bottom lane. Trying to see what Cloud9 can continue to do in this game. Right now, they're only up 200 gold, 40 seconds left on the Dragon. And nothing gonna happen. I was looking at High's Ignite. It did just come off, but he wasn't able to get it off with the Death Mark. I was figured maybe waiting for that because every time he has Death Mark somebody, they get 1,000,000 shields and they live. So the Ignite needs to be on there.
Just for that little bit of extra damage. It's still going to be very difficult for High to kill anyone. At the best case scenario is that High actually draws attention to himself, burns a lot of shields, and allows Sneaky to kill the targets that he wants to kill.
That's true, right. We still have the living artillery you're looking for. This huge Kog'Maw red buff on as well to enable a little more catch. The rest of the team want to play off this. And Cloud9.
Vision control at Dragon Pit is so in the hands of Cloud9 right now, but TSM looks willing to just run straight at them. Lemon takes so much damage.
Lemon's gonna go down before the fight even starts here. The last heal doesn't get the kill. It's gonna be Meteos picking up the Dragon, and they need to now back out of this. Great job grabbing the Dragon, and they save face without losing Lemon Nation.
Wow.
No flash is burned, but they're all right.
Again, just so much disengage, or maybe even TSM just having a pretty big lack of solid initiation is allowing Cloud9 to run away from most of these fights. Really appreciate the Kog'Maw pick in this context. There's not much on TSM that can actively punish him. If they can burn his flash, they can zone him out with shockwaves from Bjergsen. But maybe even not, because at this point, because of the threat of the Zed, oftentimes the Protect will keep the ball in TSM, and if they extend it, it creates a massive vulnerability for TSM, so Sneaky is kind of free to just rain damage on TSM.
Yep.
It's one of the main reasons we've only had one kill in 23 minutes, is because in order for the TSM composition to become aggressive, they become incredibly vulnerable to Cloud9. So it's kind of on Cloud9 to initiate into TSM's defenses. And unless they're willing to do that, they're just going to have to keep gaining these micro advantages off of Dragon every 6 minutes.
Well, it's coming into play now that they can have Balls in the bottom lane with a teleport, and they're starting to feed Sneaky that blue buff. It's going to help tremendously few shots over to High, trying to back him off in the mid lane, kind of destroying this initiation. They would have been able to close it from the side on. TSM doing the right things, and they say, you know what, we need to back up, clear these wards, and then we'll feel a little bit more comfortable about pushing up.
And it does seem like TSM is getting a little antsy about trying to find fights. You can see they are capable of burning flashes, and if they catch Cloud9 a really long way away from their base or their nearest turret, they have a big move speed advantage with the Ori, Nami, and Lulu just to chase Cloud9 down. It's just Cloud9 has been playing relatively close to their turrets. With 3 turrets down, and with Cloud9 trying to get on the offensive, the potential for fights only increases.
Getting everything they can. Pink Ward's going down onto the Baron Pit. Cloud9 back to the bottom lane. Balls and High really trading off the split push to this lane. Not having a problem with it either. Dyrus has not yet been able to take down this turret. Cloud9 starting to gain a little bit of ground, spreading it about 700 or 600 gold. Not too shabby. But still, looking for those initiations. We said it would be hard for both teams, so it's going to be the ward game that really pays off. That's what Cloud9 is about to play.
Even then, though, they don't have the people in position. That could just be a bait.
Whoa, a bait indeed. There's nothing on the other side of the wall. The itsy bitsy spider comes back down the spout and absolutely goes down.
Good collapse there by TSM. They had the move speed to get in range.
Whoa,
but
whoa,
oh dear!
Oh, the Caustic Spittle shredding through Wild Turtle there along with the Living Artilleries. Very, very close for him to go down. Blade of the Rune King finished up on Sneaky too, 25 minutes in, putting out some big power.
You do not want to tango with Sneaky right now. With those 2 items, doesn't even get his Blade of the Rune King active off. Wild Turtle realized very early on that he wouldn't win that trade.
Oh, Sneaky also has to be careful himself, though. That Fade giving him
they used all their movement.
Speed,
they could charge there, but they would have had to go in blind.
That's true.
They don't have very deep vision coverage because Sneaky is playing so aggressively.
Oh my word.
What a nuisance.
Starting to play on the minds of TSM for sure, one after the other. That just becomes super annoying. You want to come out and take down that Void Puppy immediately now. See if it gets TSM into trouble. Dyrus keeping it safe, suspecting that there may be a little bit more, maybe with the behavior of how High was playing there, and he does see elimination coming off on the side. The whole team is there, and Sneaky is getting every blue now.
Yep, flash right off the bat there from Dyrus. He's much more respectful of High Zed in this game than in the first. Making sure to not leave any openings. Already having a Seeker's Arm Guard as well. The last time he was trying to rush his Death Cap instead of building a little bit of armor itemization. So this time, trying to avoid those assassinations. Cloud9 still just trying to get vision, but as we've seen, both these teams very cautious to make an over-aggressive move, especially when you get this late into a game.
Yep.
An over-aggressive move will probably lead to Baron.
Can't fall short on anything. If you do, that could absolutely mean your base. Amazing. Trying to stop everything from being stolen from the jungle, but they pretty much cannot get too much out of it. Just looking around at what the core and finished items now for Spikes, and not much has changed for Team Solo Mid. Dyrus still trying to put together a Zanya of his own for a little bit more fight chaos and to cause Cloud9 to have to refocus. A lot of their crowd control can be used instantly, and then TSM's free to run to the fight, so if that first guy can stay alive, they have a better chance. All the buffs.
The farming just continues. Taking a look at the gold just to see where the power is falling on these teams, there's nearly 10,000 gold on a Sneaky who's about 1,000 ahead of Wild Turtle, and that discrepancy is made up between the Maokai and the Lulu. So if the teleport game is played and Balls and Dyrus are actually late to team fights, that's what Cloud9 would prefer.
Cloud9 is not worried to put themselves in a dangerous spot here, but TSM is trying to regroup and figure out how to get that spread out into a big death ball.
A lot of it is about this dragon positioning. The danger of trying to death ball for TSM right here is the Zed will provide a lot of AoE damage, and Sneaky also can throw in a bunch of spells. That's a critical mistake.
Unfortunate play there. They do throw the ball on, trying to get a shockwave down. Wild Turtle's on the outside. He gets death marked down. They're able to focus whoever they want after that. No real crowd control needed on this fight. Balls taking a bit of damage as he tries to initiate for the team, but they realize the front line needs to go to the backside. We're going for Dragon now. Cloud9's going to clear it out the pit, take it themselves.
I'm not sure what prompted Dyrus' Zhonya's right there. I'd have to see it again, whether it was just a pure misclick or whether he thought he saw something that was going to catch him out. But either way, that positional jump right there creates a massive vulnerability, and Cloud9's able to jump on it. Balls, though, teleports in for not much of a catch.
He teleports in immediately. It looks like they might want to try to get Baron off of this if they can stop enough people. No mana, not being able to use the ult. Cloud9 can easily just take this one.
This is hyper aggressive right now. The Shockwave is still available. Teleport is still available on Dyrus as well. Ball's trying to zone out as best he can. He's doing a great job, but I feel like TSM's going to collapse. Oh, they blew him up.
High got out. Amazing can't do anything. They have no smite to try this. Nothing to get this away from Meteos, and they are going to be able to take down Baron. Right from Dragon to Baron, they're still going. This teleport in from Balls created so much chaos, and Cloud9 is not stopping.
Wow, so just one missed step there by TSM, and Cloud9 pounces on them. They were waiting for their moment. The Zed from High gives them the confidence to jump over and blow up Amazing, and they're going to continue this offensive.
They will not give up once they get a little bit. This next turret going down quite easily. And Triforce helping out quite a bit. And it looks like they are going to be out and back to buy. A lot finished out on these. Let's see this one more time.
Yeah, it was just a fact the Balls was zoning out. High could shadow over the wall, and Kha'Zix is too squishy. Once they had the lockdown, he could go on top of him. At that point, there's no emphasis for Dyrus to teleport in because the follow couldn't arrive from the rest of the team. It was a really smart move there for Cloud9 to know that even just the one kill was enough for them to be able to take Baron, because we were really late into the game and they could kill it quickly.
Absolutely. Sneaky having a little bit of cash off of this if he has not gone back yet. 2.6 thousand Sneaky's waiting to spend right now. You can see him backing on the screen. That'll be quite nice for him. It'll get some more damage under the belt. BF Sword, just sell something out. I don't need that potion. Let's get some more damage. He'll be coming into the game very big now. Wild Turtle's only looking at that one death. And he's trying to build up a scepter after that.
Yeah, I just had another look at the Dyrus Zhonya's that led to all of that. And there were no immediate skill shots coming in to kill him. He either was trying to drink a health potion or just Zhonya'd at the wrong moment. But that was a huge mistake. Not having that spell created all of this advantage for Cloud9.
Maybe Lemonation hitting a Glacial Fissure, but still, it looks like they could have dodged that even without a Zhonya's.
Yeah.
A lot of things to look at in that fight again, maybe on the analyst desk. Right now, the game in the mid lane for Cloud9. 31 minutes in, 3-1 on the scoreboard. And Jat, they've got a 5,000 gold lead that just kind of surmounted out of nowhere. It came from that Dragon and Baron, but it was very close before that.
Dragon Baron 2 kills. Now Balls with the Banshee's Veil completed, working on his Frozen Heart. Going to try to become a menace for Wild Turtle. They really need a strong tank to deal with the Farm Trist at the end of the game. If that doesn't happen, Cloud9 would have no chance here. High trying to get strong enough to take people out. A lot of respect being given to him. You can see TSM building 2 Zhonya's Hourglasses. It also delays their death caps, however, which decreases their amount of threat onto Cloud9. One of the benefits of having a strong Zed player on your team.
Still a blue buff on Sneaky. He's feeling very good. Baron surrounding the team, as High's going to be able to take down the turret by himself. You can just see Lemon and Balls hovering around Sneaky the entire time. It's like, we need to protect this guy right here. This guy.
And the question will be how well can they clear these waves, basically. We may end up seeing Cloud9 going all the way around for the final outer turret, but they're getting a decent amount of work done onto that middle turret. They're going to try this 4-1 split push a while longer.
Why not? TSM can't really answer back to too much of it. High on the bottom side, still has his actives and Youmu's ready, so he can easily take somebody on 1v1. Using the shadow just to make sure nobody is in too much of a dangerous position. That'll be the death mark, but that will also... Oh no, he saves himself with the flash wild growth on that one. It's going to be a turnaround here. He's already taken the death mark shadow, so he's to safety. Balls taking quite a bit of damage onto that turret, but middle has gone down in that fiasco. TSM losing a bit of ground just to take down Maokai.
A really nice turnaround there by TSM to actually take down the tank from Cloud9, but that's because Cloud9 wasn't actually fighting that. Sneaky was all the while just using the free time on the mid-tier turret, and TSM's base has basically been cracked.
Yeah, they can just go around to the top side now. A good push on every lane they've preemptively set up is really putting them in a position to keep this push going. No backing necessary. Balls can and should be able to teleport with that cooldown in, so Cloud9 could formulate something here.
317 CS on both Zed and Kog'Maw right now. You can see who the threats are for this Cloud9 team. Doing their best to diversify, but those are two of the highest damaging champions in the game. If you're going to run a 2-threat team, those are two of the best to have.
See this again.
Yeah, I mean, he poked Dyrus down just that long. Immediately, he burns the Zhonya's, so he's thinking, all right. Does he actually go back? He pops his Ghost Blade just to take everything in. Lemonation with a great reactive shield onto the Nami.
That was nice, too. High grabbed the exhaust out of that.
Yeah, Balls was just in a little bit too far for the defensive, and it allowed the collapse from TSM. Even so, you can see what a distraction that was. It was a huge threat. If High kills Dyrus, the turrets fall for sure, maybe even 2 inhibitors.
Yeah.
So TSM was forced to go back down that way.
Check this out. High saying, yeah, magic damage. Maw of Malmortius. Gonna bring that out here in the playoffs. It looks like it's gonna help him. The Hex Drinker have kept people alive through many early game attacks, so even more so as he puts damage on that item. Cloud9 now doing a dragon without any problem, as they should. This side of the map is completely theirs. TSM has good wards on their own side to create opportunities for themselves. Cloud9 chooses to walk through that minefield, but they've got to hit it right. Cloud9 is so powerful right now. Looking at 7,000 gold ahead.
TSM still doing their best to hang on. The game is not completely broke yet, but it is very close to doing so. They would love a little bit more farm so Dyrus and Bjergsen can get death caps. At the moment, though, they are prone to getting pushed around by Cloud9. Cloud9 wants the fight now.
Ooh, amazing. Actually jumps it after High lands. Very nicely timed there. Doesn't actually bring him over with the team for that AoE damage. Deathmark is down. Might want to wait for that before they continue to fight here. Maelstrom is also down for balls, so this could be a very tricky back and forth. TSM has a great window to fight here.
You can just see how aggressive Sneaky is. He's the front line, which means he gets caught up by the tidal wave.
Oh, just so close from getting the inhibitor down. They want to use the tidal wave to shut everything down. Dyrus using Wild Growth. So much focus onto him. Can they come from the backside here? Bjergsen not being able to throw the ball in for a good shockwave. There's one. It pulls him against the wall. The dissonance strikes through Elimination as well. Turtle can get the reset. He gets one. Flashes forward. Then he jumps. He's going to try to get more. The heal's already been used, and they get locked down around the wall.
A spectacular shockwave right there by Bjergsen to turn the fight. But once again, it's because Cloud9's main focus was on the inhibitor right there. Yes, Dyrus did a great job of pulling him in with Zhonya's, but TSM's base takes another hit.
Yep. Cloud9 always coming up with a little bit of what they want while making it look good for their opponents. Yeah. See this again.
The Baron's going to be huge right here, but you can see Dyrus obviously having to get burned out. Meteos, though, goes to finish the turret. Whether or not he's in the fight may have actually ended up turning that one a decent way. Zhonya's from Dyrus. That time he had the right moment. You could just see that shockwave completely obliterating him, and if not for a nice stun there by Meteos, it may have just been curtains. Luckily, Cloud9 was able to respawn in time to defend that Baron, but it was actually really close.
Does not go down, and that means we are going to get another fight. Alts are just coming off a cooldown for some of them. Lustboy, that tidal wave is huge for TSM. That's one of the main reasons he uses it for these disengages.
I feel like this isn't going to be so much about Cloud9 forcing Baron, but Cloud9 forcing the mid lane, which could then give them control of Baron. Right now they have the cutoff position on TSM, and those super minions will push down unless TSM forces a full-time defender. Cloud9 taking their sweet time, though, because there is a lot of minions in the bot lane.
And they have the wards to know exactly what's going on right now. They slowly walk it down mid, as you were saying. No Baron attempt just yet. Both teams are privy of its knowledge for when it should be going down. But I think Cloud9 is going to try to force this, possibly just as that whole push control. Wait for TSM to just walk right in. They pull themselves out of the jungle. So many options for them. Sweepers are not up yet, at least for balls. He can get some clearing out. The pink ward's going to help. Not for long.
As was seen in the last fight, though, Cloud9 has to respect the reset potential of that TSM team. One more kill may have actually granted TSM the game, but Balls does get a catch on Turtle. He's going to try and tank as much as possible. Shockwave not that effective, and the tidal wave is blocked.
This fight is already spread out, Jad. A lot of back and forth as they reconsider. Now the walls separate. TSM. And we're going to see High on the backside. He comes in, tries to go down on Amazing. He's forced to jump out of the fight. This seems like Cloud9's running amok in TSM's jungle.
You mentioned that spread out fight, and that is what Zed lives for.
High now into it. There's the Zanyas. They're going to start crushing down the health bars. The team solo mid. There's the living artillery. They cannot get vision on it, but he's going to keep chasing. Double kill from High on the other side of the fight.
With the inhibitor already down and Bjergsen on the run, this is probably game right here. Ace and an open inhibitor.
There's the clean finish. Nobody down for Cloud9. The ace indeed as the crowd is cheering. Cloud9 coming out hard in game 3 after a very back and forth beginning. The Nexus turrets to drop. 39 minutes into the game, Cloud9 take game 3.
The difference a game makes. High was 1-9-7 in game 2, 6-0-1 here in game 3, and he gives Cloud9 a 2-1 advantage in this best of 5.
Fantastic play coming out from Cloud9. They find their bearings once again after Team Solo Mid knocks them down a bit, but this is not over yet. Going into game 4 now, TSM will be back on blue, be able to prioritize a pick, which was very helpful last game. And we'll see if they can bring us to a game 5. A lot is on the line here, Jack. Game Point and Cloud9. Yes, they lost a playoff match, but they're looking to take the finals again.
You can see TSM here looking a little more attentive than after the game 1 loss. Maybe a bit more struggle in this one because they were so close for so long, and losing a low kill game like that can sometimes be the most frustrating thing because it feels like there's nothing you could have done about it. That time though, High just got going and going. The final team fight was a big positional error. You can see Loco talking with their shot caller Bjergsen right now about just what went wrong. High definitely had some nice isolations in that last fight.
Yeah. They always were giving TSM something else to think about, whether it was High in the bottom lane or Balls in the bottom lane on Maokai. They always had somebody split pushing. And then there's power to disengage if it's High split pushing, or the power to engage if it's Balls split pushing.
Yeah, very tricky game right there. You know, 39 minutes, only 8 kills to 4. Definitely the most subdued game we have played probably all playoffs. Yet sometimes when there's this much on the line and they've played each other this many times, TSM could just never find those initiations. They didn't have necessarily the team to get initiations with, and Cloud9 just starved them out. Kog'Maw very effective against Trist, even though he was only 1-0-2. The presence that Sneaky had in all these fights, it's like he was just pushing TSM around the map. TSM just couldn't get the fight.
The Zanya's really coming out big in a few instances, a few errors, but with the amount of HP that Balls had going into the fights, the Zanyas were kind of just outweighted. And then they said, all right, let's kill him. Needed to be hit earlier. From Wear Insight on this, obviously we've got our analyst desk standing by to break down Cloud9's second series win.
Thanks, guys. Jat hit on it. Subdued game. I want to delve into that a little bit because I'm not entirely sure why it was so lackluster in the early minutes of the game.
Yeah, everybody's kind of trying to scale up. They just had vision control of the areas, and the impact of the junglers just, they were kind of just outplaying each other. It was like, we're just going to roam around, we're going to have some conflict, but there was never really a big engaged team fight that somebody forced out. And a lot of that is TSM didn't have engaged tools until they were around Dragon and could get a choke point with Orianna.
How much of that too is the fact that the series is 1-1, so both teams not wanting to give up that advantage and, you know, pushing it to series point?
I guess both teams could be kind of in the mindset of, okay, I don't want to screw up, but I don't know. They might just be tired, mentally fatigued from the 2 games already, which have been pretty action-packed.
And of course, we did see TSM give that Zed back to High, which he's illustrated he has confidence and, you know, the playmaking abilities on that champion to bounce back from a not so great game in the second game.
Yeah, the exact same bans from Cloud9 and the first pick from game 1, which was so successful from them before. They just went back to an old strategy there. And High, you know, he really looks back to form this playoffs. We talked about it. His regular season wasn't that fantastic. Now that the meta's kind of back in this assassin area, he's really flourishing on things like Yasuo, which he didn't have a great game on. But his Zed looks on point, and I think it needs to be banned on red side every time.
I want to point out that he got like rolling this game the exact same way he got in the first game, which was he went top and he got a kill on Dyrus without using either summoner spell.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful when you're playing an assassin like Zed. This time, though, we did see Bjergsen hop onto the Orianna as opposed to the Fizz, and even with the loss, I do feel like that worked out a bit better for him. Was that kind of what you think he should have gone for there, Pobelter?
In terms of the mid pick, Orianna was fine, but the problem was that they have this super supportive team comp with Orianna Lulu, and Turtle was constantly getting in like these really weird positions. Like that last fight, he rocket jumped into the Maokai and then just pretty much got killed by Zed instantly.
And then, of course, Zyrene, you pointed out that they didn't have a ton of engage opportunities, and Cloud9 was able to take advantage of that by really stalling out for the engagement they wanted. And we are going to actually take a quick look at that replay of the misclicked Zhonya's there from Dyrus 28 minutes into the game. Zyrene, talk to me a little bit about maybe what was the impetus for this, and perhaps it just is a misclick.
I think it's a misclick. There's no reason for him to Zhonya's there. There was no skill shots coming in on him. It could be nerves. It could be the fact that he had bought it just a couple minutes ago and hadn't put it on the key that he was expecting. So we're going to roll it out here. And I don't want to belabor it too much, but he was just in a bad position and he ends up hitting it. And yeah, maybe meant to hit a potion. Maybe it could have been a masterful bait by Dyrus that didn't go the right way. But regardless, it tells Cloud9 that they get to go in. Wild Turtle ends up getting popped there. Man, Dyrone tearing this family apart.
Well, it just kind of also illustrates how much this game can change on a dime.
I've never seen a single misplay like that affect a game that's been so even before, because that ended up giving them Dragon, give the Baron. It's what they ended up rotating to right after that. And Cloud9, they got that just big gold lead for themselves, but it's still very low in kills, very low contact game.
And then, of course, Pobelter, just as a player who's played in high-pressure situations, and I will call you out for the one time that you actually flashed a wall and Zhonya's.
Yeah.
When that happens in a game, though, how does that affect your mentality as a player, just making, an honest mistake like that?
Well, when that happened, I did the exact same thing versus Curse, like, in the middle of the split. It actually really shattered my mentality. Like, I thought we were going to lose the game off that play. Like, luckily we were still able to win, but I was just, like, really on tilt. I was quiet, and I didn't play as well.
Yeah, and when I was talking about how it's a low-contact game, just going back to my point because I didn't actually completely close it out. I'm sorry about that. Because it's such a low-contact game in kills, the objectives are worth even more because that's where you're going to get your advantages. Because Cloud9, they don't have any wave clear aside from Zed using his Shadow and just doing that, but Orianna has more. So it's more of a wave clear, stall it out on Cloud9 or TSM's side, and then look for Cloud9 to engage on you. But Cloud9 was looking for the engages that don't happen always under turret. They're looking for the dragon fights. So it was always kind of like 7 minutes, 6 minutes. We'll see every dragon fight, every Baron fight, back and forth, and that's where the action was going to originate. But you had to get vision control first. So teams that didn't have the vision would just back off, say you can have it this time, we'll come back for it. So I think the objective trading really shows how on level these two teams are with each other.
And of course, Cloud9 then decided to use their engage opportunities throughout the rest of the game to pick up that victory. We're going to jump to the final team fight, the ace that secures the victory for them. We're going to pull that up onto your screen here, and Pobelter, I'm going to have you walk us through this one.
So this was, we can roll the clip. This was the fight I was talking about where Turtle jumps in and ends up getting caught out by Zed. He gets rooted, Zed is coming in and eventually catches up with his Shadow Jump. So the fight is like pretty much a 4v5 instantly. The Oriole doesn't deal that much damage because of the locket. And then from here, they're so split up. Zed picks off Tristana. Kha'Zix is trying to help, and it just puts them all in such a bad position. Maokai gets a catch on Lust Boy. And from here, they're just picking them off. Because the assassinate at the very beginning of the fight, that just already spells the game.
Yeah, it was off the back of a crit, too. And the only crit item he had in his inventory was Youmuu's Ghostblade.
And it was such an incredibly bold jump in there by Tristana. I'm not entirely sure what was going through his head there to jump in towards a Maokai.
It's Wild Turtle.
Well, yeah, and that was going to be my question, is that he is known for making some of those aggressive plays like that. Whose job is it on the team to kind of temper that for him and reel him in? Because sometimes it pays dividends when he goes aggressively, but at other times it can be the catalyst for an entirely lost team fight.
It's kind of a toss-up there, because Bjergsen is the shot caller of the team. Amazing is in charge of the ganks in the early game. But Lustboy, his lane partner, he moderates him through the lane, so Wild Turtle really needs to check himself there. I really think that it needs to be his decision-making, or at least his communication with the team saying, I'm going here, or at least getting feedback and saying, should I go? I really think that's the problem there. Communication is very key.
I think he just kind of went for a risky play there. They didn't have any vision on Baron or the surrounding area, so I think he assumed that the 4 other members on TSM were, the 4 other members on C9 were on Baron, and that Balls was just out of position, so he went in to pick him off, but that wasn't the case, and he just got punished so hard for it.
Illustrating the importance of vision. Well, TSM is currently locking down their game plan going into Game 4. So what exactly is it that they need to be discussing right now? What are going to be the key factors in coming out with a victory?
I think just don't get down on yourself, Dyrus, for the Zhonya's play. I think that's a really big one. And also, their pick bans, what they're going to do about the Zed and Syndra now.
I think that they'll just lean to comfort picks. Well, it's either they're going to lean to their comfort picks or they're going to just do something crazy because they feel like they have no hope. So
I'd like to see something crazy. Well, we'll find out. Don't touch that mouse. Cloud9 are just 1 win away from becoming our Summer Split champions. When we come back, it's on to Game 4 of Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. Our Championship Monday continues 3.5.
Unfortunate play there. They do throw the ball on, trying to get a Shockwave down. Wild Turtles on the outside. He gets Deathmark down. Bjergsen not being able to throw the ball in for a good Shockwave. There's one. It pulls him against the wall. The Dissonance shreds through elimination as well.
You mentioned that spread out fight, and that is what Zed lives for.
High now into it. There's the Zhonya's. They're going to start crushing down the health bars. The Team Solo Mid.
welcome back to the 2014 Summer Playoff Championship. We're gearing up for Game 4 between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. And guys, Cloud9 coming back to answer TSM with a win there in Game 3 and pull ahead in the series 2-1. So when we look at that team, I feel like a lot of that is due in part to Sneaky's consistency as a player.
Yeah, Sneaky's just being the anchor for C9 right now. He's putting out consistent DPS, not dying at all, and just basically doing what any AD carry has to do right now in this meta.
And then over on the other side with TSM, of course, we have Wild Turtle, who doesn't quite play as safe as Sneaky does.
It's the complete opposite. A little inconsistency there, but he's consistent because he's always a wild card. You don't know if he's going to go off, if he's going to jump in or away, if he's going to buster shot a Maokai away instead of finishing him. You don't know what you're going to get with him from game to game. And I think that what they need to do is get Turtle on a leash and basically allow him to go loose, but still have his team behind him.
You do have to love the fact that he goes for plays. He's looking to be a playmaker and be the reason why they pull out a game. The teams are set for Game 4, though, so we're going to send it over to Riv and Jat for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we are almost ready to get into Champion Select. Everybody is wondering what could happen between these two teams. There is so much on the line here. Obviously, both have their trip set in stone, but for this to happen, it really means something in that first place.
Yeah, even just saying that they're the best team in North America will mean a lot for these guys going towards future North American LCS seasons and trips toward Worlds. If we look at this series in particular, though, this is the exact same situation TSM was in against LMQ. That series went back and forth, blue side, blue side, blue side, blue side, winning every game until Game 5 where it turned. So it's not some insurmountable thing for TSM. They've already broken the curse that they can't beat Cloud9, and they've shown that they can come back from 2 down in a series. So it's still anyone's game.
Hey man, history can repeat itself. It has before, but also these guys are trying to change what happens in the future. I don't know if they can do that. Might need a Vel'Koz. Might need something from the Void for that.
Well, I like the adjustment by Cloud9 Red Side to ban Syndra away right off the bat. They know that TSM is going to ban Zilean.
You don't say. Yeah. Easily picked out there in the ban list. Zed as well. See, will be the Alistar, the Maokai. Alistar proved quite useful for initiations that Dyrus had to bring to the team. The Maokai taken away from Balls and the Alistar taken away from Dyrus. So, what do we choose here? It is going to be the Ryze possibility for the top lane.
Is this the LMQ series again, where Ryze was first picked all the time?
All the time.
I mean, Dyrus will be pretty happy if he decides to lock that in. I wonder if this also opens Lee Sin for TSM. Cloud9 willing to let a couple of things through just so they can deny the Syndra and the Alistar. Another thing that is known is that Hai will not get Zed this game, which has been far and away his best champion. Plenty to decide here. Meteos has been picking a lot of Elise. And the news of the fact that it's not banned is pretty big. Totally different team comp for Cloud9.
Let's see if they actually grab the Thresh for themselves as well. A lot of control to come out from Cloud9. They definitely have the walk-in initiation or delivery of it. Amazing now. He has not been super banned out this game. What does he decide to do?
I mean, he's had his choice of Kha'Zix every game, and now the question will really be, does he want to play his tried and true Lee Sin that became his known champion? They don't actually need to pick it yet. There's their fair share of supports available. I wonder if the series would actually turn in such a way that supports become kind of the last pick here, since they've already decided who the mid laners and top laner matchups will kind of be, so there's not much counter picking left there. Just because Nami and Braum both have definitive counter picks, you pick Morg against Braum, you pick Braum against Nami.
Yeah.
And whenever you show your hand, you're always getting countered in all these games. Unless Cloud9 saves their last pick for support, which they actually might do. Or they can just do it now because Nami has been shown.
They want it, absolutely. Going to be able to take that for themselves, especially if Hai grabs Yasuo. They don't have, or not Hai Yasuo, he has that. I was going to say the Engage. Already on Orianna. Getting ahead of myself. So Hai's probably going to be picking up now an AD carry and what they're looking for. Possibly top lane.
Can do whatever they want. They don't need to pick the top laner
you already see it.
until it's fully decided. There's still a chance that Bjergsen would play Ryze. It's 90% Dyrus' pick, though.
much communication. Looks like Hai is actually just the one talking on this one.
As per usual.
As per usual, indeed. Which, in fact, you talk about TSM's comms at the end of that reel. They were quite calm themselves in a chaotic fight, and that's not usually the case. A lot of voices talking there, but they've seemed to pan things out. Sneaky again onto Kog'Maw. When it's not Trist, it's Kog'Maw. It was the same thing against Curse, and he's going to do it again. Hai grabs up Braum for elimination. She's blocking those waves.
Makes the most sense. Also, the Kog'Maw was so dominating for Sneaky last game.
Where you get free farm, you get your breakpoint of a Triforce so early, and they utilize that damage very well.
Yeah, Kog'Maw was able to outrange pretty much everyone. Kog'Maw does not outrange Xerath, though. And that could be a pretty nice pick for TSM. I like that. He's had some dominating performances on Xerath.
Did the same
thing. And they have Amazing's, the hope of Amazing as an initiator, or just Ryze running in really fast. So a little bit more initiation this time for TSM. Still not a huge amount.
Right, you can still keep saying kind of the LMQ composition that's coming out from these guys. But on the flip side, that was Bjergsen that was raining down damage onto Xiao's Orianna. So you might try to do the same thing to Hai and get him cut down in health really early in that mid lane.
Dr. Mundo right here to go against Darius' Ryze as well.
Very nice.
You know that's a very swingy matchup. If Mundo can actually get ahead of the Ryze, it could mean trouble. And I need to see this game whether or not Cloud9 continues with their solo AD carry strategy. Kog'Maw against Ryze. Kog'Maw can beat up on Ryze in 1v1 lanes. And it'll again be on Balls and Lemon Nation to form a new duo of sorts.
Mundo Braum's a little bit easier to farm with. I mean, you can throw cleavers at least. You're throwing saplings and hoping they'll hit the right ones on the other time. As the teams take to the Rift, remember to vote for who you think which team will win and run away with the series here, possibly. Tweet hashtag TSM or hashtag Cloud9, or C9 win, I should say, to @LOL Esports. We'll be updating those throughout the game. Also, maybe some tweets if we find them relative to the game.
Yeah, true. Occasionally we
see
have
some of the like Scara tweets or Crepo tweets, like, nope, yep.
Crepo tweeted last game that the, I think he was calling it the Bramaukai lane.
The
was somewhat
Bramaukai.
successful in the bottom lane.
The Malbro.
It's pretty popular now, especially with Cloud9, just trying to lane that bruiser with a support.
It's interesting. Is there anything that you would want to do to that or to try to stop that? I mean, you could match it, but then do you really put your AD carries against each other? That'd be such a back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. It's a sacrifice. It puts so much emphasis on Sneaky. It's basically, if they pick a top laner that can punish an AD carry, then you're not allowed to do that strategy. But just all the top laners people are playing right now do get punished 1v1 by AD.
This is going to formulate into ADTF and AD Ken. They're coming back, man. They're coming back. Probably not. We can always hope, or at least I can. But we are going to hop in here. It's going to be game 4. 2 now for Cloud9, 1 for Team Solo Mid, and they are back against the ropes here. Cloud9 could be taking the title of North American champions once again with a victory. Long game to go, Jat, and we are just getting underway here for game 4.
Yeah, and last game probably took a pretty big mental toll on TSM, even though they are a team built for endurance. Losing such a low kill game 39 minutes in definitely hurts.
There we go. Good laughs. It's a good way to start it. We know everybody's feeling all right. Cleaver dodging.
Just wants this vision.
Ooh. Said, yeah, you got the business, I'll give you some too. So there it is, Bjergsen starting again, trying to rain down. Hit up high in the mid lane. We've been seeing that Command Protect was leveled by most of the Oriannas here to not take damage early. Lustboy finding himself caught for a second, but Hai and the rest cannot pursue without the vision they need. Just wanted
That's a pretty good slow on to Hai.
Oh, they connect the Sonic Wave. Turtle jumps over the walls and takes Rocket Jump first. Everybody's in range to keep going, and that's all the summoners down. But what else can be used? Amazing Sonic Wave going to be coming up. Oh, he missed it. It's in the brush. It's going to be the shot. First blood going over to Amazing. This is what happened for Cloud9, but it's all in favor of TSM this time.
Wow, so 325 gold there into the pockets of Amazing. That'll be some early items for him if he so chooses. Cloud9 getting a little bit cheeky trying to get the Rast down to Lustboy, ends up costing them first blood, and in the worst of ways as well. Hai needs to be the one ahead in these games, and the fact that he started 0-1 could be disastrous.
Starts 0-1.
Plus this Lee Sin. What's going to happen?
And he's completely down summoners in that mid lane. Amazing comes around the corner. They're not able to take that away from the Nunu. Very hard to do. Meteor still able to make it out, but expect return trips to that no flash, no heal Hai in mid lane.
Yeah, it actually ends up that Meteos may be able to get a 3-buff start. It depends on how quickly they run towards that. Lustboy's going to go there, and TSM seems very committed to not letting this happen. They're willing to support this with 5 people. This should push Meteos off.
Ooh, I love this. We're getting out a great 4th game here. 2:30 in. Everybody still being level 1. High coming in at level 2, so we can actually provide quite a bit of damage or protection for the team.
Really nice flash there by Darius to keep himself safe. TSM still trying to make this collapse happen because they have the number advantage.
Bjergsen's got only ranged. He didn't take the stun, so it's everything they can hit now. High goes down after he just comes back up. He only has 4 CS to his name and still no summoners. This is not over yet. Level 1 bloody fights all over the place.
How crazy can this one get right now? All the while, Sneaky has been farming in that top lane, but these kills are very beneficial for TSM. Bjergsen gets going on Xerath. There's very little to stop him.
Very, very little. He is awesome at hitting those ultimates, and he puts himself in a position to do so. See if he can get a roam on that Xerath quite soon as well. If you will just continue to batter down on high, do you leave that lane and kind of say, after I get up in CS, I mean, this is it, and I roam, or do you just keep taking him down?
No, Sneaky's got to keep farming, for one.
No, I'm at high.
Oh, high cannot leave that lane, and neither can Bjergsen for that matter. Okay. Bjergsen has enough range with his ultimate
he just keeps
that he can support jungle invades, but he just needs to continue to focus on this mid lane, especially this early on into the game.
All right, see if he can keep that pressure on. Now we get to see this friendly, or frenemy, as you would say, mid lane that plays against each other so much. Can High come back from such a deficit against Bjergsen after being the one to kind of teach him a little bit more as he came over to the NA and about aggression?
And finally a switch up in strategy from TSM as well, taking the early game lead and actually forcing Sneaky into a 2v1, which will potentially in turn force Lemon up to helping Sneaky and give TSM the 1v2 lane that Cloud9 is actually trying to force if we end up seeing that swap back and forth.
Yeah, they can't quickly organize elimination out of the bottom lane. Doesn't want to lose too much experience and come up here and just die to a duo, so they're keeping it. And Meteos is actually going to hold off as well. More roam coming in from Lustboy. Let's see if they try to clear. He doesn't have a sweeper, so he's just laying him down. Oh, pink. Go figure.
Huh. Well,
great play. That's one thing that TSM and a lot of other players have said that he brought to the table, Lustboy, is vision control for TSM in the early game.
And I really wonder how Cloud9 is going to try and recover from that early game. They definitely overreached with that. If the enemy team is willing to invade 5 people at 3 minutes into your blue buff, you should just give it up. Meteos could have easily went back and still maintained double buffs as Nunu, but instead decided to stick around, thinking that the Nunu presence was enough.
You're gonna get 2 nice deep wards in here and make sure they have coverage over everything. Keep this snowball rolling downhill. And they know they're at least in the jungle, so Cloud9 can stay pretty safe throughout this. And you see it's gonna have to be Meteos as well, making sure that safety is there. He heads down to the bottom to provide protection as well. Good sweep though.
Yeah, so actually Lustboy, after getting some vision control in the top lane, decides to abandon and go up back to Wild Turtle and leave Dyrus with Sneaky. Sneaky's going to continue farming that lane really well. He'll just be vulnerable to some ganks. Balls comes back before he's full on health, actually, and is going to continue to eat some harass.
Definitely a good game for Meteos to be on Nunu. Able to build that Quillcoat, get out the vision early, buys wards for himself as well. And Lustboy back down to the bottom lane. So we get somewhat of the matchups we've been seeing throughout this series, at least. Let's see how Bjergsen's doing in the mid. Level 5 for High as well, 31 to 29. So High has been able to stay quite safe here. Meteos just says, hey, how's it going?
Trying to give High some free farm time. Maybe even get a little bit of harass down onto Bjergsen. Maybe they're just trying to make Amazing show where he is at. It's a little dangerous knowing the gold lead that Amazing has if they're actually going to fight. 2 longswords to just a Quillcoat isn't exactly very fair.
High putting the levels in queue this game, making sure he can dodge out, move the ball enough to be farming. That's skill shot, crazy lane. Gotta be boots coming out fast for both of them.
You'd think so. High is a pretty good dodger.
Yeah, that he is. Good pressure. This is what we've been seeing with those 2, I should say, melees as they are. Mundo trying to throw out cleavers, but also in the top lane getting a little bit of love.
Dyrus is vulnerable here.
Uh-oh. Mirrored on both sides. Dyrus knows this. He's like, man, deja vu every time.
They don't have the minions, though. I mean, they're going to be going for Dragon. I wonder how much support they have. And yeah, if he can just get out of there. Really nice move there by Dyrus to give his team a dragon.
He gets back. Living Artillery says he went all the way back to base, but like I said, not going to matter. They're just going to try to grab buffs off of this. Bjergsen may be hurt a little bit, but with the dragon, they'll be able to get his chalice.
Oh, they have messed up this pull really severely, but they still managed to take it. It took much more health than it needed to.
So first dragon going down in the game. It's only going to be about 1,000 gold lead, just over actually. 1,000 gold lead here. Almost finished up fighting for Amazing. He comes out with the 2 long swords, but can't yet finish his jungle item. So good start here for Team Solo Mid. When they've gotten that start, they've been able to turn the game around and hold it quite well. But last time they were ferocious and continuously chopping at the bit to be at Cloud9. A very much more relaxed game here, so I wonder if they can hold this lead.
Yeah, TSM does do very well with leads, and more so, Cloud9 does so much better with leads. I mean, if Cloud9 doesn't actually lose leads when they have early game leads. So if TSM is to win games, they generally have to jump out early on, and they've been able to do so here. Cloud9 made substantial early game mistakes. TSM capitalized very, very well. The early BF sword on Wild Turtle should hopefully keep him ahead of Kog'Maw. If they can withstand Sneaky, if they can withstand Sneaky in teamfights, it would lead to a TSM victory, because that was actually the main thing that led to Cloud9's victory last game. Not as much high Zed, but more so Sneaky's Kog'Maw. He was creating so many little plays throughout the game that he was just making the windows with which High could exploit. A little bit different game, obviously, this time. Cloud9 was a vastly different team composition, but still that Kog'Maw.
So Amazing, 1-0-1. Bjergsen as well. The two that love to get going early, as we have a little back and forth here in the bottom lane. You can see that Phage putting out damage with the Bio Arcane Barrage. Turtles, the BF sword still doesn't equal that damage right away, even with Lust Boys, extra damage added on. So they're starting to find that the matched up lanes starting in favor a bit of Cloud9. Meteos on the top side after taking the blue gets his red. These guys are very buff oriented this game with that nude. Well played.
Yeah, definitely some control being taken back by Cloud9. The last 3 buffs were taken by them. They got the blue and the Meteos, this time controlled both of them. And as you said, the CS numbers have been favoring Cloud9, both Mundo as well as Sneaky. High the only member who is behind. But we know how that goes when High is far behind on Cloud9. Usually not very well.
Right, absolutely. A few kind of antsy engages. We've seen it previously on the Zed. We saw it going after the Alistar, but it seems like Cloud9 with their last win has kind of wicked away those cobwebs and made sure that there's nothing else that they can make a mistake on. So far 2-0 as TSM has made their advantages in this one. Crazy level 1 fights, especially for a best of 5 series. This team,
nice job.
Wild Turtle putting on the shell and he goes hard. Amazing's right on the backside. A great flash out, but it's not gonna be enough. The Tempest hits the Ignite being on, and it is going to be enough damage for Sneaky to go down. Beautifully played.
Wild Turtle with the awesome shot back onto Sneaky. First off, he jumped through his Living Artillery and then just went full on aggression. Nothing Sneaky could do in that situation. Too quick with Wild Turtle.
Oh, a little too close for comfort there, Bjergsen. You're getting in the personal bubble.
Oh, no.
Wow, that is incredibly a misplay by Bjergsen, standing right in front of the turret. Wait a minute. That's not going to be enough. He's got enough snowballs.
So Bjergsen with a rare mistake in the mid lane, but I can't wait to see that kill in the bottom lane once again.
That was great.
Check out the Wild Turtle's
like, Amazing, you can do this, but watch.
Yeah, and there's a big mid lane push coming from Cloud9 as well, trying to keep this a little bit equal. So much of Cloud9 has been outmatched this game, but they're really just trying to survive.
Survive indeed. Once TSM gets their teeth sunk in, they just continue to bite. Still going towards, what is this? BF into Infinity Edge. Actually, we get to see it again.
Yeah,
Here
watch
it is.
this. Now,
the slow.
So Wild Turtle did something that is really hard to notice at first glance. It wasn't a flash buster shot. It was a buster shot flash. So he started his R cast time, flashed in front, and basically like Tristana insect someone like Elise Sin would.
Heck yeah.
So it made it so Sneaky could not reactively flash away the buster shot. If he had flashed behind and then busted, Sneaky would have probably been able to get away, but not that time. because of the Wild Turtle mechanics.
And they actually nicely get the flash after that as well. Sneaky trying to escape on it. So everything going in their favor. They have summoners up in the bottom lane, just the exhaust coming in for elimination. So they'll be trying to defy the attack. 98-74 still in that lane. We did see that Sneaky got his Triforce spike quite early last game. He may be hindered just a little bit as he spent quite a bit of money just now. Coming back with just a Sheen. Minute on the Dragon. That Sheen's definitely going to help in the overall fight. So good on both of the AD carries to keep it going. 0-0-3 for Turtle. Sneaky 0-1-0, who we were saying was a big factor in that win last game. See if he can still come back to that position from a 0-1-0.
Yeah, it's not the ideal place for him to be. That's for sure. Sneaky's such a consistent player. But now, you know, all of Cloud9 is on their back foot. And it's on TSM to close this one out. They have the ability to. We know they've done this before.
Not too much forward vision. You can see how hesitant they are to go past this. Buster shot instantly used. Being very calm.
They know the
trying
shield
to
is down.
initiate for at least amazing to maybe get in range, and then they would get the Xerath ultimate. We had Bjergsen on a slight rotation to the bottom. Very tricky, Dyrus. Be careful. He has not found good results in this side of the river. He does have to flash. Throws down the ultimate for the extra movement speed, and he gets himself to safety.
Yeah, but that's a 3-man rotation by Cloud9 when Dragon is also up right now. They are very much in avoidance mode of TSM right now. And instead of just taking what Cloud9 wanted to give TSM, TSM takes more than Cloud9 is willing to give by taking that mid-turret and then looking down for the Dragon.
Even though Dyrus wasted ult and flasher, that was very big. Cloud9 was trying to repeat the same thing they did last time. They would have gotten some good control off of that. And now TSM running amok. They're going to go ahead and steal some buffs now. Deplete the jungle of Cloud9 and not even take that. So leave them with something else to think about. Is the Dragon dance about to happen?
Trying to starve Cloud9 as much as possible, for sure. Sneaky, however, level 9, so he's got 5 points in that Bioarcane Barrage. Yet, he is so vulnerable to the Xerath. That's one of the brilliant things about the Xerath pick into the Kog'Maw. Making him dance around just the super long-range skill shots and will not be able to maximize his DPS.
No, so if they can keep that blue away from him like they just did, it's not going to make Sneaky that much trouble from the back line as he was last time. TSM's going to hunker down, and they are going to lock down this Dragon. Very nicely done. Already 3,000 in the gold lead, and they are going to pop that up to about 4.2. Very nicely done. 2 of 2 Dragons in the game. Cloud9 tries to answer back on the top side. Going to get that found quite fast with Blood Boil, so they don't waste too much time.
Yeah, just the first turret of the game, though, for Cloud9. They're losing the objective game as far as neutral objectives and turret objectives here. And they're hoping that Balls will be able to carry them out of this. However, against a Trist, Ryze, and Xerath, it's a lot of damage to throw down right back onto the Mundo. It'll be very difficult for him to get to a point of invulnerability. TSM is looking very strong here.
Definitely vision all over. 4 sight stones up already. Pinks and greens still in the inventories. As I say, got the light bright going on towards the top side of the map right now. 16 minutes in. Every team has a pretty good security system. Right now, we're going to get Turtle grabbing up the red buff, possibly trying to get something going for the team here as they're going to start huddling down towards the mid lane, maybe get a push. Not much to grab. Dragon's down. Baron's not really an option just yet, but Sneaky did hit that Triforce spike, so see if he starts to create more as he did last time.
TSM's trying to freeze the lanes a little bit too, give Dyrus time to farm while his teleport is up, knowing the Dragon is not an objective on the map at the moment. Continually trying to counter jungle the Nunu, which is a bit of a role reversal right there. TSM's done a very good job of just taking a different sector of the jungle than Meteos has been and not getting taken out by anything Sneaky.
Ooh, that was almost quite sneaky. High takes a good amount of damage there. He's forced to get out. Amazing does not feel scared to be in that side of the jungle. He stays. The rest of the team and Lustboy looking for this bottom turret. TSM, wherever they are, they also have more to take. Great job by Wild Turtle to bring up this turret. And again, Bjergsen on the outside, ready to rain in some damage.
Slick little dive. Cloud9 is now forced into reactive type of play because TSM is making the first move in all these situations. Got to be careful not to take too much poke because Xerath would be able to come in for the finishers. Also like the distortion boots early from Bjergsen.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that.
Increasing the move speed of his Ghost to 40% could actually be very beneficial if he's going to run down people late in fights, because there's a good chance of something like that happening here. As well as the cooldown reduction as well. He just needs to... He's trying to get rid of the weakness of Xerath a little bit, because Xerath is very weak when people can close in on him, so he's just augmenting his ability to escape more by having his summoner spells out more frequently, and them being a little bit more powerful.
Turtle on the front side, you can see him spacing nicely so he can jump over the wall to Bjergsen if needed, and then Bjergsen would pretty much be able to help get those kills with Lust Boy. What control here. 4-man squads, and Cloud9 is completely staying away from them.
TSM is so much stronger, and walking into a fed Xerath is a little bit suicidal, so it's really just Cloud9 trying to take as much farm as possible without giving up that back-breaking fight, hoping the TSM will make a mistake somewhere along the lines, and that Cloud9 can capitalize.
Well, they don't have terrible wave clear, but once TSM gets stronger, they are going to be able to take down these turrets without worry of those dissonance and void oozes coming out of Sneaky. They back off for now. Not too much pressure to create it on the mid turret, with that clear being so efficient from Cloud9 at this point. They also have to be careful of that shockwave. A good shockwave Glacial Fissure can start to turn this around. Cloud9 has an immense amount of area of effect damage if they can get into the fight.
Yeah, that's a big thing. If they can get the right shockwave down, it could very well just cut through TSM's whole plan right there. But honestly, TSM's accumulating such a huge advantage. Cloud9 is not really pulling the trigger in any of these fights because of that early game disadvantage. By the time they would want to pull the trigger, it may be too late.
This is crazy, Jad. The best of fives definitely bring out a different type of team. TSM showing again that they cannot be knocked down mentally, and they come back again and again on a game 4.
I mean, TSM, they're good at running League of Legends marathons. Ever since Locodoco came in, a lot of the players wake up early, they go running together. Then they go and play 10 hours of scrims, and then they go have 4 hours of solo queue practice. Like, these guys have built up so much endurance from their practice schedule. Playing 4 or 5 hours in high-pressure situations is something they can do and continue to play at a high level.
Even adding on to that, you got people like Wild Turtle. How many Challenger accounts? Just people that consistently play. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's the reason they say Froggen is so good, just because he never stops playing.
Yeah, and he loves the game so much.
Makes it even better. Never have to work a day in your life if you do something you love, Jap.
It's one of the big things the Cloud9 players have, though. They genuinely love playing the game. They all formed together. If we think back to the early Season 3, Cloud9 had 4 players in the top 10 of Challenger on their roster, on their starting roster, and they are very similar to TSM in that way. So it's a recipe for success.
Seems like the players are done letting us talk. They want to engage again.
Perhaps. I mean, the Dragon's up in 33 seconds. If Cloud9 keeps giving these small advantages to TSM, eventually there will not be a fight to come back in the game, so maybe they're choosing this point to try and force something, but it is difficult. They do not have vision control set up, and TSM has so much power with the poke of Xerath.
This is the thing I like, is Bjergsen pretty much disappears when these objective fights happen. He'll be on the side somewhere. There he is with the rest of the team. Cloud9's trying to find him.
Good, decent amount of damage
onto him to start the game. Ball's feeling way more confident to walk himself into this one. Nice focus from the explosive shot, so he can't just lickety-split, use his ultimate to get back up to HP. Wow, they are taking a lot of damage. Sneaky able to rein in from the outside there. High with the blue buff, able to add and relieve. Oh, wow, the shockwave goes out, but is it going to be enough? A huge knockback there. Stand by.
What a block by Lemonation.
Super good, and they are going to continue this one. Stand behind me used by Lemonation. Keeps High alive, but he's out of the fight.
Single-handedly saving High's life there. He jumps in front of him, and then Wild Turtle targets the Braum because they're basically right on top of each other. And now they're trying to zone off this Dragon. Maybe they pull for a fight. This is tense.
They are fighting this without High right now, and he could be taken down by Dyrus instantly. He is going to eventually get him down. And on the other side of the fight, Cloud9's trying to adapt to this one. They're looking at low health bars, but Amazing is trying to be the front line. Great job by Dyrus to initiate, takes the blue as well.
Yeah, High goes down, but Cloud9 secures the Dragon. So overall in gold, they're still doing all right. High had already died multiple times this game, so it's not the end of the world for them.
True.
It's going to be about getting back in position to stop TSM from taking secondary objectives after the fact.
Very nicely done with the top lane prepped here. Going to go around to the red buff and top turret. Actually, They may not have time to be able to grab this. The wave gets cleared out, and they are going to have it back after just denying the buff. Still very good for them to grab. And C9 using this time. You can see Meteos hauling ass towards Baron to start getting vision down.
I would say an impressive show of strength here by Cloud9 to be able to withstand this. So Shockwave onto Dyrus, and then check this out. The Buster shot went right into Lemon Nation to knock him back instead of into High. The sole reason he was able to stay alive. The ultimate otherwise would have killed him.
Yep, I like the choices. Summoner heal for High, Barrier coming in for Bjergsen. To each his own, but keeping each other alive. 4-1, 22.5 into this game. We start getting a little bit of split push tango between Dyrus and Balls here in the bottom lane. As the wards, as we were saying, completely set out by Meteos. Now, he starts to grab himself some magic resistance, turns into the Cowl. He'll be quite safe from a lot of this Bjergsen outside damage. Dyrus as well. Let's see what they can continue to do. Wild Turtle takes the top lane by himself. Looks like he'll have protection at least right below him with all the wards that Lustboy is trying to set up. Again, Lustboy keeping the vision up for Team Solo Mid with the rest of the team. Doing a great job. Talisman of Ascension is something he loves building, keeping them in and out of the fights. It's so good with the speed up of the Nami spell passives.
And they need it to create the right catches, or even just to run away as well, trying to combo the disengage of the tidal wave with the move speed.
Yeah, in or out. Definitely out if they're the AoE in.
Right here, though, it's about TSM taking control of deeper and deeper territory, and whether or not they can find a catch. That's a catch.
They know what's going down. It's going to be Lemon Nation first. Slowly the health bars drain down, but that's the AoE that Amazing and the rest of the team really can't get caught in. Dyrus' teleport came in just after the absolute zero. He tries to throw down on Sneaky. One, and the dodges come out. Beautiful job by the Void Puppy going back and forth. Amazing gets himself a little too deep, thinking Kadma wouldn't be able to get the damage back for the Retribution kill. Now onto Balls, but he is going to be fine. The ultimate's already been used. He's healthy.
Sneaky was absolutely incredible that fight, dodging all 3 of the shots from Bjergsen's ultimate, and then still having the presence of mind to turn around and finish off Amazing. Despite getting caught there, and despite Dyrus teleporting in before Balls, Cloud9 still wins the fight, 2-1.
Finding it in the jungle, I don't think TSM's going to want that again. Let's watch this.
Yeah, so they kick back a pretty tanky guy in Lemon Nation right there. He absorbs a lot of the damage because of his shield, gets to face the mountain and a shield from Ori, and ends up just running away after that one. But think about how early Dyrus got into that fight. He does 75% of Sneaky's health bar, and then flashes the first, dips, dodge, and dives after that one. And then Balls pushes the rest of him back after that fight because he's a very tanky Mundo. This game is still winnable for Cloud9.
That's what you're talking about, that guy in the top lane who could become a very big front line, and he's doing just that. As long as Wild Turtle can't cut him down, they don't have the Morello Namicon coming out in this build. We've seen it a lot this weekend for Mundos, but it's up to Turtle to shut down on those grievous wounds. More than that, just to go through this game though. Cutlass coming up for Sneaky, or rather Blade of the Rune King I should say, and a 2-item finish from Turtle here. So both teams trying to get an advantage of their spikes. TSM got a little too antsy there trying to do that though.
Sneaky relative to the game is not as farmed as he was last match.
Yeah, correct.
He was about 1,000 gold ahead of everyone else in the game. Here, he is 4th place in gold, actually. He has less gold than Wild Turtle, Bjergsen, and Dyrus. So not the same presence, which just means he has to play that much better to stay alive. As we saw with those fancy jukes, Blade of the Rune King will be a huge thing for him in trying to slice through in these team fights. And honestly, Kai is having another one of these bad games. It's kind of like Cloud9 needing that shock from the Shockwave to actually turn these fights. He's landed good Shockwaves, but he has been a consistent focus of TSM. Take out the Shock Caller and
absolutely.
It's hard to shock off from the grave.
1 minute on the clock for Dragon to come out. TSM getting exactly what they want. Side lanes could be pushing a little bit more. Looks like they were going to have Dyrus do that possibly, but he's floating, trying to ward, and then they do decide to have him go down towards the bottom lane. Just deciding what they want. They're going to start spreading it quite thin here just to get the vision they need so they can start making moves.
And this has been the battle for TSM for the last 6 minutes or so, just trying to break Cloud9. Ever since Cloud9 actually was able to take that Dragon, they're slowly clawing their way back. They're still in a pretty heavy deficit, but if they can keep taking Dragons and not losing turrets, they would be able to hold on. That's why it's of utmost importance that either TSM gets a catch here to kill more turrets, or that they can control this Dragon that is up in 30 seconds. I feel like with the Baron threat right now, the Dragon secure will be easier for them, but they do have to respect this Cloud9 team.
Absolutely. Sneaky coming up next few levels, at least 4, for that max range ultimate. Even Bjergsen won't be safe on the outside of these fights. Good take from Wild Turtle to deny. Take a bit of extra damage on the way out from Rocket Jump, but Lust Boy always within range of Wild Turtle. They keep sure that that's a team that they always have together. Live for Dragon, and that's where they're going to be heading. Team Solo Mid down to the bottom. This is good. They actually have something to fight over. That's not Cloud9's base.
This time Bjergsen landed a lot of poke instead of getting poked, but Amazing is still not very low on that Dragon. We could very well see that fight. Block the tidal wave. Let's see if they re-engage.
Ball's out, so that's going to zone them quite a lot. Once the ball is out, it kind of denies it a little bit. Everybody knows where it is. You see High backing up again. Going to get it clear on the mid wave, and then he'll come in just a little bit on the fight for another entry, possibly get the shockwave that he wants. Dragon.
He stole it.
Dragon getting stolen by Meteos. That's the shockwave that he wanted. Lustboy on the backside. That all starting down. Bjergsen is just raining in damage, and he does find Sneaky. The boy puppy gets dropped. What a fight coming from Team Solo Mid as they limp away. 4 for nothing.
That poke from TSM eventually just poked Cloud9 to death. The ultimate that time for Bjergsen just wrecked Cloud9 as they were trying to disengage, and Turtle and Amazing could hop in for the finish. Even if they're low, there's so many of them alive. This Baron is theirs.
What a great job by Team Solo Mid, Chad. I thought it was looking a little shaky when they could not break the front of the base, but they just bought themselves time and they got the fight they wanted. A Dragon. Let's see it again.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Dragon Steel was nice, and then Cloud9 is desperately actually just trying to use disengage spells here. The Shockwave was for the disengage, but they couldn't stop Dyrus, so he's putting a bunch of AoE down, and then the Xerath ultimates. This time, Sneaky could not dodge all of them. Amazing and Turtle were in there getting resets. As much damage as they put on a Turtle, it wasn't quite enough. And that may be Cloud9 breaking.
Fast fingers from Dyrus that time paid off. He hit the ultimate to just squeeze out of the range of that shockwave and get his movement speed. Those Rune Prisons really started to lock down the fight. Good plays on him and really coming back around this game. 3-0 and 5 for him.
This would be quite a road for TSM if they could win the next 2 games in this series. Coming from the 3rd seed in the playoffs, not getting a bye, having to take out Dignitas in 4 games, LMQ in 5, and then they would have to win this one in 5 as well. But they're looking quite good in this game for 7,000 gold separating them and Cloud9. And Cloud9 was trying to play a little hide and go seek, but they got spotted in the bottom lane, meaning this mid turret is temporarily exposed.
TSM knows, though, without a lot of vision behind them. I believe they walked through one more that was cleared, but they are forced to back off. Playing it safe, 6,000 gold lead right now. Only 4-2 in turrets. It seems like the map should be destroyed right now, but the vision game has kind of staved everybody off from getting too much of what they want. See what they can do with this Baron. Good wait out here by Cloud9. They're not going to want to do too much, but like you said, they went for the bottom lane until they were found out. Trying to take Baron off 1 by 1 is going to be a very hard task.
And this Cloud9 team isn't as much about getting small catches or assassinations. It's actually very much a bruisery, tanky teamfight team. Everyone very big on this team, Mundo, Nunu, Braum. So when they fall behind like this, it is much more difficult for them to maneuver a comeback.
Still trying to shut them down. Amazing with the forward wards along with Lustboy. This is a death squad in itself right here. They already have their protection of a Wild Turtle in the top lane. He's been having fun on the turret all alone by himself. He picks up a little bit more, 260 to 240, 1-1 and 7. Oh man, actually
he's
this
caught.
Huge, what a lockdown from across the map. You can't even get to safety. Everybody's got eyes on you. TSM starting to head down mid lane.
Now that is some solo lane synergy if I've ever seen it. Dyrus just running straight up the gut for Sneaky, comboed with Bjergsen's ultimate, and now they have a strong push in the mid lane. Kana's gonna try and trade something back, but this inhibitor is done for.
That showed immense power. You couldn't even be peeled off by Meteos on that one, and Nunu couldn't even make it happen. So Sneaky goes down, free hit for the inhibitor here, and Bjergsen and the team get to use Baron quite efficiently. They'll probably be back in time to stop this if they even want to.
Yeah, Ball's just trying to get as much farm as possible while he's down here in the bottom lane, but it may be just far too little, a little too late, because as tanky as he can be, if Sneaky is unable to stay alive in any of these fights, the damage will not be there for Cloud9.
Wild Turtle coming out on the outside here. Actually, Last Whisper as a third item for him. Wanting to crush down, seeing the Thornmail already on balls, armor already being built up on a few others as well. Meteos there. Interesting. Dyrus and balls in the bottom lane. They're going at it. It's not looking too good for him, but there's the active on the ultimate. Will he be able to take him down? Machine Gun Rise coming out big here. A few more, but Dyrus won't be able to put out the DPS as Balls is able to head for home on this one. He's not going to give up.
He's got backup again.
Flying Orb coming in. There's one, and he hits the last one over the shoulder of Dyrus. He just ducked a little bit, let it go by.
Dyrus keeps throwing him up, and Bjergsen keeps stuffing him home. These are alley-oops right there for Dyrus into Bjergsen, keeping him still. It's so easy for him to finish off these kills. The tankiest member of the team just shut down by the 2 AP carries right there of TSM.
What an awesome composition coming to light. We really haven't seen it utilized like that all year long. That's great. Beautiful plays here. Dyrus now 4-0-6. TSM definitely getting the talks they need from Reginald and Loco Doco between these games. And it looks like from right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting to game 5, but it is still not over. 11-3. Cloud9 is going to be trying to come back very hard here. The split push strategy of Balls not working so well with the amount of control TSM has. And they're already finding Meteos while he's trying to take Swolves. Yeah,
they're trying to force off all these Banshees. Vels, they have an exterior turret still to clear, so it will still be a little while until they close this one out. Cloud9 not completely out of the woods. They have everyone alive right now. If they land a fantastic shockwave, they still have a chance. But boy, does this TSM team look good.
Looking good indeed, Jat. They're one more turret away from just hitting the base even harder. The shockwave indeed misses. That's also low mana for High on the backside, and TSM is going to push up feeling a lot safer.
Without that shockwave threat, what's to stop TSM from diving in this turret? There will not be nearly that much to punish them. They can enter through the mid lane if they so choose to, but they can just push down this.
That wasn't exactly a whole bunch of High missing that, but TSM just being ready, knowing that Cloud9 needs to bite on these attacks and get something out of them, but TSM is using that to their advantage. Slowly and slowly dwindling out ultimates and possibly summoner spells here if they can get good attacks on it. They will not draw summoners, but they are getting Cloud9 to run some chaos in their own base.
Dyrus a little bit low on mana, which would dissuade them from pushing farther potentially, but the turret did get taken to about half health there. Because the Dragon is up, because the Baron is soon, TSM is going to take this one slow.
Not wanting to make any mistakes coming into this one. TSM wants that game 5, and they want it to be a good one. The momentum is going to be huge for them. And Dragon will also be theirs coming into 35 minutes. 3 of 5 Dragons there. The first Baron goes to TSM as we saw. But that was just about 7 minutes ago. 30 seconds left. We're going to have that next Baron.
And I really wonder what Cloud9 could even hope to do about this Baron. Look at the map. There's one ward outside of Cloud9's base right now. One single ward. For a team with 2 tight zones, they just haven't been able to get out because they've been so heavily punished by TSM. They're getting a few wards up in their own jungle right now, but they have to retreat shortly just because of the threat of TSM.
Still looking at builds here. A lot of item spikes coming out still on both sides. It's quite early in this game. AD carries still getting a lot of what they need. Cutlass coming out for Wild Turtle. Infinity Edge for Sneaky, which would be something he would have easily had last game. We talked about his clip. Very different coming into this one on more Kog'Maw play.
Yeah, Dyrus, Bjergsen, and Wild Turtle are all well over 2,000 gold ahead of Sneaky. And Meteos just trying to get vision control, having to run away.
The flash, nobody's really going to be able to help this engage. Sneaky is on the side there. Voidooz doesn't really hit the team. And this is the disengage that Team Solo Mid has. The Talisman of Dyrus already used. Meteos throwing down the ultimate, but he only gets one. A lot is being used for only the few members of Team Solo Mid here. Oh, the artillery coming in from Bjergsen on the backside. Could this finalize him? No, it's going to be Wild.
This could be a penalty. One more.
He's going to be looking for the Penta, but Balls won't give it to him. The Quadra kill instantly coming up. Team Solo Mid looking to end the game out here. 40 seconds across the board. Balls is going to have a hell of a time defending this one.
Well, they don't have the minions, but they do have 5 members of TSM. They're looking to end this one 37 minutes in.
That's a pretty big Dyrus. Frozen heart on top of the health and everything of the Seraph's Embrace. The shield to be used if they need it as well. They're going to lock down the first Nexus turret. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a Game 5 in the NALCS Playoff Finals. Team Solo Mid takes Game 4 over Cloud9.
How many 5-game series are going to go the distance here in the North American playoffs? Definitely the last one, because TSM just took down Cloud9 for the 2nd time ever in the playoffs.
They have to be feeling really good right now. Dyrus had a great game. Holding the emotion this time, not letting it get the best of him, which worked yesterday, but can also get you a little ahead of yourself. Just keeps it calm. Cloud9 definitely has a few things to talk about now, but both teams have. It's been a back and forth. That's why we're going to a Game 5.
And Cloud9 challenged for the first time ever, really, in the playoffs. They had never dropped a game before this. And in a small sense, it's very good for North America that the top teams are challenging each other at this level. They will not be lackadaisical heading into Worlds, and this first seed will feel very much earned. The stress of these best-of-5s going back and forth, it's all very good learning experiences for these guys.
It's been a ridiculous split of top-bottom teams happening. TSM, like we said, they can't beat top teams. They can beat the lower ones, but it doesn't matter now in the best-of-5 series. LMQ came through and did some crazy things. All the play this summer just made every team better with the caliber that was brought to the North American scene, and we're seeing it now.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what adjustments get made for Game 5, because the first pick of the blue side has commanded so much power and presence here. I mean, the Rise, especially in this last game, the Zed for the 2 Cloud9 games. How will the pick and bans change now? Because this second rotation of TSM being on blue side was vastly different than the first. So Cloud9 tried a big change up. From the first to the third game, which is when Cloud9 was on blue side, there wasn't very much change from TSM's side. Do they roll the dice 3 times in a row, or do they make a big change? Because as we saw here, the big change from Cloud9 didn't work. There's a lot of mind games that are going to be going on. It's very important. Both teams have their coaches here. Charlie for Cloud9's got a lot. Loco and Reggie have a lot to do from TSM. I can't wait to see what they come up with.
It's going to be intense, and we have so much more to talk about. The score was all tied up, so let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk to break down this amazing slugfest.
Thanks, Riv. And gentlemen, we are going to Game 5.
I am so freaking hyped for this Game 5 right now. I thought it was going to be 3-0 for Cloud9. 3-1. It's going to be 3-2. Either way right now. These teams, they have so much stress on them. This is just so good.
And there is so much on the line now, and the pressure is mounting more than it ever has. So let's look at both of these teams individually in terms of what they need to do to perform at their utmost in this final game. Cloud9. Zyrene, hit me.
Cloud9, high. He didn't have a good game. He needs to turn it around. His level 1 stuff, those shenanigans cost them that early game lead, which TSM did not let up the pressure, and they just kept their foot on the gas. Dyrus got snowballing. He seems to be one of the most emotional players that is currently on that stage. We saw him in a Game 5 versus LMQ. He went absolutely crazy. Is he going to do it again? I think he might.
All right, and on TSM's side, we just called out Dyrus for picking it up, but Bjergsen, he's been playing pretty well so far this series, Pobelter.
Yeah, his ultimate's onto the... Because, like, what would happen every single time was Dyrus would walk up with his ultimate, root Sneaky, and then Bjergsen would just land every single ultimate, and Sneaky would die.
Yeah, there's definitely an aspect of a lack of dive on the side of Cloud9. Is there a pick other than Mundo maybe they should have gone for, seeing that Xerath, saying we're going to have to get to him to keep Sneaky alive?
I think the problem wasn't really the Mundo because, like, really what else could you pick? Like, most of the good diving meta champions were banned, Alistar, Maokai. I think the problem was in the early pick Nunu. And so TSM was really good on recognizing that they would run a Protect the Kog'Maw comp with little engage. And so that Xerath pick was just really perfect.
All right, let's go into a replay about 28 minutes in. It's a 4-for-0 by TSM, and it's a perfect example of what you were talking about here, Pobelter, with the lockdown of the Kog'Maw and then the Xerath ults to follow up. So I'm going to let you explain this one for us.
So we can roll the clip. Sneaky's been playing like pretty well so far. He's just been evading and living very closely every time. They're just kind of kiting around right now, poking each other. And then, yeah, so C9 is starting to get very low from the Xerath poke. They start the TSM starts the dragon because C9 is so low. And right here, C9 should just back off. It's impossible for them to win this fight because they're so poked. Nunu actually does get the smite steal. But Dire's, like I said, he just starts running it sneaky with his ultimate, gets the root off. Bjergsen gets all the ultimates on him. Everyone else is getting destroyed by Amazing and Turtle right now. And TSM just cleans them up.
There's just so much poke on the side of TSM with that Xerath. And I love seeing that pick come out because it's somewhat unconventional when you do have those assassins on the board that would normally play into beating it pretty well.
Yeah, Xerath is really good at killing the Kog'Maw because he just outranges him. And in a Protect the Kog'Maw comp, once the Kog'Maw dies, you're pretty much screwed. There's nothing you can do because you have no damage.
Well, and then we see TSM. Right, they go straight to Baron. They pick that up, and they just rolled that momentum so well into a victory. So they've got to feel pretty hot coming into this last game.
They've been in this situation before, and Cloud9 has never been pushed this much in a best-of-5, in a playoff game in North America. They had something along these lines at Worlds with a best-of-3, but nothing like this. They lost 2 games, their first 2 playoff losses ever against TSM. This is huge for TSM, and it's pretty big for Cloud9, too. They have to win this.
That's a pretty good point there. The fact that Cloud9 has yet to really be contested in the NA playoffs. So there's got to be some questions that arise in terms of their mental endurance, their ability to play out a 5-game series in a situation that they may have expected to be able to, run away with.
Yeah, and speaking of that situation that they thought they were going to run away with, I have the regular season stats right here. These mean absolutely nothing right now. These are my stats from the last 4 games. These mean absolutely nothing right now in comparison to what's going down in this single game. All of that past means nothing at this moment. It is what those players are going to do on that stage, their picks, their bans, their play, their level 1, and what they do with the advantages they create for themselves in the lanes. I am so hyped for this game right now. I can barely contain it. I cannot wait to get in there.
And Jat, we heard Jat talking about the mind games that are going to be played going into this final game because of the fact that they are switching sides, strategies have worked, they haven't worked, things like that. So Pobelter, TSM, once again, they're having their huddle. What are Loco and Reggie telling to their players right now when it comes to picks and bans?
I have no clue, but I'm sure he's just trying to keep them together, making sure they don't get too cocky. I think if they can get high on another farm-style champion, then that'll be very good for them, so that's probably what their draft will aim for.
All right. Well, we'll see if any of this gets done. It's going to be a wild ride, to say the least. We do have to take one final break, but if you have any other Labor Day plans, cancel them, because we're going to Game 5 between Cloud9 and TSM. Our Championship Monday continues after this.
I don't care if you win or lose, but let's have fun.
Slowly the health bar is drained down, but that's the AoE that Amazing and the rest of the team really can't get caught in. That's the shockwave that he wanted. Lustboy on the backside, that all starting down. Bjergsen is just raining in damage, and he does find Sneaky. 1-1 and 7. Oh man, actually
He's
this could
caught.
be huge. What a lockdown. Oh, the artillery coming in from Bjergsen on the backside. Could this finalize him? No, it's gonna be Wild.
This is gonna be a penalty. One more.
Welcome back to the 2014 LCS Playoffs Game 5. We see here up at the Pine Box that those guys out there are watching this back and forth series just as glued to the television screen as the rest of us. And both of these teams, they've been trading blows, and it comes down to Game 5 to crown our champions. And the last time TSM went into a Game 5, they absolutely dominated their opponents in LMQ.
And a lot of that was Dyrus. That guy got so hyped. I had not seen that much emotion out of him in that game. As of that Game 5 against LMQ, is he going to do it again? Look at him. He is all smiles right now. He's having a great time up there. He had a great game on Rise. Deathless, nothing seems to be in his way right now.
And we can't count out Cloud9. They consistently perform, so you have to look at that. But I want to look at High, because High has performed phenomenally in both of his Zed games. But he's been a little lackluster on his other picks.
Right, so he's had a really polarizing performance so far. The 2 Zed games, he just hard carried his team. The other 2 games, he had awful scores, kept dying needlessly. And I'm not sure if his mentality is on right now, but I think what C9 needs to look to do is leave Syndra open and first pick it, because I think that's the only champion that he can play that won't be banned.
Yeah, and talking about polarizing performances there, just the face cams back and forth. Completely different worlds coming into this for both of these teams.
And we'll see how those worlds collide in Game 5. So we're going to send it right over to Riv and Jat to get us into this epic showdown.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you one last time later, but now is Game 5. Right here, It all comes down to this last game. Cloud9 loses their first 2 playoff matches and possibly now gets dethroned from being the champions.
Yeah, it won't stop either of these teams from getting to Worlds, but boy, it'll be so important for TSM if they can dethrone Cloud9. And for the first time, Cloud9 is actually being challenged. And yeah, like those guys were just talking about, it starts off with the first pick from Cloud9. What is going to be banned out? Do they burned that first pick on high because they're not going to be able to get a counter matchup off, and it's really just been a tale of 2 games or a tale of 4 games for high. It's really well or just awful.
Right.
And if he starts going in that wrong direction, there may be no coming back for Cloud9.
Well, that's the thing. Do they kind of give High something and still knock him down on it? Because it seems like they can still get inside his head despite what Champion he has. But that could really happen to anybody the kind of day you're having, if it's good or bad. So far, it's been completely back and forth between these 2 teams, as it should be at the top of the list here in the NALCS. The bans look exactly the same. Zed will be taken out. And now Cloud9 says, what do we prioritize? Rise would be the safety.
Zilean is a pick that Team Solomid hasn't been out this time.
Yeah.
And we haven't yet seen Cloud9 use it in this series, obviously. But the Maokai is a higher priority for them here.
Indeed.
Meaning if TSM want it, they can pick up the Zilean right here.
Do they decide to take the Chrono Chaos? Put it in the eyes of Cloud9 during each fight.
I don't know
So
if
many
TSM
picks.
expected this as a first pick. But now they have to make the pivot and still plan their picks. I think for Cloud9, this probably signals a Yasuo for high as far as the champions he does play because of its synergy with the Maokai. I'm also a little bit surprised that Amazing is actually stealing the Elise from Meteos here. I mean, Meteos sure has stolen it away from Amazing a few times, but Kha'Zix, Braum, Maokai, if you're a Curse fan, is a very familiar combination because that's what LMQ used in pretty much all of their victories during their comeback series. And Cloud9 could very easily play that. The Braum would stop the Nami shields, the Kha'Zix is the next natural jungler for them, and Cloud9 can basically put together an LMQ team comp. Now, TSM beat LMQ, so maybe that's not what they want.
That's true.
But it does present itself right here.
Slow picks coming to the other side. Meteos not getting possible Elise he thought he would be grabbing. Slower from each team. Game 5 has a lot to be desired from each team. One last talk from the coaches now coming into play, which we've even seen kind of go to the wayside. I don't know if it will in these games, but we've heard the coaches say, I don't know why they picked that. I don't know if they're going to be treading those waters.
So much can change just based on the bans, and you can have priority lists in different scenarios.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's got to come down to the players and what they feel like playing. This is what we expected, though, from Cloud9 with these 2 picks, Kha'Zix and Braum.
Lemonation, no stranger to the Braum once again. Meteos is going to be trying to go crazy. Something that they've had before. Will they be able to create the pressure they want, though?
I do not know. There's so much initiation on Cloud9 right now. But for TSM, the fear they have to run into is not having enough initiation.
Right.
From the looks of it, they're going with something somewhat similar to last game, just no Rise. If they go Trist, Lulu here, it's probably that Ori or Xerath in the last pick. And it's a team comp they've kind of ran before, which they were defeated with, versus a lot of initiation from Cloud9. But if they do pick a Xerath or an Ori, there's a lot of AoE damage, and Cloud9's team is apt to group up into pretty tight corridors.
Right. Getting that dive system in with the dive buddies, and it is going to be dive buddies all across the board here. Sneaky even having the option too. The Corki comes out for him. This, I believe, will be his first play on that against Curse. He went Trist, Cog, so bringing out the Corki here in Game 5.
I like the Corki in this context. It sprinkles in enough magic damage to make it inefficient for TSM to stack nothing but armor. It's a very necessary AD carry in this context. Plus, it gives him that extra little bit of mobility, which he did not have against the Xerath last match.
Right. They were definitely able to cut him down quite quickly. So Bjergsen does revert back to the Xerath. People have been saying they haven't seen him play it too much, but I'm sure he's got a lot of other different accounts. He's been putting it on, and Wait switches it up here. Shields on the team. They're going to play some protection.
You can tell this is under some pretty intense discussion because Bjergsen has yet to have a poor game in the playoffs with Xerath. However, he is the strategic mind of the team within the game, and he knows right now they don't have enough playmaking if they don't have Orianna. There's so much initiation potential from Cloud9. Unless TSM can actually force their own fights, they wouldn't have been able to win this game. So he has to go with Orianna, even if his Xerath has been more successful.
More for sure. Crowd control. TSM loves also having that Elise. They used to run it with the Thresh when they had Glebe for that catch. It's going to be great AoE. Nice pickups here from Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. A lot of top tier picks in the hands of the players right now going for the #1 spot in the NALCS. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid, Game 5. We're locked in Champion Select.
Yeah, it all comes down to this for the champions of North America. Whether this is a fantastic game for High or another blunder here. 197 in one game. I think he was 0-7 in the previous one on Ori. This time, Yasuo is one of his more comfortable champions, and it's within a composition that has a lot of built-in synergy for Yasuo.
Right.
Maokai Yasuo is a very, very common combo.
Both teams have playmaking and initiation. I'm ready for this game, and I'm sure the fans are as well. Here and at home, it all comes down to this. Everything is on the line, so let us know one more time who you think is going to win as we go into Game 5. Tweet that hashtag C9win or hashtag TSMwin to us at LOL Esports, and we'll be updating that live throughout the game. I'm sure the players will feel that the Twitter world aura as well. They know you're voting.
It seems like TSM has a little bit of an edge in the Twitter vote every time we seem to throw it up. And it's crazy. Thinking back to TSM, a lot of the fans throughout the regular season weren't even sure if TSM was going to Worlds. Cloud9, even though they struggled, everyone kind of in the back of their head thought they're going to make it, and it was no doubt for them. But this TSM team, if they're able to win North America, would be quite the run, because they were meandering around the 4th or 5th place of the standings throughout most of the regular season.
Right.
But now they've finally come together. The Lustboy acquisition worked great. Loco Doco's had longer times to really instill onto the team, and now one game away from winning North America.
The best of 5 series now in that 5th game. It has brought much awesomeness, you could say, to the league stage here in the North American LCS. Definitely a good move. The players and teams have loved it. We're going to get a quick back out on this one to make sure everything is correct, that it was not a certain rune load or whatnot. We're going to get a chat with Dyrus here as the team's completely silent.
You got to make sure the Game 5 maintains its competitive integrity here. So pause on Dyrus. We will get to know what that is.
Yep.
Red team paused the anti-hype, actually, right now.
So Dyrus he did double check, but the runes did not change out of the client into the game. We're going to go ahead and see if that is true. Probably get that switched up if everything works out the way it should. Seeing what the builds are probably won't be any different on the starting buys.
And as well, the teams can't see each other's items as of yet. No one knows what was started with because the pause was so early. So a pause like this is before what is known as Game of Record. It's one of the things in the rulebook. Game of Record is basically the first time someone sees someone on the other team. And that has not happened. So this game doesn't exist yet. The picks of bans have finished, but reloading the game is as simple as just remaking.
All right, looks like Lustboy has actually dodged out. Amazing as well. Haven't seen any of the members from Cloud9 just yet, so we may just be getting them in or the whole entire team, and we'll just go ahead. Yeah, ball's just clicked out. So we're going to have a bit of a vamp time here. This is definitely going to kind of play on the teams. They're ready and raring to go. Obviously, they weren't in the game, like we said, no record of games, so it's not like they had motion to do something. But a little more thinking time, maybe a little false start, but it's all right.
The game will be remade. Exact same picks and bans, because as we said, Game of Record does not require a restart. The game hasn't happened yet. I'm just going to make sure I hop myself into the game as well as soon as they make the lobby. They'll be flying through the picks and bans. We won't have those up on the screen. Man, it has to happen right before Game 5, too. I was so ready to just start talking about the level 1.
Everybody's so ready. Oh, thanks, Jack.
Yeah.
But is everybody still ready?
Yeah, I think they're ready.
All right. I like it.
Several thousand fanfare packs. We got hundreds of thousands of people watching on stream.
Yep.
Heavily viewed finals
That's
right now.
That's just the bathroom break. Everybody's
Labor Day
running,
weekend.
getting drinks, getting the candies, concession stand, hit it now. Go quick.
Very quickly, because this game could happen at any moment. When's the game coming up, man? I may have missed it.
I'm looking for it.
See.
I don't know if you missed it.
Yeah, well, whatever.
No, you didn't. It's up. Bam.
Thank you.
Aha. All right, so back into game. Everything's going to be the same all the way down. We'll get the same picks and bans. None of that will change. So the teams can still kind of think about what they want to do with the beginning of this. I guess just as much as they could last time.
Right. They've already planned what their level 1 was because they were just about to do it. There's no reason to change it up because nothing was seen by either side. And it's kind of going to be the same story. Whether or not High succeeds on Yasuo is a big move here. The Orianna pick from Bjergsen is pretty bold. It puts a lot of emphasis on what he does. They haven't picked very much initiation on the TSM side. And with that first pick, Maokai from Balls, we had the TSM team actually talking about this during their quarterfinals against Dignitas, is just because we've used a first pick on you doesn't mean you have to do amazingly, right? So balls on
Right.
Maokai, even though he is commanding that first pick, isn't the fulcrum with which the team revolves around. I still feel like it's basically revolving around Hai and whether or not he can pull stuff off with Yasuo. And there's always Sneaky in the back who's just old and reliable. His Corki will be something to watch here.
I like that, old and reliable. It is, though. Ever since the Arcane shift forward, it seemed to be cleaned up since then.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with Cloud9 as well. If things do go wrong, they're not one to harp on each other. And at this point, I'm sure teams have really just cleaned up that kind of thought process anyways. Team Solo Mid coming in very strong. Their way of doing it was, yeah, we need to kind of switch up what was happening with the team, where our direction was going, and our focus. Lustboy was that focus, it seems, towards the end of the season, and they've gotten what they wanted out of it.
It's a completely evolving landscape. You can see the Team Solo Mid team has made their adjustments to get them back into this finals.
Right.
It's not as simple as just having 5 guys and being like, if we play together long enough, it'll work out. Sometimes change just has to happen. Luckily for Cloud9, they found an amazing combination a year and a half ago when they formed this team. And we were mentioning earlier, they're pretty much the most experienced core group of 5 people in esports worldwide.
And they didn't start off amazing when they created that team. You remember the first time Hai talks about playing with Meteos, and Meteos was like, I had to teach Hai a few things about what the jungler does, and it's not always just for mid lane. And Hai was like, oh, okay, I realize that now. So it started to become a huge camaraderie between those two, and we see a lot of the First Bloods will have those two involved in it.
Yeah, and as well, the infrastructure of the teams. I mean, Jack is a fantastic owner for Cloud9. He provides those guys with exactly what they need. They're leaving tomorrow for Korea. Everything is set. They have practice situations. Their flights are booked. They packed for that. Like, they're very organized from an organizational standpoint.
I feel like...
And TSM's a similar way. That's one of the reasons these teams reflect so much success.
Absolutely. We got to remember, Cloud9, Jack told me once, he's like, I feed these guys and they play amazingly. It's like, I promised them something after, like crap pot or something. So once they get to Korea, they're going to have all the food that they want and they're going to be wreaking havoc possibly. But who's going to be doing it in first place, chat? We're about to find out right now. We're going back onto the Rift. We are into Game 5, Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid, and this is about to happen.
All right, no pause this time. We're good to go. Ward start for Amazing right now. That's the same thing that Meteos started with during his Elise game. Remember, last game was kind of thrown out the window as far as game plans are concerned when Hai was first blooded. You do not often see those first bloods. We've seen a fair amount of them actually during the playoffs, though.
Are we going to get 2 huge team fights at level 1 again? Because I love that. We actually will have that go in one team's favor so much, but it came out slightly even until, like you said, TSM was pretty much able to turn things around in that mid game. So not as much craziness coming out this time. The not want to lose is definitely coming into play here. So the gameplay should be slow. Rings to Doran's, blades on both sides. It looks like top lane's going to be matching up equally with a little bit more on the support side of Dyrus as he's chomping down some cookies. So good movement by Cloud9. Both teams getting privy knowledge of what's going to be going on towards the boss. Everything they need, everything quite simple.
Yeah, there's always that question of whether Cloud9 decides to switch up the lanes for this one. They've had success laning Braum with Maokai, just withstanding the harass. It always looks a little scary, but they've managed to do it in both of these games. And Sneaky has turned himself into quite a solo lane threat. Done it with Trist and Kog'Maw. This time he's going to try his hands at Corki. And that looks like the setup that Cloud9 is going for. Now the question will be, when the teams have been on this side of the map, their rotations and their jungle paths have been nearly identical every single time. It's been Meteos starting blue buff going to red, and then looping all the way up top to go for Dyrus. If one team, it's a big mind game here because they know what happened in the other games. They figured out what they've done. Does one team try to counter, or do they just completely switch it up because it's a game 5?
Not much in the room of countering right now, but it would be the first stone thrown here. It looks like they're going to be doing Wolves Wraith, so easy start for this. I would be surprised if Meteos were to go for that top lane. It'll be kind of hard to get the kill onto Dyrus, especially with the Sneaky on Corki. So it'll be interesting to see. That early ward again from Amazing. And we are off and running. Both junglers towards the bottom side now. We finally get the 2v2 matchup chat here. Lustboy trying to gain brush control, elimination as well. Getting right in his face.
Yeah, they
Well,
used...
that's 2v2, but yeah. The
They used the Targon right there, or the Relic Shield, to push the wave a little bit early. I actually wonder if TSM's going to try and freeze a little bit, because there's a chance they could deny some experience now that Balls and Lemon have decided to push.
Back and forth, you see High using the Steel Tempest to get that cleared as much as Bjergsen is trying to push it into the turret. Nice block by Lemon Nation. Just a very nice back and forth. So much harass going down with the farm in these lanes. It's the small advantages that are trying to be gained.
Yeah, Cloud9 just doing the sapling shove right now. But at the same time, if they take a little bit more harass, they will not be able to stay in lane. Dangerous game they're playing down there.
Sneaky trying to deny Dyrus a little bit of experience here. He's not going to lose pretty much anything off of that, but little games.
And check this out from TSM. They were so prepared for that Meteos roam. Instead of trying to counter it, they just gave Dyrus the absolute best vision. Both of the jungle exits that Meteos could have taken to make it to the top lane have been well warded by TSM.
When Dyrus has been able to live in the top lane, he is able to put up numbers for the team. So to get him going, really good in the playoffs. He seemed to turn a switch here coming in this weekend. Bjergsen with the clockwork wind-up passive. Good tongue twister there. As he starts hitting down onto High. And here we have the first movement from Amazing. He's going to be hatching that ward, though. So knowledge of him is going to allow Meteos a little free play here. What does he decide to do with it?
Focusing on this High and Bjergsen lane once again. Something that High has, more so than a lot of mid laners, is an incredibly short memory as far as forgetting mistakes. Even if he's died 10 times in a previous game, he'll turn around and have a fantastic game afterwards. I guess it's a selectively short memory. He remembers the good plays and always forgets the bad ones in order to perform and not go on tilt.
Absolutely. That's a huge thing to have as well. Not worrying about what happened in the past. Let it go and move on to that next game. Especially putting himself on a different champion now. He's got to have a clear mind. 5 minutes into this one, nobody has a big lead. But we're seeing that textbook push here on that melee lane on the bottom side. Turtle getting close, but he does not get any extra damage under the turret.
And there's no summoner heal for these guys, so it's just the exhaust that would be on Lemon Nation if they decide to all in here.
That's really passive, you're right.
I wonder if this is the time or the game where the lane breaks. Balls has already used his teleport to make it back here. He's just so good at being passive under this turret with the Braum shield to prevent all ins. They are losing out the battle CS here, though, because you can see Maokai at 23 CS, but this time Dyrus is farming very well against Sneaky, so he's basically matching his farm. Meanwhile, Wild Turtle would be a good 22 ahead of Balls. This lane setup, while it has been successful for Cloud9 in 2 games prior, isn't nearly as successful this match.
You can see how much consideration Dyrus put into that Tribush. 3 steps back, trying to taunt somebody out of it. He's like, I think it's finally clear. And of course it is. Meteos is here taking Wraiths right now. No real windows for either of the junglers to get in just yet. And where that ward was placed by Amazing, and Meteos cleared it out, he actually placed a pink ward. Not really seen them placed there before. Right next to the mid turret.
Yeah. You can see they're on high alert.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
Trying to account for any type of sneaky move each other would make. What this game 5 is all about. Momentum plays such a heavy part.
The first kill must
game 5.
feel so different than any other
nice,
game.
Though. They're going for such an early dragon, knowing that the AD carry was top and they would have a teleport advantage with an ultimate. This is the perfect timing. It's something they didn't do in either of their first 2 games.
And they have the shield.
Check it. They're going to try for a steal, but that is a really dangerous steal.
Lustboy has the number on this juggling. He's been doing it so well. That's not going to be the steal. In and out, actually, for Meteos, which is not going to help for early initiations on him. And TSM comes out clean there.
Yeah, it means Cloud9 can't trade anything else for it either, because they actually did make the move to go down. It's just there's no objective to actually warrant that move anymore. Really nice play there. TSM is beating Cloud9 to the punch.
Yep. Hardly taking any damage on it as well. Allows them to go back quickly without being stopped in their backs and just come back to lane. Sneaky trying to deny everything he can as we have him switched back around. Maokai's going to go back to the top now. 33 to 55 there. See if Dyrus tries to take initiative on Balls. 6 as well to level 5 here in the bottom lane as Lemon Nation knows Sneaky's going to be safe to go for it.
Yeah, and while we have a moment, the jungler's taking their second set of buffs. I really just want to say, I think it's a really good thing for the North American region that they're challenging each other at this level. Last year, Cloud9 went in very lackadaisically to the finals. Whew. Of course I thought I had a minute when Sneaky gets aggressive. He has the level advantage on Turtle right now, which is one of the big reasons those missiles are cutting in down. But yeah, Cloud9 was never challenged in North America last year, which made them a little bit lazy coming into Worlds. With the struggle they've had in the regular season and the battle that TSM has given them in these finals, win or lose, it's just going to create completely different mindsets for both of these guys going in. Cloud9 because they know they can be challenged, and TSM because they know even if North America may not be the strongest region, they can be right at the top of it.
Absolutely. It's kind of hard to work on things when you're always winning. That's what Cloud9 kind of walked into that with, and they said, well, it's not going to work here. Everything's been changed up since for a lot of teams. And right now, this is what they need to bring to Worlds. 72% in that vote, swaying quite hard in favor of Team Solo Mid with a 1,000 gold lead. And still pressuring the level up. Still not 6 on the side of TSM. 7s and 5s coming in from Sneaky and Elimination as they harass, but freeze nicely in that bottom lane.
Yeah, still the early game going slightly to TSM. The lane swap that Cloud9 pulled off was heavily punished by TSM this game. Sneaky got a 1 level advantage, but it cost them so many objectives. And that ward being taken out by Amazing, that was to protect against a sideways gank there. That's one of Elise's favorite jungle paths. However, he just goes forward and takes it out.
Dyrus not being able to do too much. Ball's keeping himself safe there, but they still keep the deficit. Dyrus has that good lead. Bjergsen with his levels again on the ball move. Hyde did the same thing last time to just keep that CS coming as well as dodging these skill shots. Looks like he will be denying high CS as well. Not too bad though, 98 to 95 in that lane as Cloud9 just goes with pressure and numbers here. They're not worried about it. They want to start taking things. It's going to be bottom turret first.
They're going to end up trading these turrets though. Dyrus had some free time in that top lane. He takes his down as well. So that is a trade of the level advantages basically. I also liked how Cloud9 funneled that gold into Sneaky. The turret has a certain amount of local gold that it gives away to anyone who's near, and everyone else ran away, so Sneaky got the full 150 local gold from that turret, instead of it being split amongst his partners.
Still keeping with the Triforce build. He has the same kind of mechanics he can work with here, coming in on that movement speed he's going to be getting. Keeping himself safe, but also in a dangerous position. Something Wild Turtle's been getting himself into quite a bit, but coming out on top these games. A quadra kill previously on his Trist. Something TSM's looking to get out of him again this game. Ball's now getting the minion wave in his favor, but he's not even going to give Dyrus any trouble. The themes for him already, and the mid lane for Bjergsen as well. Good spikes before 11 minutes in.
Absolutely. With the Dragon being up in 2 minutes, I don't think Balls can make it to his Rod of Ages. He's a good chunk of gold behind. The Static Shiv being on high is rather important. He's farmed very well against Orianna, actually. Also, as far as combat effectiveness, Meteos finishing his Elder Lizard, amazing with Sightstone. But is that lack of vision going to cost Balls his life?
Twisted advance just for movement. Nothing's really going to help him. He has a flash for over the wall towards the white gear if he wants to try and do it, but he's going to go for the forward flash. Oh, Meteos thought he had it, but he used the Q. Or Amazing, rather, sorry. Takes down the kill.
Yeah, at least he made Amazing use his flash, but he was unable to escape that one. Nice kill there by Amazing. Also going to delay Balls' Rod of Ages even farther.
Meteos making some moves, trying to get the sweeper at least to get a little return on investment there, but they find no wards. Elimination's going to alert them of this rotation. Mid turret could be going down quite soon here, but they're clearing for the Dragon. So Dragon mid, definitely a possibility here as C9 is going to be setting up for this as well. Teleports up on both sides.
Heavy pink ward control by TSM around this Dragon. And very lackluster vision from Cloud9. You can see them throwing that over the wall Dragon ward. Lemon just not able to get control here. No pink ward investments currently on the map for Cloud9. And they're also going to have to match with the teleport, which is tricky with Maokai. While Maokai's a nice guy to be able to teleport in, he kind of needs to be there at the start in order for him to have an effective team fight, because he's the guy who initiates. Having your initiator come in late means you lose all control.
Dyrus and the rest of the team looking to get back on that. Such a spread out initiation Cloud9 would have on this. They're kind of pinching from each side. Ball's coming down from the top now, and this one's going to definitely tell us how this game will be played out for the next 5-10 minutes. Still the mid lanes fighting each other as they're going back and forth here in the river.
Not much damage landed by Cloud9. You can tell how tense this game is right now. These guys really just waiting for the right skill shot to land.
Glacial Fissure actually separating the fight. Dyrus finds himself alone here as he comes in from the top lane. Still teleport there if he needs to go back and come to the dragon, but Cloud9 could have it by then. No, over the wall. Dyrus saves himself. Hai's not going to be able to dash to him anymore, so he gets himself out. But that is big. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dyrus trying to back way too early. Meteos uses the last bit of mana. Somehow Dyrus squeaks out alive once again, and I don't think we're going to get a dragon out of this at all.
Here's the thing, though. Cloud9 burned so much right there. Dyrus still with his teleport could always come back in if Cloud9 decides to start this dragon. It's very dangerous for Cloud9 to be starting this dragon right here.
They pinch it in. A ward is already sitting inside Dragon Pit or outside. 2 safe spots for Dyrus to teleport to on this one. He will
already in the back.
One in the shockwave on the side of Bjergsen. They lock down Hai. That's 30 seconds on the clock. Dyrus is already back as we saw, and they're going to start fighting it.
Big missiles from Sneaky, though. This dragon hits back pretty hard, and Cloud9 does not want to let this one go, despite Hai being dead.
Sneaky with quite a bit of mana to start throwing out those bombs. Big ones coming up as well, but he cannot get the area of effect he needs. Great trade back.
Are you kidding me?
Gets the dragon as they watch TSM prep it.
Times the smite with his void spikes. He's now 1 out of 2 on dragon steals. That one, though, keeping Cloud9 in the game.
Very nicely done. TSM knows they have to pressure back a little bit, Jat, so it's going to be a dragon, but we see both teams giving each other much respect as they meet face-to-face here in the 5th game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is indicative of the way the team comps are built from TSM's perspective. Their ability to find initiations is not that great, so when they have an advantage, they have to be very careful about the way they proceed. That time they did get the kill down onto Hai because of a nice shockwave from Bjergsen, but until Wild Turtle's much more farmed, they won't be able to turn those into really big fight wins. Whereas if Cloud9 actually pulls ahead by a few thousand gold, it's much easier for them to force and end the game, putting TSM in a slightly precarious position.
Sneaky as well with the Triforce built, so when they get up to the turrets, they're going to be falling down fast as well. Dyrus doing what he can with glitter. It's a little slower, but you're still able to take down turrets.
Yeah, luckily for TSM, they actually have the lead right now, so Cloud9 running away with it isn't a concern right now. As well, if we think hyper late game, the Tristana is unmatched as far as AD carries are concerned, and Sneaky will have to just do this damage from afar.
Yep, Wild Turtle's not afraid to put himself in any carry position either. He'll jump right into the fight as we've seen before and shoot people backwards for the initiation of the good. 24.2 to 22.4, 3-1 is TSM still coming up on turrets in the majority of these games. Then applying the map vision, which is a little bit less than they have been. But they're getting in what they need. Nice try there.
That is a really good point about Cloud9 not having turret control. I mean, TSM has pushed more so than Cloud9 in almost all of these games. I can't remember one where Cloud9's been up in turrets early. TSM definitely having the early games very well planned out.
A little back and forth. He should have at least golems to get to if it really gets dangerous. But he's already got Dyrus for safety. No rotation up from anybody here, so it looks like Cloud9's just trying to grab another outer turret and actually get themselves some of that gold back.
Hai activating split push right now. There's not much TSM can use to level him out. It's some mean poke.
Oh, is Meteos making the move? He is going to be close enough. Throws down the ulti. Dyrus wild growths him before he can get off the initial attack. They still get the assist on him from the slow. And whoa indeed, even with the wild growth addition of health, he went down quick.
I mean, take what you will about this start from Cloud9, where they're ending up losing some early game turrets, but Sneaky having level 11 at that point was one of the main reasons they were able to force that kill. Level 2 in his rockets, much more damage than Dyrus was able to respect with the blue buff. Very, very well earned, and now they even out the game.
Yeah, it's very evened out with that. Dyrus going down along with the turret, giving Sneaky what he wants. He's going to be able to capitalize a lot more with that cash money. We see not Moby Boots coming in for elimination this time. He's going to be going for the Merc Treads himself. And we actually see the Scepter coming out for Sneaky so we can start sustaining. It looks like Cloud9 wants to get themselves in a little more of an aggressive position here with some of the buys are going out. Radovich is already stacking up for balls. Good things on their side for core items. But like we said, Athenes and whatnot have already been finished for quite a while on TSM's side. They haven't been utilized too much.
Yeah, the death cap will be the next item spike for the TSM team. Maybe Dazania's as well, if Bjergsen and Darius decide to go the more defensive route in fear of Yasuo. But even so, it's still a very, very tense game here. A lot of it is just understanding the power spikes of when they can get items together. Right now, Sneaky is the powerful one. That won't change for quite a while, actually.
Hey. It was a good Cocoon, I'll give you guys that.
And now it's actually a nice split push. You can see the Void Spikes keeping TSM at bay while High gets some free time at this turret. Meteos though decides to let him through.
This is where Cloud9 starts to feel really comfortable. If they know they can start spreading them thin, they might get their pinch initiations in. Oh, whoa. They caught him. Sneaky getting caught. Not even enough time to Valkyrie. Fast fingers coming in from TSM.
And they're collapsing onto High right here.
Collapsing indeed. Wild Turtle's going to get hit up. That's not enough damage to kill him right away. The exhaust comes out. They knock him back. The flash goes over the wall, and that just means Dyrus gets a kill for himself.
Oh, we know what happens when Darius gets going in a TSM game right now. 2-1-2 on that Lulu, picking up a couple nice kills off the back end of other teams' initiations.
And High giving his head a scratch there. The call's not working out the way they wanted. The crowd now behind TSM. Cloud9 fans hoping for that comeback to happen. It's not anywhere out of their means to win this game yet. 29.9 to 28, but that was a nice pull by TSM.
All of it started with Bjergsen just making a play onto Sneaky. It's very rare that we see Sneaky get caught out of position.
Let's see it again.
But just the tail end of that shockwave, Valking out of a shockwave is actually not that easy to do because it can still pull you back in mid-Valk. And here, High was jumped on. He already had been slowed, so he tried to ultimate to turn around and also give him a more proficient shield. Ends up burning his flash, but that just walks him right into some glitter.
TSM collapsing well, getting what they want out of Cloud9's aggression for the split push, and they're going to have to start thinking twice about that. Elimination in the team, trying to get the wards in that they can, but now stricken to pretty much their own side of the jungle here.
Small difference in the teams here. There is no tidal wave for Lustboy, but against Braum, you generally don't have tidal wave anyway. Cloud9 very aggressive starting this Dragon because they have pink ward control. They're hoping the TSM over-respects the Cloud9 poke, which is actually happening right now.
Easily taken by Cloud9. Very nicely done, keeping their head in games, knowing that they need to continue getting for themselves to not lose any bit of ground. The game is still tied in gold.
And this could be a really nice rotation, though, by TSM. Cloud9 is a little bit behind in this rush. The minion wave, though, is kind of contributing to this. I wonder who's going to push faster, actually. Trist pushes very fast. This is a bit of a race.
I don't know, Jat. They do have a few more caster minions coming up. That's one turret down. It was already warmed up coming in from High on the last rush, and it's going to be somewhat of a race for these inhibitor turrets.
What is the plan here? Both teams are sending back a couple of defenders and seeing if they can hold up. The Saplings are only doing so much for balls. He's trying to tank out these turrets, but that turret is going down fast.
Dyrus almost going down. High is going to be in there taking turret shots. One more comes out. He gets the heal from Sneaky. Almost gets the range. One more Q coming out from Amazing, and he does grab it. Double kill. And this
TSM has no extra defenders right now. This is basically a base race. TSM, though, but that inhibitor could be going down. Nobody is on their way back to base right now for TSM.
Sneaky's doing what he can all by himself. He's got the Siege minion to help him through right here. They have the rapid fire help. Steroid coming in from Wild Turtle, and that's a back and forth. The Sneaky stay, he's out of mana, and it could be very dangerous. The teleport is trying to keep them in with a home guard balls on the other side of the map.
It's an inhibitor trade, but Cloud9 has found some friends.
Balls with the home guard. Teleport goes in on the Wild Turtle. They try to eat him alive, and Lemonation's going to land the Winter's Bite. One more shield attack, and he gets him down. Now onto Lustboy. No, Corki is not in the base still, but Cloud9 is stopping TSM from getting the backs they want.
What a trade. Inhibitor for inhibitor, and Cloud9 runs down a few kills because of superior two-man pushing into the top lane. Now they try and push mid because they have the man advantage.
Conflicting chants from the crowd here in Game 5 with 5 kills for both teams. Coincidence? I think not.
And also Cloud9 getting to push up the mid lane right here is so advantageous. They are eliminating the super minions before they can become a threat. They get the turret.
Whoa, whoa, amazing. Going very hard here. They think they have the backup coming in from Bjergsen. He can still get the repel for safety, and that definitely gives Cloud9 something else to think about. Looking at a lot of down summoners here. Sneaky without any mana, but it's just for the pressure. They're going to keep it on to make sure they don't have an easy back.
Just unable to land the Glitter Lances down the stretch. So, power spike-wise as well, after all that happened, yes, Cloud9 gained a lot of edges right there. They took down multiple turrets, and suddenly they're 2,000 gold in the lead. However, double death cap for TSM right now. That's a very strong point of power. Hai is actually delaying his Blade of the Ruin King for an Infinity Edge right now. So he needs to hit his Infinity Edge or his Blade of the Ruin King before he can actually access that power spike. As far as the second major item being completed, there are more of those on TSM than there are on Cloud9 right now. So teamfights would still be very close.
So what's the way that TSM uses this now? If they know TSM or Cloud9 is going to try more split pushing, more Hai in a different lane when these teleports aren't up, what do they do?
It's the tricky thing because they have pretty much the worst inhibitor to be dead is dead. The one that is the farthest from Baron. It basically means TSM needs a full-time defender. Dyrus doesn't actually have his teleport here. And the more we think about this, Cloud9 actually has some potential to force Baron. Infinity Edge was just completed as well for Cloud9 Hai.
Wow. So those pieces came to him quite quick, and the damage that he requires. Now the initiation potential is up that much more by Cloud9. They're going to start clearing the wards, and they're going to start creating the pressure. It's exactly what they want to do. 5 turrets across the board, down for each side, a 2,000 gold lead for Cloud9. But the items favor TSM here. Who is going to be the taker of this fight? Because something else in the inhibitor style is going to fall. That's very close to being an initiation.
Cloud9 has lit up this side of the map with wards. They definitely want to start forcing around Baron. They don't have a pink ward right now for inside the pit, which is kind of stopping this from happening. But they do have a window here where Dyrus cannot join. So they know they have forced 5v4s. They need to take some type of advantage out of this.
They now have no wards around Baron. This has to be a different time for them. You may see a 2-man group try to get some wards. Right now it's just going to be amazing, and he will not be seen by Hai. So no problems going to be had there. The vision in mid keeps them safe. Cloud9 getting what they need, or rather TSM getting what they need as Cloud9 begins their push again. Top lane seems like it's going to be the focus here. 1:30 on Dragon. They got all the time in the world to play up top.
This is one of those times where you wish you actually bought multiple pink wards. It's something that certain supports do, as they will keep a stock of them in there, because this siege, they don't have time for someone to go back to base while Dyrus is off in the lane. But because they don't have that second pink ward, their Baron control is really lackluster, and it's making them miss out on this golden opportunity where Dyrus was trapped on the other side of the map.
Well, it looks like everybody together. These teleports being down, not making people feel comfortable. Dyrus pulls to the mid lane. Bottom is easily pushed up to the river, so no worry from that. And Baron is really going to have to be the focus here. Sneaky in the team. Start to pressure down mid as Hai is on the roam, and TSM have no vision of any of that. They can go through a 2 or 3-man here if they get Maokai up there.
Yeah, so all those wards will provide some vision superiority in Baron, but that's actually not what Cloud9 is probably going to be forcing next. They want either a team fight with Hai or the split push because of his Infinity Edge into the exposed inhibitor.
See if they can find it. 26 minutes into the game. Very, very early into it, and we're getting a lot of action from these two teams. Respect with the poke. Bjergsen still on the front line looking for a nice shockwave. Wild Turtle will not hesitate to jump in. Do they really want Braum here? That is
they're a little bit cut off.
To sweep in. They hit perpendicular to TSM's grouping, and it looks like they're on Amazing. That's going to be big to go down. Can he get a repel up if he's not already used it? He is going to be safe on the backside. A nice tidal wave to disengage a huge amount of damage onto Lustboy, and that is what is coming out of Wild Turtle right now.
This is not TSM's base that they have their back to, though. This is Cloud9's base. They're going to be hitting that inhibitor and forcing Cloud9 in.
Yeah, actually had me confused because the shots are coming this way. Wrong way, guys. Cloud9 need to enter back into your base. TSM's being pushed towards the Nexus, and it looks like Cloud9 is even afraid to get into this one. They have to choke to get in the middle. They have to get in range for that shockwave.
The cooldown discipline of these teams is remarkable. Still no Yasuo, still no shockwave until now.
The shockwave! Balls goes in, twisted advance, throws down the Maokai Maelstrom, and it looks like they're going to mitigate enough damage to tear this fight apart in the start. It's going to be Wild Turtle now in the eyes. 4 down for Team Solo Mid. Dyrus is forced to run for the brush, and Cloud9 heads for Baron.
And that is going to be Baron right there. While TSM made the move to get the inhibitor, they missed the shockwave. That absolutely critical spell that Bjergsen picked Orianna for to create a fight was whipped, and Cloud9 absolutely punished them for it.
It happens both ways, Jad. We saw High do a few of them last game, and it is detrimental to the plays happening. Baron's going to go down now. Cloud9 picks up a huge lead. The stats from Baron, and they're going to be able to run with this for a full, fresh 4 minutes. No contest here as well, so everybody's going to make it out nice and alive.
Even Maokai was able to pick up that Baron buff because he respawned. Taking a look at this fight again, I mean, both teams were pretty low from that, but because the Shockwave missed Sneaky, all bets were off. They get a nice ultimate off onto Bjergsen. He is not a part of the fight and tries Wild Turtle May. He just can't get through everyone on the Cloud9 team. Sneaky was enough of a force at this point in the game that he could just finish off. Cloud9, though, doesn't shop after the Baron, and TSM is very heady to go and get this next Dragon.
Seeing what they can get. They know they just walked through rewards, so they're not going to be stopping there. 256 gold off of that Dragon grabbed across the board. 2 of 4, but the Baron is not what's ticking around them. You're going to have to be very careful, but they do have bottom turrets to push.
TSM knows Cloud9 has to go back to base, so it's actually really smart of them to try and keep this pressure up. They want to get as much gold as possible while Cloud9 has this Baron buff to neutralize the game.
Only looking at one really good guard right now on the side of Cloud9. And it looks like they're not going to have to really utilize those. TSM backs off after grabbing the turret. They don't want to be messing with full health Baron team Cloud9 right now. Only a 3,000 gold lead was grabbed out of that. Still the item, actually no, the item thresholds are starting to match up. 3 items on the favor of Cloud9 now with all that gold they've gotten.
Yeah, High is huge, and Sneaky has an itemization edge over Wild Turtle right now.
Yeah.
Wild Turtle just finishing his Bilgewater Cutlass, so he's so far away from a Last Whisper, actually. If Balls can get a little bit more gold, finish his Frozen Heart, it'll be a very difficult tank line for Wild Turtle to cut through. He needed the lifesteal, however, because he's just taking so much auxiliary damage, and the threat of all the poke is just keeping him out of fights.
You see High going for that back line quite fast when he gets the chance. So good builds coming in from each side to mitigate. Just dying in general, it helps.
Yeah.
6-5 in turrets. Game number 5 is definitely delivering here from both Cloud9 and the side of TSM. Now another push up mid. This Baron buff has about 2 minutes left on Cloud9. Let's see how they utilize it.
The downed inhibitor also has a minute or 2 left, so Cloud9 has to keep a lot of attention in the mid lane, even if there's an exposed inhibitor on the other side. High has to go way back as well to clear that minion wave and actually put threat on multiple things. The game looks to stall out for a few minutes here.
High getting a nice push on the bottom. They can go back to the split push if they want to. Sending Meteos' items to Amazing as well. He's pretty far up. Also putting in some more damage to that build.
Yeah.
Nicely done. 30 minutes on the clock.
And the one bad sign here for TSM, even though this is still an incredibly close game, is most of it is being dictated by Cloud9. Even TSM getting the Cloud9 inhibitor was Cloud9 funneling them into a point with which they couldn't return. They took the inhibitor as a byproduct of that, but then still nearly got aced and ended up losing the Baron. Cloud9, with their greater initiation tools, are pushing TSM around the map.
TSM having to walk to the beat of C9's drum here, and High is going to start on that bottom inhibitor as well, so TSM to be spread thin. This middle turret, not really what they're worried about right now. Cloud9 trying to get some vision over the wall. TSM still lacking a bit of wards on this side.
There were so many shields on Wild Turtle there, Yasuo actually wouldn't have done anything. That's one of the great things about all the protection they can offer him right here. Although they still have Baron buff for a little while longer.
About a minute.
They are pressuring this inhibitor with their own inhibitor respawn.
Very nicely done. Get these super minion waves going, and they can really start to stop TSM from even wanting to engage back. Dyrus will have to be back at the minion waves, clearing them at the Nexus. That's what High's trying to get out of this inhibitor, but nobody can really follow. Nobody wants to get rocked by the shockwave.
Yeah, that last push looked really dangerous for Cloud9. Balls took a fair bit too much damage, but Dyrus has got a lot of damage dealt to him. They are going to recall, though. It doesn't seem like Cloud9 wants to continue this unless Balls is willing to teleport back in.
They're going to stay for the long haul on this.
This is interesting. They are doing this 4v5, actually.
He has a teleport ward just behind the team if they really require to get into it. Nothing's pushed towards the top lane, so they're not going to just be going around the horn on this one. They get this inhibitor. They're going to try to
Balls
go strong
is waiting
fight.
for a home guard teleport, it feels like.
There's
now
one.
he's teleporting, and he does have his home guard boots, but it's right on top.
Turtle.
Oh, wow.
Grabs Turtle, forces them out of the fight, but do they have damage on the inhibitor? Yes, Sneaky is focusing that. High gets one Steel Tempest off on the final one, and he is focusing it as well. Balls, he's getting the grievous wounds, but he will be all right from the burn of that explosive shot E. And it looks like they are able to disengage after the inhibitor. Exactly what they wanted. They were just waiting for the tree.
They got the inhibitor, but it wasn't easy. Balls was just finding his moment for that home guard teleport. And pushing Wild Turtle gave them enough time to get that inhibitor down. But amongst all that, no shockwave was used. You can see how protective Bjergsen is over that. When he misses it, it basically means a lost fight. So he's holding it for the pressure of having it. Even so, another down inhibitor with 2 minutes on Baron will create another difficult situation for TSM to defend.
Well, missing one will definitely make you second guess about throwing another one out, and especially in the base, like you said, just too dangerous to not have that. So holding it, definitely a lot more pressure for the team. Just about a minute across the board for our objectives. Dragon and Baron about to come up, and TSM has the wards on that. The Cloud9 should be clearing quite soon. Tried and tested this best of 5 is for these teams here, and they're doing quite a great job to really rise to the occasion.
Yes, best of 5 has been going on for nearly 5 hours now, but it wouldn't seem like that.
Man, I'm ready after like a 45-minute game to be done.
At this point, 34 minutes in, it can't be much longer until we crown the North American champion.
Oh yeah.
This has been such a close series, pretty back and forth. This is the first game where High has had a neutral performance. 2, 3, and 4, so it's definitely the closest game we have had this set.
I can't imagine what the players are feeling right now as well. Everything kind of riding on their shoulders. Nobody wants to make that one mistake, but everybody wants to be able to make the play as well that will carry their team to victory. If you get the chance, not saying Lustboy is going to dive in with a tidal wave to initiate a fight. I'm sure he'd like to. That'd be a hell of a highlight.
Yeah, 5-man bubble the tidal wave. However, picking a Nami in this game, you almost can't even use your tidal wave because you're against a wind wall and a Braum shield.
Yeah.
It's almost sure to get canceled. It's actually more threat for him to not use the tidal wave because Braum is kind of trained to save his shield for a tidal wave.
Yep.
So if he just never use it, Braum may never use his shield, and it's a really good ability for Braum, yet your tidal wave is going to get canceled anyway.
Cloud9 grabbing up everything around the map. Not going to be hard to get that one. The gold, not really going to help because they're not getting back to buy just yet, but they want everything to deny from Team Solo Mid. It's going to help out. Sweepers across the board with the Scrying Orb going to Dyrus. So they have vision if they lose control over Baron. That's not going to be a problem, but just getting Baron away from Cloud9 is really the task here.
Yeah, and Dyrus just happily keeping that super minion wave at bay. He's getting a lot of free time farming, and Cloud9, for the second straight time, haven't forced anything while that inhibitor was down. They're missing out on these opportunities of winning the game.
Yeah.
They get one step done, but they're not able to capitalize on this next one. TSM playing very safe and sound, keeping waves cleared, not letting themselves get initiated on, using the move speed from Nami and Orianna, and really just keeping Cloud9 at bay. This is absolutely critical for TSM.
Getting tougher though. Negatron Cloaks now going across the board, so those Void Staffs and whatnot that were cutting through Cloud9 and really thwarting their engagements may be a little less powerful. We'll have to see how they use this. High has not gone in on any fights with anyone anytime soon. They've been playing around TSM right now.
Yeah, so nothing done after getting that inhibitor down. For all the risk they took to get it, they actually lose out on it because Dyrus was farming that wave while Balls was missing out on minions. And it's now a near 100 CS advantage between top laners.
Might be why High grabbing up a Guardian Angels. If they're going to have that, maybe now they initiate what they want. Just be a safer objective.
Even so, though, at the same time that they're getting magic resistance to deal with this farmed AP casters, they are becoming more and more vulnerable to Wild Turtle's Tristana. There's a good mix of damage on TSM right here, so the defensive itemization, while nice, isn't game-breaking.
Got to remember that Wild Turtle's going to be getting big. We're only 36 minutes into this game. He still has quite a ways to go. 2 levels till 18, and then he'll be cracking out that long-range damage from Tristana. Good damage onto Balls. They get him in for some nice turret shots there, but the shields keep him safe. Locket of the Iron Solari actually used in fear of an engagement.
Yeah, having an underfarm Maokai is a little bit of a liability here. He's taking a whole bunch of damage. He would have needed to be the one off split pushing, much like Dyrus was, but it just hasn't been an opportunity. And the weaker and weaker Cloud9's tank line becomes, the lower their percentage chance of winning this game is.
TSM Trying to dictate mid lane here. Cloud9 will walk parallel for a little bit, but how long can they do this? We saw Team Solo Mid kind of get inside Cloud9's base a little bit ago, and it seems like they may shove him out once again.
Well, this one is a little bit dangerous. They have the backline approach. Meteos hops in, actually.
That's the dodge. TSM has avoided quite a bit. Teleport from balls coming in actually from the base. Home guard, they're not able to utilize this big engage. Dyrus just out of range on that. Home guard wears off. Not much damage from the shockwave, but the control TSM needs to reassess the fight. Balls gets hit up. The Glacial Fisher on the backside. They've bottlenecked into this fight and are going for broke. High goes in, tries to get his ultimate down. Last breath has already been used. Coming up with focus. Wow, Turtle! Turtle on the triple. Turtle on the quadra. Meteos on the outside. A second quadra in the playoffs for Turtle.
And even with the kills, even because the fight was so close to Cloud9's base, this could be the end of the series.
This could be it. Team Solo Mid looking to dethrone Cloud9 as the North American champions. They lay down the ward, so they have all the vision necessary. A 10-10, 40-minute game, 60,000 gold apiece on each side, and Meteos trying his damnedest to stop it.
And after all the tension, TSM finds the fight, and Wild Turtle goes wild right there on that last fight, outplaying Cloud9 and carrying TSM to the championship.
That's the ace. That's the game. TSM goes to Bowl 5 and takes down Cloud9 to be the 2014 North American champions.
They have finally done it. They have defeated Cloud9 in the playoffs. This is the #1 team in North America once again.
An incredible ride all playoff weekend. From every game to every team, and another best of 5 to end the finals, as it should be. Tried and tested were both of these teams throughout the entire game. 40-minute matches apiece, trading each other's champions back and forth in Champion Select to take each other down. But TSM comes out on top. The mental fortitude and prowess of the best of 5 series playing in their favor.
And just like in the semifinals against LMQ, the lower seed has to play red side in the 5th game if the first seed so chooses. And again, their only win of the series on red side comes in game 5.
Tons of smiles around TSM finally getting those scrim results to come out the way they want them to. And that's kind of been the mentality all along.
There's the trophy for first place in North America. Hoisted high.
Those two gentlemen definitely getting credit for this as well. Talking with the team, calming and prepping for each and next game. Bjergsen with great calls this game. And Dyrus definitely enjoying carrying his team in a few of these games. It's been a while since he was able to throw down the hammer, and he definitely did it here at the playoff week.
Such a difficult game 5 for them as well, having the more defensive of the two team compositions and then still being able to pull it out in the end. Their positioning in the fights, their ability to withstand the downed inhibitor in the bottom lane twice.
Yep.
You could see Cloud9 just wasn't able to finish that last game, and it ends up just by the slimmest of margins. TSM takes it.
We should be speaking with both teams in just a minute to figure out their ideas, you know, what's the prep now. Both teams still going to Worlds, but this meaning so much for TSM fans, for just NALCS to see how many teams really muddied the waters with awesome plays this year and just started taking out your favorite team. And then we saw Curse being one of the teams to have one of the best scores coming into playoffs against top teams.
And just thinking about how close everyone actually is here. Remember, TSM went all 5 games with LMQ. LMQ then went all 5 games to finish 3rd place above Curse. And the final, of course, goes all 5 games. And TSM, despite having a history of success, was a surprise victor. They were the underdogs in almost all of their matchups. The lower seed against LMQ, the lower seed against Cloud9.
When have we ever said that?
And then defying the odds, actually, to win this game 5 because it just seemed like those first picks and having high on a comfortable champion again and again was going to give Cloud9 those blue side victories. Even during that game, it looked like Cloud9 had pulled ahead, but it wasn't to be.
Everybody made their move on TSM this game. We had Turtle jumping in with some insect knockbacks on his Tristana on the Buster shot, and I'm not going to name them all, but plays like that coming from everybody on the side of TSM. 2 quadra kills from the young Turtle coming out in this playoff series, and he has really cut back on his aggression, but was able to let loose within these playoff matches.
Yeah, we hadn't been able to mention it during the cast, but actually Wild Turtle's dad was here too.
That's
what a
right.
time to perform. It's the first esports event he has ever been to, so congratulations there.
Awesome thing there. All right, we're going to right now send it down to Kobe, who's with our 2014 Summer Champions.
Thank you, Rivington. I am here with TSM after that exciting victory. Congratulations, guys. First of all, Bjergsen, the new shot caller for TSM, stepping up big along with Amazing in a fight that's so close like this, in a game 5, when it comes down to one team fight, meaning first spot at Worlds or second. How do you keep your cool? And how do you keep the individual performance separate from the shot calling?
I think just at the very last team fight, there is no like being calmed down. Everyone is just yelling who they want to kill, and that's pretty much how it is. Coach keeps telling me to be very calm about who we kill, but in this game it's crazy. But when you're learning to be a shot caller, you just eventually figure out the balance between shot calling and individual play, and that's what me and Amazing are both working towards.
Well, congratulations. Now, Dyrus, a question for you, since you've shown so much emotion in these best of 5s. Feeding off of the crowd, game after game. How much does it help to have support like this at almost every arena that you guys go and play in? And do you think that you guys will have the same support when you travel abroad to the group stages? Woo! Oh, you have one.
Well, first of all, I think our morale was boosted because our crowd was so amazing. And since we have so much room, this is humongous. Like, all of our fans can come and cheer us, and that bonus really pushed us over the limit and helped us as much as you guys possibly could. I mean, for example, the don't tilt, it's just scrims. Like, being nervous, being scared for our first game, like, it helps a lot, and it helps us get over it. And I thank you all for not only supporting League of Legends, but us as TSM. And when I first came on stage, I had a tear. And there's just so many of you guys showing such amazing support that I teared up even before our first game with LMQ. I just started tearing up. And it just means so much to me that we can give back to you the first spot of NA.
Thank you, Dyrus. I have one more question for Amazing, the other shot caller for TSM, about your guys' prep. Now that you are going to Worlds as the first seed for North America, a lot of the other teams have decided that they're going to go traveling and try and do some research on the other regions that you guys will be battling. What are the plans for TSM preparing?
We are also going to go to Korea and practice there, so we can face other teams like the Koreans, or the teams that are bootcamping there. But first of all, we're going to celebrate this victory, in my opinion.
And Turtle, if you could hand the mic to Turtle here.
You want to hold this?
Don't drop it, don't drop it.
Hi. Turtle, how does it feel to win the last team fight of Game 5 with your father here in the crowd? And do you have anything to say?
It feels pretty great, and I don't know, I'm just really happy. I don't really have anything to say, but I just like winning. I think everyone loves winning.
We do like winning. Congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 Summer Split champions, TSM. And now, we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you. Kobe, thank you very much. A lot of emotions on that stage right now, and I cannot imagine. I mean, Dyrus, give me the choke up, man.
That was
Come on.
an emotional speech right there. I mean, you can just see how much TSM cares about this and how long they've been fighting for it. They've entered into the LCS. Yes, they won the Spring Split of 2013, but until then, they had to do so many roster changes, so much upheaval, so many ups and downs. and now they will be going into the World Championship stronger than ever.
And we actually do also get to chance Freak is down on the floor with High. Or actually, we're not going to be doing that.
We're going to be able to go to that
Right.
shortly, but right now we're going to be going to the analyst desk for a few words.
Absolutely.
Competitive season we've had. There was no other way that this playoff could have ended, down to a photo finish. I mean, what an amazing 5-game series.
TSM, complete underdogs. I said it a couple days ago where I thought they were the weakest team that made it to the PAX at the playoffs there in the top 4. Completely wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong about that. And it was utterly amazing to watch them perform that way. And the fact that how many times during the season did we say TSM is getting all of their wins off of the bottom teams? They completely showed that those regular season stats didn't matter, and I'm glad I ripped those things up because they're useless.
Well, it's been a week full of huge plays, but this week there was one player who stood above the rest, and is our playoff MVP from TSM. It's Bjergsen.
Bjergsen, he had a slump in the middle of the split when he was taking up the shot calling role, and we heard him talk about it, but he was back in peak form, and he carried his team through an incredibly tough semifinals and even tougher finals. And we can't overstate what a feat it is to finally dethrone Cloud9 and have TSM at the top of North America.
Pobelter, you've competed against Bjergsen in that mid lane. Talk to me about how much he deserves. Like, what are the aspects of Bjergsen that embody an MVP?
His laning is really solid. You know, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes that a lot of other players in LCS do. So that's one key thing about him. He doesn't make the same amount of mistakes. Like, if every other LCS player plays 99% perfect, then he's playing like 99.9% perfect.
I like it. Well, he definitely deserves that honors. Now, not only do we now have our final standings for the summer split, but we have a lock on the teams headed to the 2014 World Championships. From North America, we have Cloud9, TSM, and LMQ. Representing the European LCS, it's Alliance, Fnatic, and SK Gaming. From GPL, it's Taipei Assassins and AHQ. And taking the international wildcard spots are Turkey's Dark Passage and Brazil's Kaboom Esports. From Korea, it's Samsung Blue, Samsung White, and Najin White Shield. Finally, from China, where there are still 2 seats up for grabs, it's Edward Gaming. For more on the upcoming World Championships, make sure to tune in on Monday, September 8th at 1 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central European for the World's Reveal Show. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll be breaking down all the teams that will be taking to the international stage, as well as what groups they will be competing in. But if you can't wait till then, head over to LOL Esports and start reading up on all the players, study their stats, or review some of their games from this year. And if it's more league action you're craving, you won't have to wait long, because kicking off on September 9th, we'll be bringing you 3 days of matches as Counterlogic Gaming, Evil Geniuses, and Complexity from North America, and from Europe, Millennium, Gambit, and the Copenhagen Wolves battle it out with the squads from the Challenger Series for a spot in the LCS. There is still space available to join our studio audience for the taping in Los Angeles. Just click the tickets link and reserve your spot. That's just about going to do it for us, so a very special thank you to Pobelter for joining us on the analyst desk for yet another day and keeping us honest. But first, we want to take a moment to thank the teams for another great split of games.
It has been one of the most competitive and exciting seasons to watch, and it's a credit to players who show up every day and give it their all on the Rift.
And most of all, thank you to you, the viewers. It has been an incredible ride and an honor to share it with you every step of the way. Now for myself, Zyrene, Riv, Jat, Kobe, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and GG.
TSM! TSM! TSM!
championship between the reigning champs Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. Yes, whoa! Oh my God, High goes in to get the 4-man last breath himself. It all comes down to this, everything is on the line. These players are about to prove it. He tries to throw down on Sneaky, and the dodges come out. Bjergsen is just raining in damage. That's huge! This could be it. Turtle on the Quadra. TSM takes down Cloud9 to be the 2014 North American champions.
Wow.